Chapter 1, Son of the Celestial Emperor, Reincarnation and Rebirth. Jiang Chen felt like his brains were made of mush, as if he was in a dream, but this felt much more real than that. Every inch of skin, every bone in his body, cried out in agony. Am I dead? Am I suffering through the fires of purgatory that lie in hell? Jiang Chen's first instinct was also that he was dead, but that tenuous hint of breath in his body seemed to remind him otherwise, that he was still alive. After who knew how long, Jiang Chen suddenly forced his eyes open with a struggle, but found himself in a coffin. In a coffin? Then, I'm really dead? Jiang Chen became depressed. How laughable. I, Jiang Chen, son of the Celestial Emperor, was born with an Yin constitution and thus could not practice martial Tao. Even when Father refined the sun-moon pill so that I could enjoy life as long as the heavens exist, I still became Father's burden and succumbed to my death when the cataclysm descended from the heavens. What's going on with my meridians? There's true chi flowing through them? It's quite weak. Wait. This isn't my body. This is definitely not my body. I was born with a Yin constitution, so how could I have true chi present in my body? And if I was truly dead, how could there be true chi flowing through my body? It was as if an electrical jolt passed through Jiang Chen's brain as he laid in the coffin. At the same time, he realized that the body lying in the coffin didn't belong to him. What is this? Whose body is this? This unexpected discovery brought both surprise and joy to him. He quickly discovered a few fragments of memory in the body. This body's owner was also named Jiang Chen? The son of the Duke of the Jianghan province in the Eastern Kingdom? The name is right, but this is obviously not me. I am the son of the Almighty Celestial Emperor. How did I become the scion of such a mundane kingdom? Jiang Chen's mind was filled with questions. Did I really die in the cataclysm? Is this the reincarnation referred to in legends? The heavens were shattered and the wheel of life smashed. I should have been annihilated in the cataclysm with no hope of traveling along the wheel of life. So this means I've really been reincarnated? Jiang Chen finally confirmed this new reality after perusing the fragments from the past Jiang Chen's consciousness. To think that I was the exalted son of the Celestial Emperor in my past life, yet was barred from cultivating due to my Yin constitution. Yet, now that I've reincarnated into the son of the Duke of such a humdrum kingdom, I've gained the potential to train. Oh, the irony! The heavens were shattered and order crumbled. I, Jiang Chen, lived 1,000,000 years in vain in my past life. Although I died with the sun and moon, I couldn't offer any help when the cataclysm arrived. A Yin constitution cannot train, and thus is doomed to always be at the mercy of others. My fate was like that of a floating speck of dust, easily dispelled as the wind blew. Jiang Chen grew somber, lost in his thoughts as he thought of the treatment he'd suffered in his past life, and of his father who had developed the sun-moon pill at such a great cost, so that his son's mortal body could enjoy life as long as the sun and moons. He knew that this life and death separation was possibly an eternal farewell. Even though he had lived 1,000,000 years, even though he possessed great intelligence, when he thought of his father the Celestial Emperor painstakingly taking care of him, hot tears still spilled out of his eyes. He knew, the heavens were shattered. Even if one were as almighty as the Celestial Emperor, it was almost impossible to survive the cataclysm. Jiang Chen became upset as his thoughts traveled to the end of this path. However, it was as if a bolt of thunder crashed into his soul when his soul touched upon his body's meridians. It was like a man dying of thirst finding a sweet spring. The slowly moving true chi was so weak to the point of almost flickering out. But it was this fragile hint of true chi that stoked his flames of life and swept away those depressing thoughts. Practice? Train. This was once a ludicrous thought for someone with a Yin constitution like mine. I couldn't train in my past life, but never acceded to fate. Now that I have gained the potential to train due to reincarnation, is this not an opening that the door of fate has cracked open for me? I was the exalted son of the celestial emperor, and held charge of the Tianlang library for millions of years. I have perused countless books and scrolls. I was familiar with all disciplines and methods of training. I was unparalleled and renowned for the accomplishments in my Tao of alchemy, but my knowledge was forever halted in just theoretical, at an abstract level. Now that I have gained the ability to train thanks to reincarnation, what cause have I to fear? For what reason would I, Jiang Chen, bow my head in defeat? Jiang Chen felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he explored this line of reasoning. Those negative emotions he had slowly disappeared. He felt that this reincarnation was a turning point that would interminably change his life. Indeed, from the perspective of Jiang Chen's past life, the identity of the son of an ordinary noble was completely inconsequential. But even the lowliest person possessed one quality that he did not in his past life, and that was the qualification to train. The qualification to train was like the starting line of a race. Although he was an eminent person in his past life, as lofty as dragons and phoenixes, he could only watch on the sidelines. Now, despite his commonness in his current life, despite being like an ant, he had the qualification to step up to the starting line and take his place. The path of training was ceaseless and boundless. As long as one had good fortune, one could transform and become all-powerful. Even wings could be stuck onto ants for them to soar in the heavens. And now, an opportunity had come. Son of the celestial emperor, keeper of the Tianlang library. He had devoted his millions years of life almost entirely to studying. It would be no exaggeration to say that he was a walking encyclopedia and grasped the world's knowledge. His belly full of theories spanning from the divine heavens to common dirt, there was no topic that Jiang Chen was unfamiliar with. Although Jiang Chen could not train in the many boring years in his past life, he loved to take in disciples and conduct experiments with them, testing out one theory or another. He'd lost track of how many prodigies he'd created in his lifetime. What was opportunity? He had reincarnated with the memories of the son of the celestial emperor, and had gained the body of the unfortunate Duc de Maire Jiang Chen. Those experiments he had conducted on his disciples could finally now be acted out with his own hands. This was opportunity. Jiang Chen could hardly contain himself. At this moment, a striking crash sounded, as if something had slipped and cracked. Crash. Jiang Ying, figure it out. Find out at all costs. Jiang Feng, the Duke of Jianghan, furiously smashed a vase, almost wishing to burn down the kingdom in his rage. Your lordship, we already have a clue. Jiang Ying spoke respectfully, dressed from head to toe in black. Although the young master was not diligent in training, he was still a fighter of the true Qi level. His control over his body would be absolute. In the face of such an important occasion, he would not have lost control and passed gas. Then, someone is behind all this? Someone intentionally wanted to embarrass Chen during the rites of heavenly worship, so that he would enrage the king and be executed? Zhang Feng's tone had descended to a dangerous point. The young master ate breakfast with friends at the Autumn Crane this morning. I did not discover anything when I investigated Autumn Crane, but found traces of 3-laugh powder in the young master's body. 3-laugh powder? Zhang Feng's face darkened. How could he not know 3-laugh powder? This item cleared up a person's internal passages. While it did not have any side effects, it would cause a person's qi to sink through their body, and be emitted from all parts of the body. His son's damnable gas expulsion that enraged the king during the rites of heavenly worship was not out of nowhere, it was definitely due to this 3-laugh powder. It seems that instead of being a coincidence, this was a devious, premeditated plot. Zhang Feng easily came to this conclusion after connecting the dots. Your lordship, here is a list of whom the young master had breakfast with. However, they are all sons of other dukes, so it will be difficult to find out who is responsible. Jiang Ying was Zhang Feng's right-hand man, and his most valued and loyal vassal. Go thoroughly investigate this matter. Even if I lose my dukedom, even if I am torn asunder, I will not idly sit by when my son has been killed. Jiang Feng didn't believe the crap of absolute obedience to one's overlord. Utter drivel. Generations of the Jiang family had been loyal, but not stupidly loyal. The Jiang family had toiled ceaselessly for the Eastern Kingdom royal family for generations, defending the land, fighting in wars and steadfastly holding their stations. They had won their sole dukedom at high cost, but now his only son was unceremoniously caned to death? A vassal had no need to be loyal if the overlord was not kind. If it came down to it, rebellion then. It felt as if a volcano was on the verge of erupting in his chest whenever Jiang Feng thought of King Eastern Lu's cold expression as he gave the order to kill, the sight of his enemies gloating in that moment, or the son that had been beaten beyond recognition as he lay in his coffin. He itched to immediately return to his territory and stampede into the capital with hundreds of thousands under his banner. To let rivers of blood flow in the streets. Upon hearing these words, combined with the vague memories left in the body, Jiang Chen roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that the original owner of this body had the unfortunate timing to fart during the rites of heavenly worship. These rites were hosted by the most sacred temple in the country, and attended by the king and all 108 Eastern Kingdom nobles in order to pray for King Eastern Lu's beloved daughter. The king and his nobles had commenced many preparations before the rites were held, such as foregoing meat, bathing, and changing into fresh clothes, as well as burning lavender incense. In other words, everyone had cleaned up nicely, and was striving for perfection in order to convince the heavens of their sincerity to succeed in obtaining blessings. Everything was proceeding smoothly at first. But just as the king and his nobles had kowed out on the temple steps in prayer, Jiang Chen let out an ear-splitting fart. One had to know that kowtowing in prayer was the most important part of the entire rite. Absolute silence needed to be maintained during this part. This was how one could communicate with the gods and demonstrate their devotion. However, Jiang Chen's fart rudely broke this silence and shattered this dignified gathering. Everyone knew that farts were comprised of unhealthy gas and were extremely unsound. If this had happened during a regular occasion, it would have been simply passed over as everyone else held their breath. However, Jiang Chen's regrettable fart was smelly and long. It was an affront to the gods. The high priest in charge of the rites proceedings was appalled and started cursing loudly, as if the fart had destroyed the pillar of the world and was causing the sky to cave in. This aroused the great wrath of King Eastern Lu, as he doted on his beloved daughter so, and he called for the guards to drag Jiang Chen away and beat him to death. Even then, his anger was not abated and he gave the order to hang Jiang Chen's corpse on the city wall for vultures and scavengers to pick out. Jiang Chen wouldn't even have had a body left if the kingdom's nobles didn't persuade the king otherwise, pointing out that openly displaying a corpse was vulgar and uncivilized, and would adversely impact the kingdom's luck. Chapter 2, Supportive Father, Loyal Friends. Chapter 2, Supportive Father, Loyal Friends. Jiang Chen had finally figured out the who, why, when, where and how of the entire situation after some careful organization of the facts. He also knew why the previous Jiang Chen died. Alright. Looks like this past Jiang Chen died quite a luckless death. Death because of farting? This king of the Eastern Kingdom is quite a character. Rites of heavenly worship? I, the vaunted son of the celestial emperor, have encountered many rituals in my time, but never have I heard of obtaining heaven's blessing via a fresh shower, new clothes, and a few sticks of incense. There is at least order under heaven. Those who are benevolent are rewarded in kind, and those who are not are punished. Forget it. I have been handed this opportunity thanks to this tyrant killing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sighed as he lay in the coffin, feeling a multitude of feelings. While he was outraged on the past Jiang Chen's behalf, he couldn't help but be secretly delighted that he himself had reincarnated. Except, he had also clearly heard the conversation between the two. One of them was the past Jiang Chen's father, or rather, his current father. Seeing this life's father flying into an awe-inspiring rage, ready to erupt into full-blown rebellion at any second, warmed Jiang Chen's heart. It gave him a sense of déjà vu to witness this kind of fatherly love and doting. Who would have thought that I would be so lucky to have an unconditionally supportive father in both my past and present lives? Although this Duke of Jiang is a pillar of the kingdom, he is willing to rebel for a son unjustly killed. He is a man of courage and uprightness. Perhaps it was due to the blood ties between this body and Jiang Feng. Whatever it was, Jiang Chen felt very warmly disposed towards Jiang Feng as a father at first glance. At least he wasn't a timid, stupidly loyal subject. And of course Jiang Chen wouldn't let the situation get out of hand and develop towards rebellion. Although it could be deeply satisfying to rebel against one's overlord for a noble cause, it was a quick way to die when one considered the big picture. Not to mention that Jiang Feng wasn't on home ground at the moment. And even if he was, even if he rallied 1,000,000 troops, it was hopelessly futile to think of a duke prevailing against an entire kingdom. Jiang Chen was the son of the celestial emperor in his past life and widely educated. He understood well the meaning of those with noble morals need not rush brashly into seeking revenge, and would definitely prevent the father of his current life from committing such a brainless action. It was true that he was the son of the celestial emperor in his past life. But in this life, the identity of his past life was nothing but hot air. If his father Jiang Feng rebelled and the royal family reacted accordingly, how could anyone escape unscathed? Jiang Chen had finally taken control of a new body when he reincarnated. He didn't want to croak after he woke up. Therefore, when he saw that his father was ready to leave behind a trail of blood at a moment's notice, Jiang Chen couldn't resist the urge to give a quiet erg. It was a sound that promptly froze Jiang Feng where he stood. Jiang Feng had become completely petrified as he stared unblinkingly at Jiang Chen's body lying in the coffin. The fierce rage in his eyes transformed into strong fatherly love in a blink of an eye. A father's love is like a mountain, and Jiang Feng almost launched himself into a flying leap like a tiger as he rushed to grab Jiang Chen's hand. "Chener, you're not dead?" Although the face was a stranger's face, this fatherly love was so akin to the one he'd experienced in his past life that Jiang Chen was no stranger to it. "Father, I have dragged you down with me." At that moment, Jiang Feng was wholly immersed in the joy of regaining the son he'd lost. Who gave a crap about the flood of great changes following his son? Nonsense! You are my son, the son of Jiang Feng. How could you have dragged me down? Everything is so wonderful because you have not died, Chener. So what if you farted? The daughter of that Eastern Lu contracted an incurable disease, as if holding some rites would cure that? If worshipping the heavens would heal all terminal illnesses, what use are doctors then? And, his precious daughter's life is important, but is my son's life not equally so? Just because he held rites to beg mercy from heaven means that my son is to be caned to death for an accidental fart? Jiang Feng didn't bother to hide from his son the fires of bitter anger in his belly. He even dared to call the king of the Eastern Kingdom by his name. It would seem that this Duke of Jiang was truly angered. Jiang Chen was certain that if he had truly died, Jiang Feng would have certainly rebelled. This was a man who was willing to blast holes in the sky for his son. It's not a bad thing to have this kind of father. Jiang Chen's positive impression towards this father had increased even more. Don't be afraid, Chener. Now that you've woken up, you will never suffer again for as long as I have breath in my body. I will contact the nobles that we are friendly with and petition that Eastern Lu to pardon those random, absurd crimes you were charged with. Defilement of the sacred altar, debasement of the holy temple, blasphemy against the gods, destroyer of the rites of heavenly worship. If these crimes were not cleared, they would cause no end of trouble for Jiang Chen, even if he'd come back from the dead. At the same time, Jiang Chen knew that he could not have crimes hanging over his head if he was to live in this Eastern Kingdom in the future. Father, let's not be in a rush to clear my name. The Eastern family is thoroughly enraged at the moment. We can visit after a few days when his anger has abated. I've already been caned once, surely he won't forget his dignity as a king and cane me again? Jiang Chen had a lot of ways to handle the situation at hand. He was in no rush as he needed time to get used to this new identity and feel at home in this new body. Jiang Chen was about to respond when some sounds registered in his ears. "Chener, lie down, someone's coming," he said quietly. Jiang Chen did so with resignation as his revival from death was simply too abrupt. This would be heaven-shaking news if anyone saw him. His father was asking him to keep up the being dead cover for now. Alright, with this coffin as a cover, playing dead was the easiest thing in this world. "Brother Chen, you died so needlessly." The footsteps were far away, but this wailing cry had quite a strong piercing quality to it. The rolling sound of footsteps accompanied this mournful howl. Yes, rolling. The person who was arriving, well, it would be more apt to call the person a meatball. The fleshy figure was almost the same width in all directions, and his body presented perfect curves, forming a meaty meatball. The meatball had never been ashamed of his body, but was rather proud of it instead. He had once proclaimed that out of all 108 nobles, he was neither the most braveheart and loyal nor the most intellectual and strategic, but that no one could rob his #1 ranking for weight. It was quite a feat for someone to have such a unique body, but his father had taken it one step further and given him an exceedingly feminine name, Xian. Two young men, roughly the same age, followed closely behind the meatball. Both of them wore tragic expressions of grief. It was apparent that they had come to pay their respects to Jiang Chen. The meatball was out in front and strode quickly to the side of the coffin. With his bulk planted so firmly, no one else could even come close and could only hover in the background. The meatball wiped away tears with one hand and continuously fished out things with his other, tossing them into the brazier already burning paper money as he did so. "Brother Chen, this was your favorite, illustrated version of the carnal prayer mat. I was self-centered before and refused to lend it to you. Now that you are gone and I have lost a fellow hobbyist, what use is this to me? I'm burning this to you so that you can read it down below if you're bored. Remember, don't be selfish like me. Sharing is caring. And, this is a note for 10,000 silver. You were the one who resolved things with 10,000 silver the last time I gave in to my urges and accidentally got that girl pregnant. My dad would have immediately beaten me to death if he found out, but I never even got the chance to return this. Money to you." The meatball cried buckets of tears and snot as he grew even more broken-hearted as he cried. He lay there on the floor, pounding the floor in great sorrow after burning the items. Jiang Chen laid at ease in the coffin and made no sound. He also wanted to use this opportunity to observe these best friends. Fatty Xian was undoubtedly the most loyal, staunchest supporter of them all. Brother Chen, I am fine. However, that old Eastern Lu caned you to death. I do hereby swear that if I, Fatty, ever inherit my old man's Jinshan dukedom, I will never send a single soldier or horse to fight for that Eastern family's cause for the rest of my life. At this moment the Fatty turned around to glare at those behind him, heckling at them. "You there, are you best friends with Brother Chen? Do you view Brother Chen as a brother? Come swear before his memorial tablet if you do." The stalwart, dependable-looking young man retorted back, "Fatty, do you think you're the only one with loyalty? That I, the heir to Hubing dukedom, is lesser than you?" With that, the young man also rushed to the altar and swore, "Brother Chen, I, Hubing you, do so swear that if I inherit the Hubing dukedom in the future, I will never send a single soldier or horse to fight for the Eastern family's cause for the rest of my life." Seeing that the two had already sworn a solemn oath, that left the remaining splendidly dressed youth at a bit of loose ends. "Yang Zong, is Brother Chen your brother or not?" The meatball started to grow angry as he saw the richly dressed youth hesitate. "Have you forgotten that it was Brother Chen who stood up for you when you were bullied by Yin Yiming, the heir to the Yanmen dukedom, after arriving at the capital? And that time when you failed to complete your mission to cultivate spirit-level medicine ingredients, it was Brother Chen who used his extra portion to fill in the gap for you. Did you know that because he gave part of his portion to you, his grade of excellent was changed to average?" The fatty's anger grew as he spoke, until he was about ready to spring up, grab the richly dressed youth's collar and punch him. Memories started fleshing out for Jiang Chen as Fatty Shin spoke. He was able to gradually reconcile the people before him with those in his memories. Just as Fatty Xian started haranguing the other, quick footsteps sounded as the Jiang family butler came to the door. "Master Jiang, His Majesty the King has arrived with other nobles in order to pay his respects to the young master." Pay his respects? Fatty Xian was livid. Is he shedding crocodile tears? Does he think burning a few sticks of incense will cover up the fact that he beat someone to death? Fatty Xian could afford to be so brash. After all, Jiang Feng was a duke of the kingdom and could not engage in the same theatrics. Given that his son was not dead, he too was deliberating how to handle the aftermath. His son's life and position must be protected at all costs. This was Jiang Feng's bottom line. Jiang Feng was quite aware that his king, Eastern Lu, would not feel apologetic about killing a noble's son. One had to be cold-hearted in order to reign as a monarch. What he meant by paying his respects was undoubtedly a complete sham. An act that, on a deeper level, was to sound out Jiang Feng and warn him not to act rashly. Obviously, Eastern Lu had no fear of Jiang Feng hating him or even rebelling. However, as the ruler of a kingdom, he did not wish for such a thing to happen. After all, who knew what other situations may develop if civil unrest began? And in fact, Jiang Feng had a few connections in the Eastern Kingdom. Chapter 3, Can't Take a Hint, Thrash Them Brutally. Chapter 3, Can't Take a Hint, Thrash Them Brutally. The Duke's manor had become quite lively with this development. King Eastern Lu had arrived in person with an entourage accompanying him. Although there weren't that many, only 7 or 8 people, they included other dukes as well as royal officials. The most surprising fact was that the king had brought his sickly daughter with him, Eastern Jiruo. One had to give it to them, these dukes and officials were top-of-the-line actors. From the king to the dukes, each one bore an expression more tragic than the last. As if the Jiang Chen lying in the coffin was a child of their family. Jiang Feng was expressionless as he woodenly returned the visitors' greetings. If play acting was what they wanted, then play acting they would receive. However, when Eastern Jiruo stepped up to light her incense sticks, the sickly girl said in a quiet voice, "Big brother Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, you were drawn into this situation because Jiruo is so useless. But don't worry, Jiruo will personally apologize to you if there is another world after death. When we are there you are free to hit me, yell at me, or do whatever. Father held the rights to pray for me, so your death is Jiruo's fault. I hope the heavens can understand and blame Jiruo alone, not my royal father, nor my kingdom's citizens." Although the little girl spoke in halting bursts, even while she lacked the proper amount of breath to do so, she was sincere and quite serious. These words caused the nobles who were acting up a storm to feel slightly ashamed at their actions. Even Fatty Xian found it hard to hate her, and he hated the Eastern royals with a passion. "I say Princess Jiruo, the guy's dead already, there's no point in saying all this. If you really feel guilty, then marry my brother Chen when you're down there. He was not qualified to be your consort when alive, but dead." Ha! Oh yes, my brother Chen loves a nice butt. In terms of body, no one could shut Fatty Xian's mouth once he'd started speaking. His words completely incensed Eastern Lu. "You damn fatty, are you cursing my daughter to die as soon as possible?" Meanwhile, the dukes were striving mightily to control their facial expressions. They were desperately afraid of being amused by the buffoon that was Fatty Xian, and of revealing a smile at inappropriate timing. Jiang Chen had been lying quite comfortably in the coffin when he heard Fatty Xian start to lose control of the situation. How could one continue to lie down when such a thing was happening? He sprang into a sitting position and scowled, "Damn Fatty, can't you even let me die in peace?" With the exception of his father, Jiang Chen's action froze everyone solid for a good couple of seconds. Fatty Xian was the closest to him and was absolutely overjoyed. "Brother Jiang, are you pretending to be a corpse or playing dead?" "Pretending my ass. Playing dead is extremely tiring, why don't you try it?" Eastern Lu's face stilled when he saw Jiang Chen suddenly sit up. A follower beside him immediately proclaimed, "Jiang Chen, how dare you pretend to be dead? You have misled your king and committed treason. You and your family clan should be executed." A king never failed to be short of these sycophants. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay him any attention, and slowly pulled himself out of the coffin. He asked Eastern Lu with a calm gaze, "Your Majesty, Jiang Chen was lucky and did not die. I merely wish to ask, do you intend to cane me to death once again, or will you forgive your subjects?" Unintentional crimes? Eastern Lu was the king of a nation, but his strong heart skipped a beat when Jiang Chen swept his gaze over him. This youth that had climbed out of a coffin had a mysterious, indefinable quality about him that made even Eastern Lu a bit wary. "Humph. I am the king of a nation. Why on earth would I dignify your impudent question with a response? You will be spared since you had the great luck to survive." Eastern Lu actually really wanted to choke Jiang Chen to death, but reason told him that he needed to conduct himself in a manner befitting a king. If he made a move against Jiang Chen now, his underlings would think he was not acting as a king should, not to mention that the Duke of Jianghan would rebel without a doubt. "Your Majesty, this devious rat was playing dead to avoid being executed. This treacherous intention is worthy of a death sentence. This Duke petitions your Majesty to judge harshly and exact justice." It was that sycophant again. However, Jianghan's Duke, Jiang Feng, wasn't playing along this time. He leapt up and bawled, "What is the meaning of this, Duke of Tianqiu? His Majesty has said he won't be pursuing the matter further. Just what are you trying to accomplish here with your jumping up and down?" It wasn't exactly a harmonious picture between the 108 dukes of the Eastern Kingdom. This Duke of Tianqiu and Jiang Feng, the Duke of Jianghan, were notorious rivals. The Duke of Tianqiu laughed coldly, "Jiang Feng, don't you find it odd that your son has arisen from the dead? I suspect you are also involved in misleading His Majesty. I petition His Majesty to thoroughly investigate the Jiang father and son. If I speak the truth, then the entire Jiang family clan should be executed." Jiang Chen gave a quiet chuckle as he saw his father was about to erupt into full-blown anger, and swept his eyes in an interested gaze between Eastern Lu and Eastern Jiruo. He then casually spoke, "Your Majesty, it would be simple to execute the entire Jiang family clan, but it wouldn't be as easy to save Her Highness' life, now would it?" Eastern Lu's expression froze. "What do you mean by that, Jiang Chen?" "Nothing much, just that when I was being beaten to death in the temple just now, I seemed to hear a divine voice whispering next to my ear. It conveyed a great deal of words that seemed to have something to do with the princess' illness. I found the will to live again when I thought of the princess' illness, so I clawed my way back to life. If your Majesty thinks I should die, then please give the order to cane me to death again." Jiang Chen was a smart fellow. He knew what to say in order to whet someone's appetite. What he just said had precisely struck Eastern Lu's weak spot. As the ruler of a kingdom, Eastern Lu was tyrannical and paranoid. But as a father, Eastern Jiruo was the apple of his eye. He was tempted upon hearing that a divine being had taken an interest in his daughter's illness. What were the rites for? Who else if not his daughter? An illness that no elixir or medicine could cure was in the hands of the gods. "Jiang Chen, do you mean what you say?" Although Eastern Lu was a king, he still felt a bit of apprehension in that moment. After all, he had ordered this fellow to be caned to death. How would a subject dare lie to your Majesty? "All right. Jiang Chen, any request you make will be granted. All the riches, splendor, and power in the Eastern Kingdom shall be yours if you can cure Jiruo's sickness." Now it was Jiang Feng's turn to be nervous. He was afraid that his son had gotten it in his mind to play games with the king since he had been beaten. If this was the case, they would be in a lot of trouble later on. "Shen'er, your knowledge of medicine is not strong. Many of the esteemed doctors in the royal hospital have been stumped by the princess' illness, yet you speak of it lightly? Be at peace, father. Although your son does not profess deep knowledge of medicine, I believe there should be no room for error given that I have received divine guidance." Eastern Lu spoke hurriedly, "Yes, yes. Jiang Chen, feel free to speak your mind. You will be pardoned even if you are wrong, but will be rewarded with endless honors if you can help. Honors? That wasn't important to Jiang Chen. It wasn't as if he would really play this out to the end. Haggling over titles, trumpeting one's abilities, or making various demands, that was the path to death. The Jiang Chen of today understood the idea of the situation being more important than the person. He knew that being as humble as possible now would result in the greatest amount of protection, while wrangling over honors would earn the Eastern royal family's enmity and secondly, jealousy from the other dukes. Jiang Chen spoke as he thought of this. Your humble subject is a criminal and dare not ask for any honors. Your subject will be able to carry out his duties without fear of others only if your majesty pardons my crimes. Dukes friendly with Jiang Feng snickered inwardly when they heard Jiang Chen's words. This kid was quite a talker. He handled things even more smoothly than his old man. Pardon Jiang Chen of his crimes. This was something Eastern Lu could easily accomplish with a single word. Alright, as we stand before our nobles today, we do hereby pardon you of all your crimes. From this moment on, you are still the heir of Jianghan Dukedom, with all your titles and accomplishments unchanged. If anyone brings up the past again, they will have the Eastern royal family to contend with. Eastern Lu's words were quite magnanimous. He had not only pardoned all of Jiang Chen's crimes, but had forbidden anyone from bringing them up again. This was obviously the mark of a generous heart, as the Jiang family could now avoid worrying about these crimes resurfacing in the future. Jiang Chen flashed a dazzling smile accordingly and delivered shocking words. Actually, Her Highness is not sick. These words stunned all those present. Did Jiang Chen want to die? He dared to say that the princess was not sick after all that hoopla? Why would she be like this if not sick? Eastern Lu had an overwhelming urge to stomp on Jiang Chen's face, but the reasoning of a king told him to be calm, be calm. He had to let this brat finish even if he was full of hot air. I say, what's with all your expressions? Do you actually want the princess to be sick? The Duke of Tianque could hold it in no longer. Brat Jiang, this is making fun of the king. You are asking for death. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose self-consciously and said, Your Majesty, I've already said that I received divine guidance to shed light on the princess' illness. Someone might anger the gods if they continue to jump up and down and make a fuss here. Under any other circumstances, Eastern Lu would have definitely thought Jiang Chen was full of nonsense about the entire matter. However, he couldn't afford to not believe him at this moment. Firstly, this matter had to do with his beloved daughter's life, and secondly, the kid was caned to death, but not really. Even he didn't believe that this wasn't proof of divine intervention. He was well aware of the efficiency of those in charge of carrying out executions. How was it possible to mess up torturing someone to death? Eastern Lu had no choice but to believe in Jiang Chen due to those 2 points. He sternly commanded, Duke of Tianque, you are dismissed. Your Majesty, this rat is spreading wild rumors, the Tianque Duke hastily spoke. Dismissed. His king was quite angry. The Duke of Tianque backed meekly into the crowd. Despite wanting to bring the Jiang family down a notch, he didn't have the courage to butt heads with his king. Your Majesty, the divine being is quite angry. He will not speak until the witless person who spoke out of turn slaps himself 3 times. But the Duke of Tianque is a mighty duke, wouldn't it be difficult for him to slap himself? Not to mention, considering your Majesty's dignity and grace, how could you possibly command a duke to slap himself? It seems that it comes down to a matter of if the Duke of Tianque is truly self-aware and loyal to the kingdom. If it was me, I would not hesitate to slap myself 30 times, not just a mere 3 times. The nobles who had come with Eastern Lu started whispering amongst themselves after Jiang Chen had spoken. Some thought Jiang Chen was making it all up, while others thought there was a great deal of truth in the situation. Of course, they weren't the ones who needed to slap themselves. They were all audience members and thus felt no pressure. They cast their eyes as one to the Duke of Tianque in the middle of the crowd. Those around the Duke consciously vacated the vicinity and consciously maintained a certain distance from him, highlighting the Duke's location. The Duke of Tianshui suddenly felt a cold breeze wash over him. He realized with despair in that moment that out of all his peers, not a single person was willing to stand up for him. It was as if the whole world was ostracizing him. Chapter 4, Go Thrash Yourself. Chapter 4, Go Thrash Yourself. Many of the nobles were present because they had accompanied the Duke of Tianshui to fuel momentum. They all wanted to take the Jiang family down a notch. But at this moment, who would dare speak up? If someone stood up for the Duke of Tianshui, that would mean defying the gods. If they argued with the king instead, that would mean they didn't want the princess to recover. It was at this moment that Fatty Xian Mind connected the dots as well. He was always someone who loved creating a ruckus and immediately joined in. Duke of Tianshui, you're always shooting your mouth off about how if you're ranked number 2 for fealty and valor out of all the nobles, then no one else would dare claim number 1. Now that the moment to prove your loyalty has arrived, you make excuses and avoid doing anything. What's going on here? Duke of Tianshui, you waxed eloquent about executing the entire Jiang family clan earlier. Now, no such demands have been made on you, and yet you shrink from merely slapping yourself 3 times? Jiang Chen would definitely not let this opportunity pass him by. He tooted as he took another jab at an already down enemy. It looks like this so-called fealty and valor that is ranked first under the heavens is just a joke that the Duke of Tianshui trotted out to amuse others. Best not to put too much stock in it. The Duke of Tianshui had originally come to laugh at the Duke of Jianghan, but who would have thought the tables would turn on him and he'd become the target of everyone's attacks instead? However, the Duke of Tianshui was an old hat at these political games and quickly found his footing again. He spoke with a self-righteous air. This old duke would not even furrow his brow if His Majesty commanded me to take my own life, not to mention a mere 3 slappings. If it would benefit our country and homeland, I would willingly help shoulder part of His Majesty's burden. Little Chenner, I could easily slap myself 3 times and disperse some of His Majesty's worries, but if you are playing a game with us, then what? Indeed, if this brat was just joking, then he'd be making a fool out of all the nobles and the king. Jiang Chen's voice grew colder. Duke of Tianshui, you can insult me, but you cannot blaspheme against the gods. Your Majesty, this man has not only once, but on multiple occasions, spoken gravely out of turn. The gods are enraged and I am afraid I can no longer help with Her Highness' sickness. Eastern Lu was appalled by these words and inwardly furious. You damn Duke of Tianshui, what are you dragging your heels for? If you're that loyal and patriotic, then slap yourself 3 times already. Make it easy for yourself and find a way out. Must I really command it, and be seen as the king who bullies his subjects? As his thoughts traveled down this path, Eastern Lu grew irate and cocked his eyebrow. The Duke of Tianshui was an expert at observing expressions and had spent much time studying the king's emotions. He knew that the king was truly incensed and without any warning, hastily slapped himself 8 times. Each slap was heavy-handed and resonant. He knew that the harder he slapped himself, the more it would placate his king's anger. His face began to swell up and almost resembled a pig's head after this round of slapping. After that round of slaps, all eyes focused on Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen said unhurriedly, you were told to slap yourself 3 times. What is the meaning of slapping yourself 8 times? Feeling mutinous? Are you disgruntled with the will of the gods? Or disloyal to His Majesty? Ah, forget it. You will be grudgingly forgiven this one time regarding this matter. Although he indicated that he would pursue the matter no further, the same couldn't be said for the Duke of Tianshui's friends. They could only sit idly by and watch while the Duke of Tianshui slapped himself, but they could no longer contain themselves after the slapping had happened. It was all right to stand up for him now, right? His slaps couldn't be in vain, right? A fellow immediately jumped out. Jiang Chen, how long are you going to keep that act up? The Duke of Tianshui has already slapped himself. You will be adding to your list of crimes if you can't offer a full explanation. Yes, if you can't say anything, then you would be misleading the king and mocking the country's nobles. The entire Jiang family clan should be executed in that case. These fellows were definitely cut from the same cloth. They even shared the same mantra of executing someone's entire family clan. On the other hand, Jiang Chen gave a lazy yawn and said carelessly, "Your Majesty, the manifestation of the gods is an exceedingly sacred matter. These fellows can't stop going on about executing an entire family's clans. Are they not afraid of endangering the princess' health if they enrage the gods? Do they want their family's clans to be executed?" Jiang Chen took a few steps forward after he'd finished and stood in front of the crowd of old fellows, lecturing them in a righteous anger. "All of you make a lot of fuss, but have you ever really thought about the princess' illness? What has the holy task of curing Her Highness become in your eyes? A tool with which to persecute political enemies and oppress the kind-hearted? Duke of Tianshui, you keep calling for the execution of the entire Jiang family clan. If I had not had the great fortune to survive and was instead truly caned to death, then how could I have carried this message regarding the princess' sickness to His Majesty? Is your so-called loyalty nothing more than forcing your king to a cliff's edge and ending the princess' life? You're awesome, you're powerful, yet which one of you can step forward and tell me what is the matter with Her Highness? You don't have the ability to do so but envy those who can, and even forbid me to relay the message from the gods? And at the heart of it, I only received this divine vision after being nearly caned to death. Was this easy for me? What if the gods are infuriated and thus depart? Can you bear the responsibility? I have one final question for you. What if the gods are truly angered and require the execution of your family clans in order to save Her Highness? You speak of fealty and valor. Would you be willing to erase your family clans in order to ease some of His Majesty's burdens? Jiang Chen gave voice to a variety of frustrations and took great pleasure in these questions that descended like a barrage of arrows. He used this excuse to wax eloquent and hovered stiflingly over these nobles like black clouds over a city. They were at a loss for words and could only stare in disbelief. Particularly that last question, that one caused each of their expression to drastically shift and shudder in horror and fright. They had originally come to help the Duke of Tianshui suppress the Jiang family and kick a defeated enemy when it was down. But now, Tianshui's supporters couldn't find the courage to even if they tried. If this brat really used the will of the gods as an excuse to convince His Majesty to execute their family clans. Considering His Majesty's unconditional love for the princess, it was a legitimate possibility. Jiang Chen had only one thought as he looked at the faces pale with terror around him. Who knew it would be such a satisfying thing to heckle these morally lacking old guys? Especially since these old geezers actually thought they were something, simply because they held power and prestige. All right. Young Duke Jiang, you've said your piece, and those at fault have punished themselves. The real issue at stake here is the matter of the princess' illness. It was at this moment that a neutral third party stepped forward and smoothed things over. Logically speaking, neutral bystanders were only along for the ride and even less worried about the situation getting out of hand. But things heating up more would not help the king, and the king's heart was very anxious indeed. The princess' illness? Jiang Chen paused in surprise. Who said the princess is sick? Didn't I say earlier that the princess isn't sick? This again. Eastern Lu raked his gaze over Jiang Feng, causing cold shivers to travel up the latter's neck. He grumbled inside, "Darn kid, finish your thought and stop talking in cliffhangers." Your Majesty, your humble subject has one question. When Her Highness was born, was it a day of a solar eclipse? Traces of a calm smile could be found in the curve of Jiang Chen's lips. Eastern Lu inwardly started in shock. How did he know that? Had he really had a dream from the gods? Society regarded the solar eclipse as an unlucky omen. Thus, Eastern Lu had always avoided this topic. Not only Her Highness, but when the princess mother was born, the day must have also seen a solar eclipse. This phenomenon had continued for 9 generations of girls, and as this heritage continued, yin and yang became out of balance. The body slowly lacked yang, and upon the 9th generation, a body with a yin constitution was born. When Jiang Chen spoke the words "a body with a yin constitution," he did so with a heavy heart. This had plagued his past life for many, many years. Even his old man, the celestial emperor, could not fully resolve this problem. Therefore, he had felt an immediate kinship born out of shared misery when he saw Eastern Jirua, and had immediately diagnosed the source of the problem. It was due to this pain of shared misery that he stopped playing dead, because he saw in the princess a way to settle the Jiang family's current crisis. How else had he offended the royal family, if not by farting during the rites? And why had the rites been held? Were they not to obtain blessings for Eastern Jirua? If he could solve Eastern Jirua's problem, was that not the best way to clean up after his mess? Who would have thought that Eastern Jirua would be born with a yin body? These kinds of people were one in hundreds of millions. Who could have foreseen that the wheel of reincarnation had brought Jiang Chen in contact with one? One had to say, fortune was a mysterious thing. Eastern Jirua did not have the same birth as the past Jiang Chen, and thus her fortunes were much more unlucky. Without the celestial emperor for a father and lacking the sun moon Dan to prolong her lifespan would naturally be much shorter. She was 13 at the moment, and all diagnoses indicated that it would be difficult for Eastern Jirua to live past 14. This was why Eastern Lu, a father who loved his daughter more than anything, had held the rites of heavenly worship in order to pray for his daughter. A body with a yin constitution? The assembled nobles started whispering to each other. It was apparent that none of them had heard the term before. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen spoke with such self-assurance and specifics, they would have all loudly denounced Jiang Chen as a pathological liar. It took a while for Eastern Lu to recover from his shock. Jiang Chen was at least correct with regards to the solar eclipse. Eastern Jirua and her mother had both been born under a solar eclipse. At the moment, Eastern Lu became a believer. It would seem that this Jiang kid had truly received guidance from the gods and was conveying their messages. Is it possible that we have moved the heavens and gods with our sincerity? Eastern Lu asked in excited agitation, his posture as humble as could be. Then, Jiang Chen, is it possible to cure this yin constitution? A yin constitution itself is not a sickness, it is a disability. If Her Highness had never practiced martial Dao or attempted to train her qi, then there would be no problem for her to live 30 or 50 years. It was wrong to force her to train, this weakened her already fragile middle qi. Therefore, if there is no outside intervention, then it would be difficult for Her Highness to live beyond the age of 16. This diagnosis was actually similar to the ones from the royal doctors. After hearing these words, more and more starting wondering, had this Jiang Chen really received divine guidance from above? How else could he talk in such specifics? Eastern Lu hurriedly asked, outside intervention? Does this mean that there are still some methods to deal with a yin constitution? It's not an illness to begin with, so naturally there are methods. The first step is to halt all martial Dao practice, and to discontinue taking the pills that improve the body's inner energy passages, the meridians. Otherwise, even if divine intervention happens, we would not be able to do much in half a year. These words caused Eastern Lu's heart to race as he felt that he had narrowly escaped death. He had always thought that Eastern Jirua had a weak body and thus had been a strong champion of her training. Even if she did not succeed in her training, it would not be a bad thing to strengthen her body. But who would have known that the training would completely backfire, and those pills would become fatal poison? What should we do next? It was as if Eastern Lu had become a devout, knowledge-seeking student as he asked in disgrace. Pardon my candor, the princess will never be able to train in this life. A body with a yin constitution does not live long. The most pressing issue is to prolong her life. This process will be lengthy as there is no quick fix. If your majesty trusts your humble subject, then please give the princess life into my keeping. If your majesty does not trust me, then please give the orders to haul me off to the dungeons. Speak not this way, Minister Jiang. It is as if the sun has broken through clouds and we have been enlightened after we have spoken with you. Jiruo's matters are in your hands now. Whatever you ask for will be granted. In addition, we are granting you the royal engraved dragon medallion. You can freely enter and exit the palace with this token, and do not have to kowtow when you see our royal presence. Eastern Lu was definitely the ruler of a kingdom. No ordinary person could match up to his generosity and shrewdness. He had been calling for Jiang Chen's head a second ago, but had awarded the engraved dragon medallion the next. Jiang Chen would not even have to bow when he sought his liege. This was an honor that not even the three excellencies in the palace enjoyed. The Duke of Tianshui desperately wished a hole in the ground would swallow him up. Although the king had not deliberately caused him to lose face, but to reward Jiang Chen so richly was worse than slapping the duke across the face. Chapter 5, If I can't cure you, then I'll go down with you. Chapter 5, If I can't cure you, then I'll go down with you. What did it mean to receive the engraved dragon medallion from the supreme ruler of a kingdom? This meant Jiang Chen could freely enter and exit the palace. If this kid really did cure the princess, then he would be the king's favorite and harbinger of fortune. He would enjoy the king's love and goodwill. Who in the kingdom wouldn't treat him with all due respect then? Jiang Chen merely went along with the situation and the assembled crowd's expectations when he genuflected and accepted the engraved dragon medallion. To be honest, as the venerated son of the celestial emperor in his past life, he really could not bring himself to bend his knee to a common king. He naturally would not decline something that waived the need to kowtow to a king. And of course, one had to make some sort of statement when one had accepted such a gift. He slapped his chest and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, your humble subject does not make empty boasts. I will say only this: if any accident befalls Her Highness due to my incompetency in curing her, then your humble subject will join the princess in death." There existed many beautiful words and sentences to express loyalty, but none were more straightforward than that sentence. Can't cure her? Then I'll die with her. This was a grand gesture that involved the lives of one's own family. Out of all the nobles under heaven, who would have this kind of spirit, this amount of loyalty? In that moment, even Jiang Chen was almost moved by his mesmerizing performance. A performance that could touch even the performer's heart naturally conquered others. The nobles and high-ranking officials who had accompanied Eastern Lu were also secretly surprised. Who would have thought the heir of Jiang Han would have such spirit? Like father, like son. A tiger father would not beget a dog son. Even the crowd with the Duke of Tianshui felt that, if their positions were reversed, they would not have this strength of character. Jiang Chen's performance was not yet over. He continued, "Your Majesty, the gods have further guidance. The events of today must remain a secret, with not a single word leaking out. This is to firstly avoid dishonoring the gods, and secondly to preserve your Majesty's reputation. If word got out, the comical events of tonight might actually harm Eastern Lu's reputation. After all, watching his duke slap himself was not exactly a dignified thing to witness. And of course, the most important thing was to avoid dishonoring the gods. If someone leaked the secret and angered the gods, who in turn blamed it on Eastern Jiruo, then the situation would be very grave indeed. Eastern Lu commanded without hesitation, "Not a single word regarding the events of today shall be discussed after leaving this room. Whoever does so defies the Eastern royal family." It was a good thing not that many people were present. Excluding those associated with the Duke of Jianghan, those who had accompanied the king numbered only 6 or 7. They were all crafty foxes in politics and knew that the king was deadly serious. If even a hint of this matter got out, then all of their lives would be at stake. And not to mention that their performance today wasn't exactly the most ideal, their reputations would suffer along with the king's if any gossip circulated. Jiang Chen scaring the nobles silly in the name of the gods, like a fox borrowing a tiger's fierceness, primarily had to do with his desire to stay under the radar. He didn't want the people of this country to view him as a freak of nature if this got out. Eastern Lu was quite touched and spoke a rare sentence filled with emotion as he grasped Jiang Feng's hand. Duke of Jianhan, your loyalty and your son's fealty are greatly moving. Jiang Feng could only smile wryly. His son had courage enough for two people, and had, fortunately, handled the situation beautifully. If he protested otherwise, he would be creating needless trouble. He could only nag inwardly. You darn kid, you're having a ball of a time. You had better not mess it up. Whatever, you're my son after all. If it all goes south, your old man will step in and take the hits for you no matter how bad things get. Jiang Feng's mental state had calmed down quite a bit after the emotional and situational roller coaster he had just been on. They said that a long-suffering patient becomes a doctor for that ailment. The past Jiang Chen had been plagued by his inconstitution since birth, and thus had naturally committed quite a bit of study in this area. Of course, with his current circumstances, it would be more than impossible to refine a sun moon pill like his past father had. It would be idiotic nonsense to even think of doing so. The sun moon pill was a medicine that violated the course of nature in granting the user more life. Even the celestial emperor had exhausted his spiritual energy and sacrificed some years of his life in order to successfully refine one. It was possible that not even one of the ingredients needed to refine the sun moon pill existed in this world. Even if they did, there was absolutely no way anyone could expend the level of resources that the celestial emperor had to create the pill. So the sun moon pill was out of the question, but medicines imitating the effects of the sun moon pill existed. Even if they could only offer 1/10,000th of what the sun moon pill could do, it was enough to prolong someone's life by 100 years. Remember, the past Jiang Chen had taken the sun moon pill and lived millions of years. He was nigh well immortal if it hadn't been for the cataclysm. With Eastern Jirua's situation, there was no way she could live millions of years, even if the celestial emperor came back from the dead. But to help her live another 80 or 100 years, that Jiang Chen could do, and in more ways than one. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of doing that in one fell swoop. If he quickly resolved Eastern Jirua's problem with minimal effort, then Eastern Lu's gratitude would fade away just as easily. The hearts and minds of kings and emperors were constantly and easily changed. Long-term peaceful coexistence never followed short-term gratefulness. Jiang Chen needed time, and given enough time, he wouldn't even deign to worry about the mere ruler of a common kingdom. Thus, he decided to go slow and steady. After all, the only thing he needed to accomplish was to prolong the princess' life. This way, not only would he win the extra time he needed, but also gain an invisible layer of protection as well. Anyone who wanted to create trouble for Her Highness' exclusive royal physician needed to first decide if they could afford the consequences of the king's wrath. Jiang Chen held many profound and flowery conversations with the visitors before finally agreeing to treat the princess in 3 days. Only then did the crowd of people leave. But then it was Fatty Xian who drifted closer with a mournful face. Brother Chen, you are too cruel. You should have given your brother a hint. That illustrated version of the carnal prayer mat was the last of its kind, and now it's gone up in flames. What am I going to do during those long and lonely nights now? And that note for 10,000 silvers, that was inauthentic. Damn Fatty, you dare say that note was authentic? Jiang Chen watched the morally lacking Fatty with a smile playing around his lips. The Fatty laughed and scratched his head. I wasn't done yet. That was an authentic haul of the 9 Underworlds production. I spent a solid 5 silvers on it. Hall of the 9 Underworlds was a time-honored store that specialized in printing paper money to burn for the dead. The Fatty's face jiggled twice in pain when he spoke of the 5 silvers. All Fatties were quite miserly. Asking them to take money out of their pockets was as painful as bleeding for them. Brother Chen, I can put the note for 10,000 silvers behind us. But that copy of Carnal Prayer Mat was really the last. Put it behind us? I'd forgotten before you brought it up. Damn Fatty, when are you going to return that 10,000 silvers you borrowed? Jiang Chen laughed as he spoke. Brother Chen, what's that you say? You were too convincing when you were playing dead, I completely believed you. I cried too hard because I was heartbroken and injured my eardrums. I can't hear very well now. No, this will not do, I need to go find a doctor. Brother Chen, rest up and I'll be back to see you. Fatty had already slipped out the door before his last sentence was delivered. In addition to Xin Fatty, Hu Bingyu and Yang Zong were steadfast friends with Jiang Chen. Seeing that Fatty Xian had fled, Hu Bingyu spoke briefly with Jiang Chen and took his leave as well. Yang Zong had wanted to offer an explanation, but said nothing in the end after Jiang Chen clapped his shoulder. He left as well. When all had left, only the Jiang father and son were left in the hall. Jiang Feng drew his sword without a word. Brilliantly cold light flashed with a shake of his wrist, and the ebony coffin occupying the center of the hall promptly splintered away into wood fragments. Come, someone clean up and take that away to be burned. Clear out this unlucky air. Mere words could not describe how elated Jiang Feng was to regain a son he thought he'd lost. On the other hand, Jiang Chen looked at his father with a small smile. Father, do you not have anything to ask me? Ha! Jiang Feng laughed heartily and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. You are my son, I will deal with the consequences no matter what you do. That left Jiang Chen speechless. This dad was seriously lacking in principles. But one had to know that the prior Jiang Chen in this body was as close to an incorrigible rascal as one could get. If he had really died, then only one line needed to be written for his epitaph: here lies a noble who did everything but his duty. A small mishap every 3 days, a large calamity every 5 days. Jiang Feng had almost forgotten how many times he'd cleaned up after his son. Of course, that wasn't to say that this kid didn't have any positive traits about him. At least he was loyal and had that smallest amount of dependability. Otherwise he wouldn't have a crew of fellow ne'er-do-wells around him calling him their leader. To sum up, it would have been difficult to find something positive to say about Jiang Chen. It would have been easier to find a needle in a haystack. But to identify some of his cons, those were numerous and easy to pinpoint. It would have been fine for the privileged children of noble households to have some character flaws. But this kid's greatest failing was that he was extremely lazy about training. AI, what a fellow who didn't value what he had. Jiang Chen had to admit that much when he had finished sorting through the previous fellow's memories. That Jiang Chen had truly been a bit of a lost cause. An unconditionally supportive old man, and not too shabby potential. He had been born with a gold spoon in his mouth in the Eastern Kingdom. But amongst his peers, this fellow had fallen to the last in his class. As the heir to each respective dukedom, they could not take up residence within the kingdom's capital. They should have actually been in their own territory. The heirs and rulers of each dukedom had gathered in order to participate in the bicentennial hidden dragon trials. There were 108 dukedoms in the Eastern Kingdom, but the rulers of these dukedoms were not carved in stone. The hidden dragon trials that took place every 20 years were a test for the designated heirs. Only if the heir successfully passed the hidden dragon trials was he allowed to retain command over the family's dukedom, territory, and heritage. If he failed, the family would have to relinquish command, have their lands seized and their title revoked. They would revert to being a wealthy family with no power or prestige. If they became a family with no might or clout, then their collapse and eventual demise would be very likely. Just as monkeys scatter when a tree falls, it would be a foregone conclusion that their influence would be diminished, and that people would abandon the family. After all, losing the dukedom meant that the family had lost all trappings of power and many sources of income. The family would have to subsist on their savings, and that was not enough to feed an army of underlings and guards. The royal family would also not allow those who had lost their dukedoms to thrive and grow stronger than the current dukes. The hidden dragon trials were quite lengthy as they spanned over 3 years. At the end of the 3 years, a ceremony of inheritance would be held in the capital for the heirs who had successfully passed the tests. This meant that the power of a duchy and its lands were retained for another 20 years. And after 20 years, a representative from the new generation must be sent to participate in the Hidden Dragon Trials. The purpose of the Hidden Dragon Trials was to ensure that each dukedom maintained a situation of cultivating a plethora of talents, and to avoid halts on the path of self-improvement. If you couldn't pass, then you lost the family's dukedom. These were the rules of survival in this world. Simple. Direct. Brutal. Violent. Chapter 6, Steward Jiang Zhang's Worries. Chapter 6, Steward Jiang Zhang's Worries. The Jiang Duke's household was in dire straits in the face of such brutal competition. There was only half a year left until the Hidden Dragon Trials, and the previous Jiang Chen's performance could only be summed up with one word: disastrous. There were numerous examinations that needed to be completed prior to the trials, but quite a few hadn't even been started. Even without the incident at the rites of heavenly worship, Jiang Chen only had a 30 to 40% chance of passing the trials. He was one of the hot contenders for family demotion. However, the Jiang Chen now was not disheartened at all. In fact, he was rather excited. The strong reign supreme. It seems that this rule of survival applies from those in higher positions to the common masses down below with no exception. I could not train in my past life and thus did not have the opportunity to experience this, but now that I'm living in the most glorious years of life, I cannot miss this. In his past life, he held the exalted position of the son of the celestial emperor. No one dared offend him. However, his constitution prevented him from training. It was impossible to even consider concealing his identity and engaging others in combat incognito. In this life, he could finally train to his heart's content and relish in the glories of ascending to the peak of the martial way. This was the stage he enjoyed. Since I've promised Eastern Lu that I will enter the palace in 3 days to diagnose the princess, I need to make good use of these 3 days, not to mention my current identity as one of the candidates for the Hidden Dragon Trials. There's still 6 months until the final examinations for the trials. As the heir to Jiang Han dukedom, even though the position of duke doesn't mean much, I should at least gain some face for that cute old dad of mine, shouldn't I? I can't let old dad lose something like the dukedom. As he organized his thoughts, Jiang Chen realized that time was of the essence. One had to give it to them, the people who had carried out the caning sure knew their stuff. Forget about the past Jiang Chen, even practitioners who were twice as strong would be hard-pressed to survive that ordeal. His misfortune was this Jiang Chen's good fortune and new body, but this body was quite severely injured. If he didn't get a grip on his injuries, forget about entering the palace in 3 days to cure the princess, he would miss even the trial's small test at the end of the month. The Hidden Dragon Trials held a small test every month and all the scores were cumulative. A lot of homework would descend if one missed the test in 1 month. The prior Jiang Chen already owed a ton of homework. If this continued, he would probably be failed out of the trials before the final examinations. This was exactly what Jiang Chen didn't want to happen. In his past life, as the son of the celestial emperor, he had spent millions of years researching and refining Tao of alchemy. Although he was utterly worthless for martial cultivation, he was a renowned alchemy master in the world of alchemy. Many alchemy masters had solicited his teachings in the Tao of alchemy. If this was his past life, any random pill would enable him to fully recover and be roaring with vitality. But that was his past life, there was no way that this life could measure up to that. It was a good thing that Jiang Chen had been in charge of the Tianlang library for millions of years and read countless scrolls and books. His knowledge knew no bounds, spanning from common sense to the ways of the gods themselves. Handling these types of injuries was a small thing. After a night of rest, Jiang Chen thought briefly the next morning, took out his brush and ink, and wrote out a list. Jiang Zhang. He yelled towards the door. The Duke of Jianghang had appointed Jiang Zhang to be Jiang Chen's personal steward, in charge of taking care of Jiang Chen's day-to-day life and fulfilling his daily needs. Jiang Zhang had received his due share of ton lashings for the incident at the Autumn Crane. He had been on tenterhooks all night long. They said that a servant would rather die than see his master humiliated, so by all accounts, Jiang Chen should have died for neglecting his duties. But he just couldn't bring himself to accept that fact. He had been quite diligent in serving this young master, but the young duke just really wouldn't shape up. The servants and butlers of other dukedoms lived a good life whilst serving their masters, eating and drinking only the best and being feted wherever they went. But Jiang Zhang's master was an odd one, alternating between whiling the time away one day and throwing out crazy ideas the next. To top it off, this young master always told Jiang Zhang to take the blame if anything went south. Therefore, he had put out his fair share of fires and taken quite a bit of blame in the days that he had served Jiang Chen. Not only did Jiang Zhang feel a decided lack of increased status with his awarded position, but he rather felt that he was being worked to death. Say for instance, money. This young master spent money as easily as breathing. If a friend were to get into a sticky situation today, he'd make it right with money. If another brother stirred up trouble tomorrow, he would again put it to rest with money. Although the Duke of Jianghan was generous with his money, he could not keep up with the pace of the young master's spending. It was only mid-month, yet the entire month's allowance had already been spent. Thus, Jiang Zhang now only wanted to be left alone and count his blessings if it was peaceful and quiet. His head started to hurt as soon as he heard Jiang Chen's voice. But he couldn't refuse his master's call. "Young Duke, your servant is incompetent and did not take care of you. Please punish your servant severely. Even if you withdrew your servant's job, your servant would not breath a single ill word." Jiang Zhang immediately fell to the floor in a bow as soon as he entered. The fluff of incompetence and "please punish severely" were just empty words. The Duke of Jianghan was not pursuing the matter further, which meant Jiang Zhang had successfully absolved all responsibility. Even though this young duke was a good-for-naught and had no desire to advance in life, he didn't have the bad habit of being cruel towards his underlings. If it was the previous Jiang Chen, he most likely would not have discerned the true meaning behind Jiang Zhang's words. But the Jiang Chen of today had experienced millions of years, had a good grasp of most matters, and was well versed in social dynamics. A song's meaning could be gleaned from its melody. One could tell that steward Jiang Zhang had suffered too much at the hands of the previous Jiang Chen, and wanted to throw it all down and quit. Jiang Chen didn't reveal the steward's intention and chuckled, "Jiang Zhang, my father had meant to award you riches and honor when he appointed you to me. Alas, you enjoyed no riches and honor during this time and have toiled ceaselessly to clean up after me and put out fires. I have noted your loyal service." Jiang Zhang stared dazedly. What direction was the wind blowing in from today? Where did the young duke learn these words of comfort and warmth? "Jiang Zhang, we've already run out of this month's allowance, right?" Jiang Chen did not wait for Jiang Zhang to respond and asked with a smile that, at the same time, didn't seem to be a smile. Jiang Zhang had never enjoyed such a thoughtful conversation and didn't know how to respond. He almost wanted to beat his chest and promise, "Don't worry about this, young duke. I, Jiang Zhang, will find a way." But a thought struck him, wait a second. If I make this promise, where on earth am I going to find money to fill this hole? The young duke's mouth is as sweet as sugar today. Is this a new prank he's playing on me? Jiang Zhang's guard came up in the span of a second and his wariness increased tenfold. Jiang Chen gave a loud laugh upon seeing Jiang Zhang hesitate with lingering fear. "Jiang Zhang, this is the situation. I have a list here with some medicinal ingredients on it. Go obtain a dosage for me from the Hall of Healing according to the amounts listed." Jiang Zhang dumbly accepted the list but didn't move. He had the list all right, but what about the money? The ingredients at the Hall of Healing weren't free now, were they? It's not like your family owned the Hall of Healing. "Jiang Zhang, pretend that we aren't master and servant, but just two friends casually chatting. As a steward yourself, at what level of experience and accomplishment would you say makes for an ideal steward? Or how about, what makes someone the best steward to you?" Best steward? Forget about being the best, Jiang Zhang wanted to cry. Out of all the body servants to the 108 dukes, Jiang Chen would be enormously happy if he wasn't ranked last. Why the long face? Tell me what you're thinking, Jiang Chen encouraged. Jiang Chen paused, swallowed, and gathered his courage. Do you really want me to say? Speak. You will be rewarded if you speak well. Having been rewarded with too many bounced checks before, Jiang Chen didn't dare put any stock in the thought of a reward. Jiang Chen actually handed out rewards quite often, but even more frequently did something like rewarding you with 1,000 silver 1 second, but borrowing 2,000 off. You the next. But the mention of the best, the most admired and the most ideal stewards caused Jiang Zhang's thoughts to race. Frankly speaking, even though followers of the noble and powerful were not themselves noble or powerful, they still had dreams and career aspirations. Some had even written it into a limerick. Jiang Zhang drew courage from Wu Nu whereupon seeing Jiang Chen's serious expression and said, Young Duke, some limericks are quite popular in the capital. They describe people in jobs like mine. Oh? Tell me about it. Jiang Chen grew curious. The limerick goes, delicacies from land and sea, dressed in fine attire and riding well-groomed horses, a manor and surrounding lands, home filled with gold and silver. Conversing with the powerful, befriending the noble, wives coexisting in harmony, doting on sons and grandchildren. Regulars at the autumn crane, financier of the garden of returning spring, whoring with dukes and princes, drinking at the same table with esteemed officials. Jiang Chen applauded in hearty laughter as Jiang Zhang recited around 4 stanzas in one go. Not bad, not bad. Quite interesting. Garden of the returning spring, that must be a land of temptation? Jiang Zhang joined his master in laughter but was secretly full of disdain. It's not like you haven't been to those places, what are you acting all innocent for? Jiang Zhang, I have observed you for a period of time and have confidence in your abilities. Now, if you can complete this mission, and it won't take long, I will fulfill the dreams of wealth and honor you've had during this time. At that time, you will surely feel you are the most successful steward. Mission? What mission? Jiang Zhang gave a start. His first thought was that he had to be on his guard as this young master had something up his sleeve again. Why, the list in your hand, of course. Take good care of it, it's a treasure that money can't buy. Take it to the Hall of Healing and ask to speak to the person in charge. What do I want with the person in charge? I can ask anyone in the hall to grab these ingredients for me. The person in charge of the Hall of Healing is an arrogant, stuck-up type. It's not easy to get a meeting with him. Jiang Zhang growled in a low, muffled voice. Heh, just do as I say. If the person in charge won't see you, just tell them that they'll surely regret it later. Even if they cling to your legs and beg you in the future, they will only taste the bitterness of regret. Jiang Zhang almost wanted to feel the young duke's forehead. Was the young duke burning up with a fever of idiocy because of his caning? Was he sleep-talking? Jiang Zhan was well acquainted with how high the minimum requirements were and how arrogant those at the Hall of Healing were. He was reminded every time he went to obtain medicine for his master. The people there simply didn't have the time to waste in idle chatter. Jiang Zhang, you must be inwardly cursing my name, thinking that I'm talking nonsense. You must think that I'm sending you on a fool's errand by telling you to fetch medicine ingredients without giving you the silver to do so. Let me tell you something, the list you hold in your hands is no ordinary list. It's a pill recipe that has been lost since ancient times. Even 10 million silver would not be enough to purchase this recipe at an auction house. Pill recipe? Jiang Zhang's face morphed into a smile that was uglier than crying. Young Duke, please don't laugh at your humble servant's expense. Since when did our Jiang family possess an ancient pill remedy? Do you feel that your humble servant has not yet reached the limits of his emotional capacity and wish for him to know how it feels to be driven into a corner? Jiang Zhan laughed until his eyes were red. He really was about to cry. Chapter 7, Jiang Zhang Stage, Pride and Elation. Chapter 7, Jiang Zhang Stage, Pride and Elation. Jiang Chen seriously wanted to break down when faced with such a master. This month's allowance had already run out, and the ingredients on this list were impossible to obtain without 10,000 silver. To use this single list and demand 10 million silver in exchange, was this not a sign of sheer insanity? Go ahead, cry. A man crying is not a crime. Jiang Chen chuckled, but what if I were to tell you that this list came from the gods? Would you still that I was crazy? I'm treating the princess sickness? Do you also think I'm crazy? Even if I were crazy, would I drag my father, my entire family into this? I may be a good for nothing, but I'm not that completely brainless, am I? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded by the questions that flew like a hail of arrows. It was true, although this master had committed his fair share of ridiculous acts, he wouldn't go so far as to bring down the entire Jiang family, would he now? Was it possible that the bit about a message from the gods was actually true? Jiang Chen, I can truthfully tell you that we will not sell the list in your hand for all the silver in the world. You tell the person in charge of the Hall of Healing that they aren't the only pharmacy in the Eastern Kingdom. If they don't want it, then the Temple of the Farmer God or the Pill King Garden would break their heads to obtain it. They'll drown in their own regret when the Hall of Healing is surpassed by others. As soon as pill goes into production, all the medicines out on the market will be taken off the shelves and dumped into the trash. They'll be worthless. Jiang Chen gestured as he said this firmly with utmost confidence. He wasn't simply sprouting hogwash. Jiang Chen had already filtered through all the pill recipes in his mind an endless number of times, eliminated all the holy and divine level pill recipes and finally settled on one that wasn't too out of the ordinary, but definitely quite rare. And the most important thing was, given Eastern Kingdom's level of medicine, the ingredients that this recipe needed weren't outside their tolerance range. Seeing as Jiang Chen still wore a skeptical expression, Jiang Chen really wanted to storm over and stomp the man a few times. Like it was that easy for the wonderful me to select such a recipe. One had to know that in his past life, Jiang Chen couldn't train because of his constitution. Therefore, in the millions of years as caretaker of the Tianlang Library, his greatest hobby was to pursue the Tao of alchemy. One could say that those millions of years had seen him ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao of alchemy, on the same standing as those undying alchemy legends who were renowned throughout the lands. For the past Jiang Chen, finding a pill recipe was as easy as eating and drinking. But for a small place like the Eastern Kingdom, a pill recipe that was too sophisticated might as well have been written in archaic hieroglyphics. No one would be able to understand it. He didn't even want to waste brainpower on recipes that were too basic or pointless. He had expended a considerable amount of thought and effort into picking this particular one out of a list of common pill recipes. But Jiang Chen firmly believed that if dropped into a place like the Eastern Kingdom, the recipe would still shock people to the core. At the end of the day, Jiang Chen still set on his way. It wasn't like he had been convinced by Jiang Chen, he earnestly told himself along the way. As much of a lay about the young master was, he wouldn't make a joke out of the princess' illness or gamble with the lives of the entire family. So, he resolutely tried to convince himself that maybe the gods did look upon the young master with favor, and maybe he did obtain a priceless pill recipe as a result. Although he was still quite skeptical, especially after recalling the crazy antics that Jiang Chen would normally engage in, Jiang Chen really had no choice. Even though he knew this was ridiculous beyond belief, he still had to gird up his loins and give it a try. Otherwise, although he could manage, by the skin of his teeth, to scrape enough money together and buy all the listed ingredients, he would go home to a different kind of disaster when he faced his wife. They say that to be a young Duke's steward is something to crow and strut around about, but why do I feel that my days have been so aggrieved? He tragically wiped away at the corners of his eyes and walked listlessly to the Hall of Healing. If it really comes down to it, I'll just let them mock and jeer at me for a while. It wouldn't be the first time anyways. Jiang Chen felt a bit better after this thought struck him. The Hall of Healing was a famed, influential power in the imperial city. Its very buildings were picturesque boardwalk. When Jiang Chen made it to the front steps of the Hall of Healing, he felt that both his legs were going numb. A sense of fear started growing in his heart as he thought about the haughty attitude and disdaining tones of the associates at the Hall of Healing. I need some medicine ingredients. Jiang Chen gathered up his courage multiple times before finally making it through the front door and to the counter. The associates at the Hall of Healing were all professionally trained before starting work. The first skill that was trained was the ability to remember faces. Which faces needed to be fawned on, which needed to be flattered, which faces were enough with a normal attitude, and which the associates could be a dick to. Jiang Zheng's face was an unfamiliar one, and thus was naturally someone who the associates could be a dick to. Ahem. Sir, buying medicine ingredients is fine. But let's talk about the rules first. The hall does not do business on credit, ingredients and money need to both be fully paid out. Jiang Zheng hurriedly said, "Cash, I have cash." The associate glanced at the list and flicked some beads on an abacus. 8 types of spirit-level ingredients in total, 9,800 silver according to the ingredients' weight. Same as usual, pay first, then you get the ingredients. Jiang Zheng flushed and coughed fakely twice. He lightly knocked on the counter and said, I want to speak to the person in charge. What? The associate's face darkened. No money? How dare you ask for ingredients with no money? You want to speak to the person in charge? Do you know how busy the head of the hall is? Each of his minutes is worth tens of thousands of silver. How would he have time for you? Can you bear the responsibility and costs of wasting their time? Go out the door and take a right. Read the hall's rules. Is that easy to speak to the head? Are you a prince or minister, or an esteemed duke? If you want your ingredients, then pay up. If not, then get out of my way and don't disturb us from doing business. The associate flapped his hands with an impatient expression on his face, his spittle almost spraying Jiang Zheng's face. The level of apparent distaste was the same as if the associate was shooing away an annoying fly. It wasn't as if Jiang Zheng hadn't received his fair share of contempt and derision at the Hall of Healing before. It wasn't as if he was someone who couldn't take that kind of treatment. The truth was, he had endured far too much during this time. Did they really have to be such snobs? Really have to be such dicks? Jiang Zheng could bear it no longer. This associate's particular attitude was the straw that broke the camel's back, he erupted. A metallic token of sorts was slapped hard onto the counter. Jiang Zheng gave the associate a resounding slap across the face. Open your worthless eyes and take a good look at what this is. The person in charge is worth 10,000 silver a minute? Would I have deigned to let you know that I'm worth several million silver a minute? How dare you delay my business? I can make your Hall of Healing close-up shop. Do your parents know how you're such a wonderful, such an all-powerful employee? Does your head know? The associate was seeing stars from the force of that slap. He held his face, disbelief writ plain in his eyes. This was the Hall of Healing. One of the most prominent places in the entire imperial capital. In an ordinary day of work, even noble and powerful families had to be restrained, polite and accommodating when they came here. But today, he had been hit. And by someone who was dressed very plainly, someone who was obviously not the servant of a noble and powerful family. Was the sky caving in? He immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Someone's come to cause trouble in the hall, he's beating people up. A crowd of fully armored warriors bristling with weaponry rushed out immediately as soon as the scream like a pig being slaughtered sounded out. Someone who seemed to hold a position of authority also walked out from the back. He was about to thunder into a rage at the sight of the plainly dressed, ordinary-looking instigator when the shiny engraved dragon medallion on the counter caught his eye. His expression immediately changed drastically. Administrator, that's the dog of a slave who dared to hit me. This wasn't a beating just for me, but also one aimed towards the hallowed name of the Hall of Healing. The associate who had been beaten immediately tattled like a child seeing their parents when he saw a familiar face. As soon as he'd finished, a cleaner, crueler slap landed nicely on his cheek. That slap flung him a few meters away from the counter. But this time, it was Administrator He who had slapped the associate. "You worthless thing, did your eyes grow on your butt? How dare you retort against an esteemed guest? It was a well-deserved slap, you'd deserve it if you were beaten to death." Having rebuked the associate, Administrator He's menacing expression morphed into a face wreathed with smiles, as if spring had returned to the earth. "Sir, my underlings were blind and have offended your noble self." He turned his head to yell gruffly at the warriors, "What the hell are you all doing? Sitting around watching the paint peel? Scram!" These warriors were plainly under the command of Administrator He as they about-faced and marched away after receiving their orders. Jiang Chen hadn't expected this turn of events. He'd actually briefly lost his rationality just now and had erupted under the strain and goading. To be honest, the young master had given him this gold medallion. He didn't even know what it was, just that the young master had said it may come in handy. He had nothing to lose and everything to gain when he tried it. Who knew, it really did come in handy. It was curiously useful. No shit, it would come in handy. The king's engraved dragon medallion was the highest level token that could be awarded. How could it not be useful? One could behave with impunity in the Eastern Kingdom with this in hand. "May I learn your noble name? Please, come this way." "My underlings were idiots, please allow your humble servant to express his apologies." Jiang Chen hadn't lived under a rock his whole life. He knew that it was due to the gold medallion that the person in front of him was falling over himself to please Jiang Zhang. Damn, it felt good. Good feelings aside, Jiang Chen didn't lose his composure. He had fully grasped the situation by now. It was originally just a small thing, but your associate, sigh. I will speak no more. Since the Hall of Healing does not welcome me, then I shall try my luck at the temple of the farmer god or the Pill King Garden. Perhaps the people there will treat me like a human being? Administrator He shuddered inwardly upon hearing those words. It was obvious that this esteemed guest was still seething. He surreptitiously checked out Jiang Zhang, but couldn't find any clues. He was dressed plainly and didn't look like a preeminent noble. Unless, this esteemed guest had changed his attire on purpose? What a strategy, he is quite a character indeed. Administrator He was at a loss as he couldn't get a read on the situation. Administrator He's thoughts drifted to the medallion upon seeing Jiang Zhang really preparing to leave. How would he dare let Jiang Zhang leave? The mysterious all-powerful medallion holder was sure to make trouble for the Hall of Healing. Although the hall didn't fear trouble knocking on its doors, it wished to avoid offending this level of character if possible. Please sir, hold your steps. My hall's third hallmaster and several elders happen to be in residence. You are a noble and esteemed guest, I shall immediately notify the hallmaster and elders. Even if you have later appointments, please allow my hall to serve you a cup of tea in apology. Unlike ordinary associates, Deacon He was a man experienced in the ways of life. He was flexible and adaptable, and had a knack of handling things properly. Jiang Zhang's motion of leaving was actually a fake move. To be honest, he felt beyond damn good. This was the first time he had felt this way since he had become the young Duke's steward. Pride and elation. During previous times, even mere associates in the Hall of Healing were high and mighty dicks, not to mention leader-type folks. None of them had a civil word for him. But today, this administrator he had to call himself little he'd before him, Jiang Zhang. Regardless of whether or not he could become the best steward in the future, at least he felt really damn good and really strong today. Suddenly, Jiang Zhang felt an unexpected bit of confidence in his household's young duke. Chapter 8, Shocking the Hall of Healing. Chapter 8, Shocking the Hall of Healing. One had to say, the engraved dragon medallion held quite a bit of influence. Whether it was the Hall of Healing's third hallmaster, or its elders, none of them dared to slight a holder of the dragon medallion. It wasn't that they didn't dare to insult such a character, it was more that they didn't wish to. Jiang Chen was swiftly invited inside. Apart from the third hallmaster, there was a male and a female elder present as well, fully demonstrating the depths of the hall's sincerity. It wasn't the first time that Jiang Chen had come to the Hall of Healing. The highest-ranked person he'd seen before was an administrator, and that was only in passing. He hadn't even had the opportunity to start a conversation. But, today, a hallmaster and two elders were standing in front of him and treating him as an honored guest. Wasn't this a drastic change in fortunes? Jiang Chen felt really damn good inside, but didn't let it go to his head. He resolutely told himself to calm down and to avoid showing fear. He knew that these folks were not giving him face, but the medallion instead. Since he had the medallion up his sleeve, what did he have to fear? One had to give it to him, Jiang Chen was something else alright. The three hallmasters still couldn't get a read on him after 3 rounds of tea. He chuckled and said, "This noble sir carries a medallion granted by the king himself. Sir must be an uncommon individual. May we glean a bit of your purpose here today? Granted by the king himself?" Jiang Chen almost flung the teacup from his hand in fright. When Jiang Chen had given him this medallion, he'd only said that it would be useful, but hadn't breathed a hint that it had been bestowed by the king himself. He finally understood why the Hall of Healing was being so polite. To be honest, it wasn't any major thing. I had come to obtain some medicine ingredients, and to discuss a bit of business with your hall. Buying medicine ingredients was a small thing in the eyes of the hallmaster and elders, something they wouldn't inquire further about. They were much more interested in that spot of business. May we know what business this might be? The hallmaster inquired non-committally. He wouldn't rashly agree to something before gaining a full understanding of this stranger's background. I have a pill recipe here, one that has been lost since ancient times. Jiang Chen didn't bother with small talk and cut straight to the chase. I won't sell this recipe, only share the profits. 50-50, you're in charge of the medicine ingredients, I'll just hold ownership. Holding ownership and asking for a 50-50 split, this was asking for a lot. Even if it was an exclusive pill recipe, it wasn't as if the Hall of Healing had never seen it before. This fellow was really demanding far too much. A 50-50th split, this was sheer robbery. Heh, the hall has seen our share of pill recipe trade before. We've always bought out the previous owner, and have no precedent for sharing profits. And not to mention the fact that we bear the costs. This 50-50 split it really is. Let's put it this way, may I take a look at the recipe first? The third hallmaster didn't shut down negotiations, but it was obvious that he wasn't too enthused. As for perusing the recipe, he did so out of a sense of professional courtesy. You can took a look alright, I'm just afraid you won't be able to understand it. Whatever, you can have a look. I have the refining method anyway, and I've left out some of the most important ingredients. Feel free to go through it, but don't even think about stealing it. Jiang Chen generously flung out the list and spoke with a careless, indifferent manner. He was as serene as a mountain. It was obvious to see that he was fully comfortable with the situation by now and was interacting with the hall's authority figures with ease. The third hallmaster took the recipe, cast a glance and slightly creased his brow. How was this a pill recipe that had been lost for ages? A regular piece of paper, ordinary handwriting. His first impression was that this was a scam. If you wanted to counterfeit an ancient pill recipe, at least find a yellowed piece of paper and write in sagacious calligraphy. What the heck was this? This counterfeit seriously lacked effort. Did he intend to use the dragon medallion to swindle the Hall of Healing? The two elders also looked at the recipe with odd expressions on their faces. Their gazes met, and both could read fraud in each other's eyes. The third hallmaster took back the recipe and scrutinized it again. His brow furrowed. The heavenly karma pill. I've never heard of this pill. It's a pill recipe from ancient times. Isn't it normal that you haven't heard of it? If you have, would it still be a long-lost recipe? Jiang Chen calmly wet his lips with a sip of tea. He put the teacup and lid onto the table with one smooth movement. You've seen the recipe now but can't recognize its true value. There will be others who can. I know your thoughts. You're thinking that this paper and handwriting looks too commonplace, and that it's a fake. Ah, whatever. One cannot talk to summer insects about ice. If you understood, you wouldn't need any words of explanation. If you didn't, then it would make no difference if I talked until I was blue in the face. I won't bother you anymore. Good day. Although Jiang Chen spoke with a free and easy attitude, his heart was pounding like a drum. This was his final scheme, playing hard to get. Pretending to be a deep character, faking carefreeness. If they didn't fall for it, then he was really out of ideas. AI. I hope that the temple of the farmer god or the Pill King garden recognizes value where it lies. Let us hope that there is not an abundance of pill amateurs and not a single master worthy of his title in this great capital. Jiang Chen displayed flagging interest as he carelessly stood up and prepared to leave. The third hallmaster felt Jiang Chen was a bit mysterious as the latter was quite inscrutable and inexplicably free and easy. If their guests left just like this, that meant the Hall of Healing had not offered any insult. Logically speaking, they should be quite happy with this turn of events. But for some reason, the third hallmaster felt that if they let this guest go like this, the hall would be losing out on something. His curiosity piqued, the third hallmaster called out, "Sir, please hold your steps. My hall's Lord Hallmaster and second hallmaster will return in just a few days. Although I do not know this pill, perhaps they..." Ah, forget it. Chance and luck wait for no one. I came to the Hall of Healing on a whim today. I don't have the patience to wait a few days for you. Who would have thought that the Great Hall of Healing would not have a single person who can recognize the value of this recipe? What a shame, what a pity. Jiang Chen progressed through retreating, and stepped up his game of playing hard to get. The third hallmaster and two elders had nothing to say in response and was about to happily send their guest along their way, when a cold snort pierced the hallway. A haughty voice penetrated strongly through the air. What recipe? Such empty boasts, bring it in front of me. Jiang Chen hesitated and was about to speak when the third hallmaster smiled. That would be Elder Shun. Elder Shun is a foreigner, but the hall's resident expert and a heavyweight in the pill medicine world. Even my hall's Lord Hallmaster would have to pay his respects to Elder Shun. Can a resident expert make any decisions? Jiang Chen stuck his nose in the air. If it was Elder Shun doing the appraisal, the hall would trust Elder Shun's judgment. A resident expert could have such influence and sway? What kind of resident expert was this? Jiang Chen thought it was exceedingly odd, but this wasn't what he really cared about. The pill recipe was passed over to another room, where a white-haired old man, who had witnessed the passages of time, took possession of the paper. He glanced at it, and at first thought the same as the third hallmaster. But he then furrowed his brow and settled into deep thought. His frown grew even deeper after a while, and he muttered to himself, "Can such a pill recipe exist on this earth? Can I have walked the paths of the Tao of alchemy for 200 years, yet still remain so ignorant?" Elder Shun abruptly stood up and pushed open a door to step into a garden behind the room. There was a girl dressed in pale green silk in the middle of the garden, standing in the midst of a patch of jade green bamboo. She was feeding some birds as the morning mist illuminated her snow-white skin, turning it as creamy as suet. "Huang-er," Elder Shun called. The girl turned and displayed a stunning beauty that was as mesmerizing as the silver moon, the white of snow, the most exquisite scenery. A few traces of faint sorrow could be found in her brow, adding a hint of desolation to her otherwise enthralling beauty. To find such beauty on earth, it was a match even for the fairies in the heavens. Yes, Elder Shun? Elder Shun smiled. I just received a pill recipe but am unable to place my finger on it. Huanger, will you cast an eye over it? The girl smiled lightly. That smile smoothed her brow and dispersed the gloom, bringing her to life. If even Elder Shun is unable to make it out, then Huanger is unlikely to do any better. Let me take a look. When she handled the recipe, Huanger did not comment on the paper or handwriting, but involuntarily gave a low gasp. The heavenly karma pill? This is an ancient recipe. Her expression grew even more astonished the further she read. Finally, she read the recipe from top to bottom again. I have once seen this pill recipe in a precious classic book, but it was not complete. The ingredients that were listed, however, were exactly the same as the ones listed here. The list in the classic book was not as comprehensive as the one here. It was Elder Shun's turn to be surprised. So this means that the recipe for the heavenly karma pill is real? Real or not, Huanger has never seen the complete recipe before. But following this line of reasoning, it is highly likely that this recipe is real. Elder Shun, where did this pill recipe come from? Elder Shun's face suddenly came alive as an animated light shone out of his eyes. But he seemed to think of something sad, and the light slowly faded away again. AI, even if this heavenly karma pill were real, it is only the gold standard for physical hurts. It is useless against your sickness, Huanger. Elder Shun's excitement abated greatly after he spoke. However, Huanger was the one who smiled and said, Elder Shun, matters written in the stars cannot be forced. Leave it to fate. The pill recipe made its way back to the third hallmaster and elders, along with a dispassionate sentence from Elder Shun, that recipe is most likely real, and if it goes into production, then all the healing pills of your eastern kingdom, and even those of the neighboring 16 kingdoms, are trash compared to it. Demand will dry up as the heavenly karma pill will take the market by the storm. You decide what to do next. It was apparent that although Elder Shun was just a resident expert, his status was extremely high and even the Hall of Healing fawned on him. The third hallmaster was gobsmacked. He hadn't anticipated that, after Elder Shun's appraisal, that fake beyond words pill would turn out to be most likely real. That was good and all, but Elder Shun's words were too frightening. This heavenly karma pill would cause all other similar products to be pulled from the shelves? This was simply too intimidating to contemplate. This was cornering the market. To corner a market meant high profits and extremely high return on investment. Even the mere thought of it was enough to make someone shudder all over. In complete contrast, Jiang Chen was able to lay his heart to rest when he heard Elder Shun's appraisal. What a lifesaver, what an expert. He was truly family, someone who recognized the true value of things. Jiang Chen had been deathly afraid that Elder Shun would conclude with trash as his judgment. If that was the case, then he, Jiang Chen, would have been thrown out of the hall in a dusty exodus. But now, armed with Elder Shun's appraisal and observing the third hallmaster's reaction, Jiang Chen knew that the young duke had won this bet. He really did have help from the gods. He had his reassurance and an ace up his sleeve, therefore Jiang Chen's attitude grew even more superior. He smiled faintly, seeing as the Hall of Healing is not willing to express anything, then I shall not waste my time further then. Farewell. Sir, please wait. The third hallmaster became a little stressed out. He couldn't afford not to. If this heavenly karma pill wound up in the hands of the competition, then that would be an extremely bad development. In the future, not only would the Eastern Kingdom's market be dominated by this pill, so would the markets of the neighboring 16 countries. It was a terrifying thought indeed. Chapter 9, We're Seriously Rich. Chapter 9, We're Seriously Rich. If this truly happened, the third hallmaster could almost imagine the type of punishment he would face when the Lord Hallmaster returned. Although it was just a healing medicine, it was something that every practitioner needed. This size of this market was an astronomical figure. Not to mention that this was an exclusive trade, available only at this store and no others. They would be able to corner the market with complete peace of mind. This type of business opportunity happened less than once in 10 lifetimes. If they missed out on it, they wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry. Sir, anything can be discussed. Our hall offers complete sincerity in discussing this matter. How about this? The hall first offers 10,000 silver as a token of our genuinity. Please treat it as a gesture of friendship, of our desire to be friends with the noble sir. I can also be so bold as to agree to the terms of a 50-50th split. We can sign the cooperation contract as soon as the Lord Hallmaster returns. Jiang Chen was so happy that flowers were almost blooming in his heart, yet he remembered Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen had said that the 50-50 split was the bottom line. If he could negotiate an even better split, then the additional profit would be his, Jiang Zhang's. Wasn't this opportunity knocking on his door? Third Hallmaster, I've already given you a chance just now, but you did not grasp it. The 50-50th split is a thing of the past. Now, humph. If we don't reach an agreement, it will be 70-30. I believe that the Temple of the Farmer God or the Pill King Garden would still be willing even with a 70-30ths split. This wasn't exhortation, but a simple fact. The temple and garden had always covetously eyed the hall's position as the pill market leader in the kingdom. How would they pass up such an opportunity that had come knocking on their door? The pill medicine's costs were roughly 10%. Even with the 70-30th split, there was still room for 20% profit. This 20% profit was no small thing. 20% profit of a cornered market was still a show-stopping figure. After all, this thing would be able to dominate the markets of all 16 surrounding kingdoms. Low profit margins were not a match for low margin and high volume. Draft the contract immediately. Attend to me. Immediately offer 10,000 gold to this gentleman as a sign of our sincerity. The third hallmaster really wanted to slap himself now. Why hadn't he been more enthusiastic earlier? Why hadn't he been more resolute? A perfectly fine 50-50 split had turned into this in a blink of an eye. But it was still a good deal. The third hallmaster decided to still go through with the deal as he thought of the future potential of this business. Best not to irk this gentleman further. The 70-30th split would become real if he changed his mind again. That would a loss of another 10% of profit. Jiang Zhang felt like he was surrounded by happiness and contentment after he'd accepted the 10,000 gold. He patted the third hallmaster's shoulder. You are quite a likable guy. Let's split, I'll do 60 and you do 40. We can happily settle on this. Jiang Zhang almost forgot how he got home. He felt like his entire body was floating and that he would drift away to the clouds as he walked on the street. He was too happy, too excited. So excited that he almost suspected that he was dreaming. The 10,000 gold was nothing in his eyes now. The contract had been drafted, and he had reviewed it. He remembered that the young duke had promised that he, Jiang Zhang, would be able to keep the profits of any split more favorable than the bottom line of 50-50. But he hasn't signed it. After all, the young master had to weigh in on this. He was just an underling, and didn't dare overstep his place by signing a contract without the express orders of his master. Jiang Zhang counted on his fingertips. If he converted this 10% profit into silver, then the proceeds would be enough for him to live in style for a long while. Delicacies from land and sea, dressed in fine attire and riding well-groomed horses, a manor and surrounding lands, home filled with gold and silver. At this moment, Jiang Zhang felt that this kind of life was already staring at him in the face. Conversing with the powerful, befriending the noble, wives coexisting in harmony, doting on sons and grandchildren. This kind of life was already waving to him from afar. Regulars at the Autumn Crane, financier of the Garden of Returning Spring, whoring with dukes and princes, drinking at the same table with esteemed officials. Naturally, these kinds of scenes wouldn't be too far away. He returned joyfully to the manor and was about to report the good news to the young duke, but was informed that the young duke had closed his doors for training. Any messages would have to wait. Jiang Chen didn't think too much about it as his entire being was enveloped by happiness. He simply decided not to leave, and sat down in front of the young duke's room, loyally filling in the role of a guard. He still had not regained his calm after he'd sat down. He reminisced about the young duke's historical antics, and thought about the astonishing events of today. Jiang Chen couldn't help but suspect, has the young duke been a charlatan all along? Was he testing me with those nonsensical actions before? Was he pretending to be weak, when in fact he was quite strong? Whether it was being a charlatan or truly a visitation from the gods, Jiang Chen clearly realized that his doubts from before were quite incorrect. He knew that even if the young duke had no other redeeming qualities about him, this pill recipe alone represented unlimited potential. As the young duke's personal body servant and steward, it would be a grave mistake if he didn't keep close to the young duke's footsteps. I was being silly before and wanting to quit. Thank goodness the young duke still believes in me, Jiang Chen. I've got to do a good job in the future. What does the gain and loss of a moment matter? The young duke hadn't made any moves before simply because he didn't want to. Now that he's made one, it's a grand gesture indeed. It looks like the young duke is no ordinary person. Many thoughts were running through Jiang Chen's head, but the most resolute one was that in the future, he would steadfastly follow the young duke's footsteps. He would not even crease his brow if they scaled mountains made of knives, or dived into oceans of fire. Wasn't the goal of a steward following a master to attain power and riches? The more he thought, the more Jiang Chen's blood thrummed. He would have more status now at home, and could lecture that yellow-faced wife of his to not be so short-sighted. Why should I, Jiang Chen, try to one-up the other stewards? So they're momentarily wealthy and temporarily high-placed, big freaking deal. Can all of them added together measure up to my haul today? While Jiang Chen was happily dreaming of his blueprints to a happy ever after, Jiang Chen was taking the first steps on the path of training in both his past and present lives. One had to say, the past Jiang Chen was the epitome of laziness. His potential was in the top percentile amongst all 108 dukedomaires, but the effort he put forth was without a doubt the lowest. This kid was seriously a ne'er-do-well. All this potential, wasted. Jiang Chen was a bit dissatisfied with his past self. The divisions of the martial Dao mastery in this world were defined by the initial step of training true Qi. In this world, the basics of martial Dao were, there were 12 major acupoints in a person's body, and 12 meridians flowed through them. One could clear a meridian by clearing an acupoint, and coalesce the body's energy into one current of true Qi. Altogether, there were 12 meridians true Qi in the true Qi realm. But in the Eastern Kingdom, there existed no one who had been able to obtain 12 meridians true Qi by clearing all 12 meridians, via clearing the 12 acupoints. Therefore, a sentence existed in the world of training, 12 levels of true Qi separate snakes and dragons. Whether a practitioner was a dragon or snake depended on how many acupoints he could clear in his body. Generally speaking, clearing 3 meant passing. 3 meridians true Qi were called the realm of initial true Qi. These types of people were a bit stronger than your average person. They were suitable for joining the military and fighting in wars, or guarding homes. If one surpassed 3 and was within 6 levels, that counted as intermediate level true Qi. This level of practitioner enjoyed higher status amongst martial Dao practitioners. Whether it was joining the military or trying their hand in other professions, they would achieve good results. As for surpassing 6 levels and staying with 9 levels, then that was entering the advanced level of true Qi. There were exceedingly few within the advanced level. If one became an advanced level practitioner, then he would be quite a character in the Eastern Kingdom region. Those above 9 levels would be hailed as true Qi masters, but those were as rare phoenix feathers or dragon scales. They were few and far in between in the entire Eastern Kingdom. Anyone who could train to the 9th level or above would be respectfully titled a true Qi master and genius of martial Tao. But of course, the 12 levels of true Qi were still only a basic foundation at the end of the day. Within the realm of true Qi, one was still only a true Qi practitioner no matter how strong he was. If they could not transform their true Qi to spirit Qi, then their path of martial Tao was but an elusive and futile effort. All would be as ephemeral as the clouds at the end of 200 years of life. Thus, there was another sentence that existed as one ascended higher: if true Qi does not transmute to spirit Qi, then one is still a worm. Adding the two sentences together gave rise to this saying, 12 levels of true Qi separate snakes and dragons. If true Qi does not transmute to spirit Qi, then one is still a worm. What did it mean to transmute true Qi to spirit Qi? It was the act of training true Qi to an utmost level, perceiving the spirit Qi, and transforming true Qi to spirit Qi. It was to borrow the powers of heaven and earth, and transforming to supreme spirit power. Once true Qi was converted to spirit Qi, that was when one shook off the shackles of martial Tao and entered the Tao of spirit. Spirit Tao practitioners created clouds with the flip of a hand, and made it rain with another flip. They could summon forth the wind and rain, move mountains, and frame the sea. It was said that even the combined efforts of 10 true Qi masters would be unable to withstand a careless blow from a spirit Tao practitioner. It would not be hyperbole to say that if someone entered the spirit Tao, then they were truly a golden-scaled dragon soaring above the clouds. There was a legend of a strong spirit Tao warrior residing in the Eastern Kingdom. He was a recluse, hidden deeply, and mysterious beyond belief. Even the king would have to humble himself and pay his respects to this warrior. The funny things was, in the world of martial cultivation, although those walking the paths of spirit Tao rarely surfaced, there were still a few. However, there were none that numbered amongst the supreme true Qi masters. What did one mean by supreme true Qi master? It meant a genius martial Tao practitioner who had cleared all 12 acupoints and meridians. In the annals of its history, no one had ever given birth to such a genius in the Eastern Kingdom. Even the surrounding 16 kingdoms very rarely boasted of one. A 12 meridians true Qi master was even more uncommon than a spirit Tao practitioner. As for the 10, 11 meridians, each kingdom had a small handful of those. But for reasons unknown, there wasn't a single 12 meridians true Qi master. Logically speaking, once someone had trained to the 11 meridians true Qi, they could absolutely continue the fight and clear the 12 acupoint as well. But the rules of training were just that harsh. Some geniuses arduously sought after the 12 meridians paragon after training to the 11 meridians true Qi, but ended up with nothing in the end, and even missed out on the best timing to attempt to ascend to spirit Tao. According to the laws of martial Tao, those under 30 had the greatest chance of transmuting true Qi to spirit Qi. The probability would shrink by 1/2 if under 40, with no chance at all after 50. Therefore, if one didn't make good use of time in transforming true Qi after training to the 11 levels of true Qi, they would forever lose this chance if their age exceeded the appropriate range. Training to the 12 meridians paragon still meant staying within the true Qi realm, and one's lifespan would not exceed 300 years. But once a practitioner transmuted their true Qi, their lifespan would immediately jump to 700 or 800, even 1,000 years, giving rise to many more opportunities on the path of martial Tao. Therefore, 10 and 11 meridians true Qi masters were always faced with this dilemma. Do they continue to explore 12 meridians true Qi? Or make the best use of their time and transform true Qi to spirit Qi? This was a difficult decision, but reason would win out over impulse for most true Qi masters, and they would choose to transform their true Qi. Although the success rate of transmuting was also low, at least it was better than the fleeting gesture of pursuing the 12 meridians paragon, right? The additional years of life granted from successfully transmuting to spirit Qi were the greatest temptation of all. Of course, the Jiang Chen of today had no time to muse on these matters. With his current abilities, this was all too abstract and unattainable for him right now. It was something he did not need to think about, for now. The problem he faced today was to increase his strength as much as possible in order to face the oncoming hidden dragon trials. If he couldn't even pass the basic exams and obtain the right to compete in the trials, then his first steps in this newly reincarnated life would be truly too depressing. Chapter 10, Breakthrough, 4 Meridians True Qi. Chapter 10, Breakthrough, 4 Meridians True Qi. The previous Jiang Chen had started training his body from the age of 6. Seeing as he was 15 this year, he had spent 7 or 8 years clearing 3 acupoints, and coalescing 3 meridians true qi. Achieving 3 meridians true qi would have been quite an accomplishment if he had been a child of any other ordinary family. But he was the son of a duke, and had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth. His bloodlines were good, resources abundant, and potential excellent. To achieve only 3 meridians true qi after that many years of training was quite the failure amongst failures. To be honest, the Duke of Jianghan is a father who unconditionally takes his son's side, and is quite forgiving. Jiang Chen sighed lightly amongst laughter, but was not depressed. 12 levels of true qi. If I remember correctly, these is a type of foundational training, merely a minor cycle of the path of cultivation. It is the lowest level of existence amongst all types of training. In my past life, I was the caretaker of the Tianlang Library, and was well versed in all aspects of divine and common knowledge. Now that I have reincarnated, how can I train in such an inconsequential path? Although he thought this way, reality was cruel and harsh. Despite being full of wisdom and theories, he could only resign himself to walking these negligible paths of cultivation with the current condition of his body. With his current body, he would probably train to death and still have nothing to show for it if he started off immediately practicing numerous grand methods. Jiang Chen was a bit depressed. This was like sitting down to a spread of delicacies from land and sea, but he was limited to pairing only pickled roots with his rice. However, Jiang Chen was not overly downcast as he knew. The path of cultivation is the same for all. Many geniuses have emerged from ordinary commoners to ascend to legendary positions. But did not they all start with practicing the same minor methods of martial Tao? I will observe the customs of this place and shall even improve on these minor methods. Jiang Chen was quite confident. Once he had thought through this point, his entire being became spontaneously happy. I was thinking too much just now. Isn't it such a huge joke that I want to upend the laws of cultivation as soon as I've arrived in this world? Although I can't practice the numerous grand methods, don't I have numerous ways to hasten my progress in this paltry true qi realm, and catch up to the greats? Jiang Chen was really fresh out of ideas if he'd wanted to use this body to practice grand methods. But practicing the minor methods in the realm of true qi, he had ideas aplenty then. This idiot, no wonder his true qi is so frail. How is his true qi supposed to improve when he fishes for 3 days and casts nets for 2? And, the way he's using to circulate qi is completely incorrect. This method of breathing is complete nonsense. My dear heavens, did this brat even spend an ounce of effort on training? How could he even get the order of true qi circulation wrong? What a character! This is laughable. One needs to clear the 12 acupoints, but the practitioners of this world have no method of mapping their acupoints. Exploration is even needed? Jiang Chen discovered quite a few issues after a few random circulations of qi. The most hysterical thing was that it was an exceedingly arduous trial each time a practitioner cleared an acupoint. A great deal of trial and error was involved. It was apparent to see that acupoints were scattered randomly in each practitioner's body, with no rhyme or reason. But, didn't this world have a method to locate acupoints? Jiang Chen identified a handful of methods to locate acupoints just by randomly searching through his memories. But what he didn't know was that if these methods he'd randomly plucked from memories were disseminated into the world, they would cause great fever and upheaval. It would seem that the ordinary circumstances I've reincarnated into are quite weak indeed, weak to the point of being in the bottom of the ranks. Jiang Chen had gained a further understanding of the specifics of his current life. At least, it was exceedingly poor in the area of training methods. Maybe, Eastern Kingdom lacks resources nearly in the realm of training? Are they stronger in other fields? Jiang Chen had no intention of discounting anyone. He had no right to look down on even Eastern Kingdom. After all, although he was full of the universe's secrets, with his current level of training, any random practitioner on the capital streets could crush him as easily as stepping on an ant. Jiang Chen corrected and improved on each of the problems he had found earlier. He tapped into his 3 meridians and started circulating 3 meridians qi in his body. In the beginning, due to his inexperience, Jiang Chen found controlling qi to be a bit difficult. He became much more adept, and controlling the 3 meridians qi was more effortless after a few cycles. At first, the qi movement was exceedingly slow, as if worms moving through dirt. Its movement became faster and faster over the course of the few hours. Suddenly, the 3 meridians qi thundered towards some part within the body. They were like 3 floodwaters flooding the plains, utterly collapsing and submerging a dam. A feeling of comfort that almost made one wish to cry out in satisfaction saturated Jiang Chen's body, and a rush of blood went straight to his brain. His entire being felt incredibly comfortable, as if it was about to take flight. That rush of feeling formed a hot air current and flowed down a meridian like the gentle spring rains, spontaneously creating a new pathway within his body. 4th Qi acupoint, cleared. 4 meridians true Qi. One had to say, this body possessed good potential to begin with. Jiang Chen had summarized the salient points of training from his memories and had corrected the mistakes of his past self. The results were instantaneous. The original pathetic 3 meridians true Qi had immediately ascended to 4 meridians true Qi. And him, Jiang Chen, had taken the step out of the realm of initial Qi and joined the ranks of the intermediate realm of true Qi. Ha ha ha, who would have thought training is such a wonderful feeling? Jiang Chen's mind was full of various thoughts at the successful completion of him taking this step. They all poured out and came to a head, momentarily overwhelming him with emotion. It had not been an easy path. He was the exalted son of the celestial emperor in his past life, but was unable to train due to his constitution. He had waited millions of years. He'd waited until the cataclysm arrived and obtained the right to train due to his reincarnation. How could Jiang Chen not have mixed feelings when thinking of all that had transpired before? The Jiang Chen of now was like a ravenous glutton from ancient times, full of hunger and greed towards cultivation. Once he had stabilized the 4th meridian true Qi, he chose a true acupoint resonance method and easily pinpointed the location of the 5th acupoint. Of course, Jiang Chen knew that it was an easy thing to find the 5th acupoint. But to clear this acupoint and receive a 5th level of true Qi was not that simple. True Qi would not be pure if the foundations were not firm. He had just cleared the 4th meridian and had not yet built it up. There was no way it could withstand a strong impact. All would be for naught if he was impatient for progress and harmed his meridians. Therefore, the next step was to temper the 4 meridians he already controlled, and make appropriate use of the 4 meridians true Qi. As for ways to temper meridians, he had an abundance of those, whether it was training methods or refining medicines. He would be able to proceed at 10 or 100 times the pace of others. This was his advantage, an advantage that no genius could match. Genius? In this world, what genius could be more brilliant than the son of the celestial emperor? It looks like the true acupoint resonance method does actually locate the acupoints. I was worried that due to varying circumstances, this method may not be effective. It would seem that the path of martial Tao all leads to the same result, despite the plethora of different ways. Jiang Chen was a bit self-satisfied, as he knew that just the use of the true acupoint resonance method was enough to put him ahead of other young geniuses. After all, the genius practitioners of this world needed to meditate, explore and reflect in order to find an acupoint and clear a meridian. But he could directly locate an acupoint through a method that did not belong in his class. This meant that he could save quite a bit of time compared to others. Indeed, the deficiencies of training methods can directly restrict the progress of a region's practitioners. Jiang Chen lamented a bit. In actuality, geniuses were not separated by class. But there were different rankings of one's potential to train. How much time could be saved by the best resources and knowledge? How many winding paths could geniuses avoid as a result? Jiang Chen had increased confidence in his future in martial Tao thanks to these thoughts. It was almost dusk when he left the training room. He had been in there for a full 10 hours. This would undoubtedly become prime gossip in the Duke's manor if word got out. One had to know that the previous Jiang Chen would train for was 4 hours. Jiang Zhang? What are you doing here? Upon pushing the door open, Jiang Chen was a bit surprised to see Jiang Zhang sitting at the doorstep. Young Duke, joyous tidings. Jiang Zhang wasn't the type to wear his heart on his sleeve, but he had been sitting here since early afternoon. It was now dusk, he had a belly full of good news but no one to share it with. He'd finally awaited the end of Jiang Chen's training, and was naturally overjoyed. Don't get worked up, Jiang Zhang. So much excitement over such a little matter? Jiang Chen chuckled knowingly. It looked like Jiang Chen had had a successful trip to the Hall of Healing. Young Duke's plans were spot on. The hall's people were first arrogant, but then respectful. They ended up begging me in the end. And Jiang Zhang's features were quite animated as he was extremely excited. Jiang Zhang, let's talk about these small matters later. What about the ingredients I wanted? Here, they're all here. Jiang Zhang's respect for his master grew even further. You've got to hand it to the young master. He sees such a large business deal as a small matter. Go see to it that the servants prepare a large wooden tub, and bring some additional vats of clear water to this secret room. Jiang Chen commanded. Your wish is my command. One had to say, Jiang Zhang was a commendable steward. He had fulfilled Jiang Chen's orders in less than an hour. All right, Jiang Zhang, why don't you go home? Come here and await my orders early next morning. Give me a report on the pill recipe then. To be honest, the heavenly karma pill was just a means to an end in Jiang Chen's eyes. It was just a way to resolve the immediate economic crisis in front of him. Frankly speaking, he had absolutely no interest in either the heavenly karma pill or its resulting economic effects. His attention was not on these matters. Things would be much easier now that he had these ingredients. He would be able to mostly recover from the caning injuries after just a night's healing. These spirit-level herbs were all basic ingredients for the heavenly karma pill. Although Jiang Chen was unable to actually refine the pill with his current foundations, he would be able to achieve around 30 to 40% of the pill's healing properties through the use of certain techniques. To combine the ingredients. That night, Jiang Chen seeped his body in the pill ingredients, and directed 4 meridians true qi to continuously repair internal damage. Thus, a night quietly passed by. Chapter 11, Medicine Buying Craze. Chapter 11, Medicine Buying Craze. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes the next day, there were a few traces of vitality that hadn't been present in his eyes before. He sat up and stretched, his entire body filled with an explosive type of power. 30 to 40% of the heavenly karma pill's effects were already amazing enough to pretty much heal 80 to 90% of Jiang Chen's injuries. Added to the fact that his 4 meridians true qi had spent the night repairing and strengthening his body after he had cleared his 4th meridian, his bodily functions had improved many levels throughout the course of one night. Jiang Zhang had been there since early that morning, and was in fine fettle. He was delighted whenever he thought about how he'd lectured his wife and regained his pride as the man of the house last night after she'd apologized, as well as the resulting prowess he'd displayed between the bedsheets. Yesterday night. But he was utterly flabbergasted when he saw Jiang Chen walk out of the room. Young Duke, you, Jiang Zhang was unable to find the appropriate words because he was so astonished. Jiang Chen had simply undergone too great of a change. The previous Jiang Chen was a rascal and at times domineering, and at times anxious and depressed. In other words, he really wasn't much of anything. But today, the young duke had a brand new look about him. His entire presence and aura was like a newly forged sword straight from the furnace, with keen edges and light. Jiang, ready my horse. I'm going out. Yes. Jiang would gladly endure hardships. He used to think that running errands for the young duke was a pain, but had been filled with the fires of passion since yesterday. It was only after they'd left the manor that Jiang carefully asked, "Young duke, where are we going?" "The Hall of Healing, of course." Jiang Chen chuckled, snapped his whip, and sent his horse galloping. He was in an extremely good mood today, and a man rides a fast horse when he is proud. Young duke, please wait for your servant. Jiang Chen had already disappeared off into the distance by the time Jiang had reacted. The Hall of Healing's majestic buildings appeared in front of Jiang Chen after a short while. When Jiang Chen arrived on the hall's doorstep, the customers walking in and out of the hall acted as if they'd seen a ghost. After all, Jiang Chen was still the son of a duke and had a bit of fame in the capital. That fart he'd let out at the Holy Temple was enough to make him headline news in the entire capital over the past 2 days. Farting during the rites of heavenly worship, this Jiang Chen was something else alright. Therefore, Jiang Chen's name had been gossiped about extensively over the past 2 days, and was synonymous with being unique. Jiang Chen had farted during the rites of heavenly worship and desecrated the gods. The king had commanded for him to be caned to death. This was news that the entire kingdom knew. But very few knew that he had not died from his caning. Therefore, his emergence now was bound to set the rumor mill running again. Do you see that? Isn't that good-for-nothing young duke from the Jianghan province? So what if he is? There are so many powers in the capital, do you want to suck up to that one? Suck up your ass. I'm saying that's Jiang Chen. Wasn't he caned to death for farting in the rites of heavenly worship? What? You're talking about Jiang Chen? That farting weirdo? Where? Conversations like this were being held all around the Hall of Healing. People clustered in small groups and were almost all discussing the same matter. As for the person in question, Jiang Chen, he paid no heed to these silly glances, and was even less inclined to engage with these people. He had important matters to deal with at the Hall of Healing. There were 2 more days before he had to enter the palace and treat the princess. He'd have to make some preparations no matter what. It wouldn't be a very seemly thing to walk in empty-handed, and he'd be hard-pressed to explain himself. Jiang Chen had sketched out a rough plan for dealing with Eastern Jirua's problem, and he had come today to set some things in motion. The attitude of the associates at the Hall of Healing had obviously been rectified after the events of yesterday. It was apparent that some internal restructuring had happened. Jiang Chen placed a list on the counter. "Hello, I'd like the ingredients on this list." The associate took the list and nodded, but frowned slightly when he reached the last ingredient on the list. "A 6th-rank spirit-level ingredient? Sir, are you sure you want this ingredient? Just prepare the ingredients according to the list." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "But this ingredient," the associate hesitated. "What? Too low level? You don't have it here? Then swap it out for a 9-flame aurora fruit." It was as if the associate had been hit with a bolt of lightning that fried his insides and cooked his skin. He barely managed to squeeze out a smiling face. "Sir, what is a 9-flame aurora fruit? The hall doesn't carry it. The dragon-bone sungrass is an item of utmost yang. It's extremely rare, and one of our treasured spirit ingredients. The hall only has one in stock and it's extremely precious, the sales price." "What, think I can't afford it?" Jiang Chen arched an eyebrow. The associate gave a low chuckle and thought, "At least you can read between my words. I truly am worried that you can't afford it." But the beating that his colleague had suffered yesterday told them all to not judge a book by its cover. The thing is, this item is extremely precious and even administrators are unable to take it out. One of our elders has to give permission before we can make a deal. He patiently explained while subconsciously retracting his head. Surely this gentleman wouldn't also have an engraved dragon medallion and fling a slap my way? So much trouble for a mere dragon bone sungrass? Where are your elders? Tell them to come out, I don't have time to waste. Jiang Chen truly didn't wish to spend too much time in the Hall of Healing. There was nothing the associate could do but send word inside. Jiang Chen was twiddling his thumbs when a great hubbub of noise came from outside the door, and a small crowd of people came inside. The leader of the group looked about 16 or 17 and was richly dressed in silks and furs. He walked in proudly and closed the distance to the counter in 3 steps. He slammed his hand onto the counter. Tell your supervisors to come out. I want a blade of dragon bone sungrass and I'm in a hurry. Come on, none of you will be able to bear the consequences if you delay my business. The person's tone was exceedingly cocky and he had no respect for anyone. He hadn't even looked at any of the customers at the other counters. The associates at the other counters, however, were dumbfounded. Ordinarily, no one would have a use for this dragon bone sungrass, even over the course of 3 to 5 years. But today, 2 sets of customers had come in looking to buy it as soon as they'd opened for business. Had the value for the dragon bone sungrass increased? 3 people walked out from the back of the Hall of Healing after a short while. Aside from the associate, there was also administrator, he and a female elder. The female elder looked about 40 years old and had drawn on slightly exaggerated eyebrows. She wore an extensive amount of jewelry, and projected a particularly awkward feeling with her fashion choices. Who wants to buy the dragon bone sungrass? The female elder asked. Me. Auntie Blue, do you remember me? I'm the son of the Duke of White Tiger Dukedom, Bai Zhanyun. Bai Xianling is my father. You held me when I was small. That cocky teenager started making nice to the female elder. Ah, it's the young White Duke. Is this dragon bone sungrass for you, or your father? The White Tiger Dukedom was one of the most preeminent dukedoms in the Eastern Kingdom. It ranked amongst the top 5. Therefore, even an elder from the Hall of Healing needed to show their respect. Auntie Blue, don't ask more questions. Just know that your nephew needs this urgently. Quickly name a price, I will come back and thank you later. Elder Blue gave a coy smile. You're in a great hurry. Are you taking this spirit-level ingredient and giving it to some girl? Bai Zhanyun had in laughter, Auntie Blue knows best. Alright, I won't make fun of you further. The dragon bone sungrass is priced at 2 million silver. Did you bring enough money? I did. Would I have come without the money? Everyone knows that your hall doesn't do business on credit. Bai Zhanyun seemed to be worried. Jiang Chen had borne their chatter and laughter for quite a while already. His eyebrows arched as he knocked on the counter. I say, aren't you missing something here? Business is first come first served. Both Elder Blue and Bai Zhanyun seemed to have only just noticed Jiang Chen. They both gave him a weird look. Bai Zhanyun in particular had a very bratty expression on his face. It seemed to say, and who the hell are you? Whoever it was, fellow, I ask you. Wasn't I the first to want to purchase the dragon bone sungrass? Jiang Chen asked lightly. The associate would have never thought that another buyer would walk through the doors in such a short span of time. But the hall's golden store sign was hanging right there, and he didn't dare lie. He opened and closed his mouth, but was unable to make a sound. Bai Zhanyun seemed to understand something and gave a cold laugh. You want to buy it too? Bai Zhanyun had ran here like the fires of hell were after him not to purchase the dragon bone sungrass for himself, but because he had heard that the daughter of the most highly ranked duke, Long Tang, in the Eastern Kingdom, Long Jushui, had somehow fallen victim to a cold humerus when training. She needed an item of utmost yang for a cure, and thus he had immediately run to the Hall of Healing. He wanted to get a head start on the competition by purchasing the dragon bone sungrass and present it to Long Jushui as a gallant gesture. His first thought upon hearing that Jiang Chen also wanted to purchase the herb was that the person in front of him was a love rival. Jiang Chen swept by Zhan Yun an indifferent glance, but didn't have the interest in talking to an idiot. He only talked to Elder Blue. Lady Elder, I ask only one question. Does the Hall of Healing respect the order of priority? Elder Blue was an old hat who had seen her fair share of big scenes, and said with a charming smile, "Well, we definitely respect the order of priority. But some matters are more important than others. Brother Bai here wants to use the dragon bone sungrass to save a life. It is said that saving one life is more noble than building a 7-tiered temple for Buddha. He also happens to be the young duke of the White Tiger Dukedom. Why don't you give him some face? Giving him face is the same as..." Bai Zhanyun puffed his chest out and said proudly, "Right. You look a bit familiar. What's your name? If you give up the dragon bone sungrass to me, then I, Bai Zhanyun, will take complete care of you in the capital." Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was obvious to see that Elder Blue was biased towards Bai Zhanyun. "What if I don't wish to?" Jiang Chen riposted coolly and gave a light laugh. "What?" Bai Zhanyun was more than a little surprised. "What's wrong with you? I am the heir to the White Tiger Dukedom, the future White Tiger Duke. You don't even show respect to the 4 great dukes of the kingdom? You're cocky. Tell me your name. Let me see how great is the person who doesn't even respect me, the heir of White Tiger Dukedom." At the moment, someone watching the show dared to speak up. "He's Jiang Chen. The heir of Jianghan Dukedom, I think." "Yeah, that's him. But wasn't he caned to death?" Both Bai Zhanyun and Elder Blue were stunned by these responses. The heir of the Jianghan Dukedom? Bai Zhanyun's gaze sharpened on Jiang Chen and finally seemed to recognize him. He pointed at Jiang Chen and started laughing loudly. "You. It really is you. Weren't you dead? Alright, you Jiang Chen, you pretended to be dead. This is misleading the king and treason." Jiang Chen's entire being had underwent a significant change thanks to a round of training. Add to that the fact that Bai Zhanyun hadn't had much contact with Jiang Chen before, and you get why the former hadn't recognized Jiang Chen earlier. He felt on even firmer footing after he'd identified Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, you've got some guts. It's one thing to play dead, how dare you brazenly come out in public when you're supposed to be dead? This is clear provocation against His Majesty's authority, and a public insult against the royal family. I think you should hurry home and get your affairs in order. Even if you are able to buy it, will you have the life to use it?" Jiang Chen had a face full of resignation and turned his head to smile wryly at Elder Blue. Would the Hall of Healing rather do business with idiots than sell spirit-level ingredients to normal people? Bai Zhanyun was immediately enraged. "Jiang Chen, who are you calling an idiot?" Jiang Chen shrugged. "Definitely an idiot. Can't even solve such a simple question? Who else is an idiot here apart from you?" The crowd watching the show grew heated with excitement. Had these 2 young dukes eaten gunpowder today? Each was more bold than the last, each was more domineering than the last. Was a battle of who could be more good for naught about to take place? Chapter 12, Genius Beauty? Jiang Chen doesn't care. Chapter 12, Genius Beauty? Jiang Chen doesn't care. Bai Zhanyun, the heir of White Tiger Dukedom, was a domineering, bratty sort. But wasn't this heir of the Jianghan Dukedom, who had even committed the crazy act of the century, by farting during the rites of heavenly worship, a legendary good-for-nothing? When had he turned so awesome? At this moment, he wasn't even treating the heir of the White Tiger dukedom seriously. This was a development of going against the heavens. One had to know that although the Duke of Jianghan was ranked in the top 15 of the 108 dukes, the Duke of White Tiger was ranked number 4. He was one of the 4 most renowned and preeminent dukes in the kingdom. Differences in strength existed between dukes of different rankings. In reality, the Duke of Jianghan and the Duke of White Tiger weren't on the same level at all. Besides, thanks to his earth-shattering fart, Jiang Chen's life story had been dug up by the rumor mills over the past 2 days. Who didn't know that Jiang Chen was dandy and a ne'er-do-well? It was precisely because of this that everyone was incredibly shocked by Jiang Chen's attitude. Haha, although you weren't caned to death, you were beaten into an idiot, weren't you, Jiang Chen? Good, good. You were lucky last time and weren't beaten to death. I shall relieve some of His Majesty's burden today, and beat you to death for a reward. It was at this moment that another hubbub stirred at the hall's doors, and a crowd of young men surrounding a girl in a white dress walked in. The crowd of young men started yelling as soon as they walked in, "We want the dragon bone sungrass, bring it here swiftly. My household, the Yanmen dukedom, will be buying." Ha! When was it your turn to pay? My vermilion bird dukedom will be having this dragon bone sungrass. These youths fought each other for the chance to pay the bill, livening up the atmosphere at once in the lobby of the Hall of Healing. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose as he thought, do these people have more money than what they know what to do with? What's the deal with them today? Did all these guys make a pact to come annoy me today? Although, that didn't really seem to be the case. How could the others have known that he needed the dragon bone sungrass? Plus, Jiang Chen himself didn't believe that he had somehow offended so many so deeply, to the point where the heirs of multiple dukedoms were ganging up on him. In a matter of moments, there were at least 7 or 8 people who were vying for the opportunity to purchase the dragon bone sungrass. Each was displaying a level of resolution that indicated they would not rest until they got their hands on it. This put Elder Blue in a quandary. She was an expert at observing people. How could she not tell that this crowd of young men were putting on a show for the girl? But, there was only one of the dragon bone sungrass? She was bound to insult a large group of people, no matter who she sold it to. These little emperors were all the devil incarnate. No matter who she offended, it would be a dicey matter, not to mention that this offense would be given to quite a few people. Elder Blue thought furiously, glanced at Jiang Chen out of the corner of her eye and formed an idea. Dearest young dukes, we are honored and flattered by your presence. However, the Hall of Healing has always had one rule when it comes to doing business. It was Jiang Chen, the heir to the Jianghan dukedom, who first wanted to purchase the dragon bone sungrass. Anyone who wishes to buy it instead can only do so if he is willing to give it up. The Hall of Healing will sell to anyone who can convince him. This is the rule, and we hope for your understanding. What a way to shift blame and responsibility. Nicely played. The Hall of Healing had washed its hands of the matter this way, and thrown the hot potato to Jiang Chen. If he refused to give it up, then that would be Jiang Chen's issue, not the Hall's. It would be Jiang Chen offending people, and not them. All gazes swiveled as one and locked onto Jiang Chen. Why is it him? Jiang Chen? The joker that farted during the rites? Isn't he dead? Did he fake being a corpse? Was this kid lucky and didn't get beaten to death? Too weird, too weird. Weird things happen every year, and there's a ton of them this year. Ha! Who cares if he died or not? No one can take this dragon bone sungrass from me. Jiang Chen, there's no place here for your lowly Jianghan dukedom. Accept your place and bow out. That's right. How dare a criminal show his face? Go back and prepare your affairs. Only a few people had known that he hadn't died, so these people's reactions didn't surprise Jiang Chen in the least. What surprised him was that, did his face truly provoke that much anger and hate? Why were these guys stomping all over him? He ignored all the hostile glares and smiled wryly. Did I fail to check the almanac before leaving the house today? Dealing with one idiot is irritating enough, but now I have to deal with a crowd of idiots? He didn't waste more time on idle chatter and stared at Elder Blue, saying coldly, Elder Blue, what good use of pawning off your issues onto someone else? I don't want to hear your blather. Are you selling the dragon bone sungrass or not? Elder Blue's face darkened. Are you threatening me? If that's the case, then I really will wash my hands of this matter. Just a moment. Someone hurriedly walked out from the back of the lobby. It was the third hallmaster. The third hallmaster was absolutely livid and said harshly, What's your problem, Elder Blue? Why can't you even take care of such a small matter? The Hall of Healing conducts our business according to one rule: we sell to whoever comes first. Elder Blue was momentarily dumbfounded, thinking, did you take the wrong medicine this morning? Don't you see this crowd of little emperors eyeing their prize? Aren't you afraid of all these little demons holding a grudge if you sell to Jiang Chen? Not to mention, was it necessary to go to these lengths for a mere Jiang Han heir, and a worthless good-for-nothing at that? The third hallmaster completely ignored Elder Blue's confused look and smiled at Jiang Chen. Young Duke Jiang, you are the first who wished to purchase the dragon bone sungrass, and thus naturally its buyer according to our rules. He paused, and then turned towards the other heirs of their dukedoms. Gentlemen, my apologies. The Hall of Healing is able to have a foothold in the Eastern Kingdom purely because of our golden sign based on credibility and rules. I am deeply honored that you have seen fit to patron the Hall of Healing, but unfortunately there is currently only one of the dragon bone sungrass. We can only sell it to the person who has arrived first, young Duke Jiang. As for whether or not young Duke Jiang wishes to give it up for anyone present, that is not up to me to decide. However, this is the Hall of Healing, we ask for your understanding and to refrain from unruly behavior. The third hallmaster's tone hardened slightly. The Hall of Healing wasn't a place in which just anyone could come and cause a ruckus. What? Was the third hallmaster crazy? He was selling the dragon bone sungrass to Jiang Chen? Any of the assembled young dukes present were more prominent, more powerful, than the heir to Jiang Han. Had the third hallmaster taken the wrong medicine this morning? What made them even more taken aback was that the third hallmaster then turned a face of such welcome and cheer towards Jiang Chen and said, Young Duke Jiang, my apologies for the offense. Please follow me inside, so that the hall can offer a cup of tea in apology. The crowd of little emperors were completely dumbfounded by this turn of events. When had this worthless dandy, who had no inkling of presence whatsoever on the hidden dragon trials, become so popular in the Hall of Healing? Even the girl in white dress that the crowd had clustered around turned her gaze onto Jiang Chen for the first time. This girl was the beloved daughter of the Eastern Kingdom's first duke, Long Teng's daughter, Long Jushui. The horde of dukedom heirs were fighting amongst themselves mostly due to a desire to ingratiate themselves with this Long Jushui. The whole hubbub over purchasing the dragon bone sungrass was to offer it to her, and to cure her cold humors. However, Jiang Chen wasn't the slightest bit interested in this crowd of crazies. When he caught a glimpse of Jiang Zhang lurking behind the third hallmaster with a sidelong glance, he understood the situation perfectly. He smiled lightly. Please wrap up the spirit-level ingredients that I wanted. As for payment, the third hallmaster hastily said, let's talk about payment later. Shall we have tea? The items were wrapped quickly and placed into Jiang Chen's hands. He walked inside with the third hallmaster, but how could he not have known that the reason behind the third hallmaster's attentions was the latter's desire to finalize the contract for the heavenly karma pill? Otherwise, how could the third hallmaster have ignored all the other heirs and insisted on selling the dragon bone sungrass to him? And to give him such face to boot? A moment, brother Jiang Chen. A well-dressed, handsome young man emerged from the crowd. I am the heir of Black Tortoise, Tai Chu. I sincerely request that you give up the dragon bone sungrass to me. I am willing to pay double the price for your friendship. Is that amenable to you? One had to say, this Taichu handled things far more appropriately than that white tiger air by Zhanyun. However, this dragon bone sungrass was of certain use to Jiang Chen. There was no way he was giving it to someone else. My apologies, I have use for this blade of the dragon bone sungrass and cannot give it away. Brothery, you are in the prime of your life, but find yourself so bored as to run errands for a pretty face? Jiang Chen smiled non-committally as he flicked a glance towards Long Jushua, feeling especially disapproving towards her. This woman was allowing such a crowd of heirs to preen and strut before her, yet spoke no word in return. This type of woman was either vain, or had duplicitous intentions. So what if she was as beautiful as the flowers? In his past life, this type of woman wouldn't even be fit to be a maid to his ladies-in-waiting. Taichu felt a bit awkward, but still retained his grace and good manners. He thought briefly, and seemed to think through something. He abruptly left without a word. Long Jushue was even more ill-disposed towards Jiang Chen upon seeing Taichu leave. She greatly enjoyed the feeling of the crowd of youths fighting over her. Only when millions worshipped the moon could her status as the center of attention be fully displayed. But this Jiang Chen was throwing a wrench in the works, and was truly despiteful. The worst thing was, this Jiang Chen hadn't even really looked at her throughout all of this. How was this the style of a ne'er-do-well, who was ridiculous beyond belief? If it was any other day, Long Jushue couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance for someone on the level of Jiang Chen. But today, in this type of setting, the oddities of a woman's heart made her feel extremely put out, and think that Jiang Chen was purposely denying her face. She even felt that Jiang Chen was intentionally play-acting to be a generous, carefree, and mysterious stranger. This was another type of trick to draw her attention. An heir to a small dukedom, trash that's not even worth the effort of carrying it in hand, pretending to be deep? Oof. I'd like to see if it's possible for you to look like a fool in front of me. Her thoughts spun as she suddenly moved towards Jiang Chen, each step as graceful as a lotus. Jiang Chen, is it? Long Jushua's voice was cool. As far as I know, you have no use for this level of spirit ingredient. These family friends are fighting to purchase the dragon bone sungrass because they wish to cure me of my cold humors. Why do you seek to buy it? Although her words weren't terribly ugly, the meaning behind them was apparent. You, lowly Jiang Chen, have no way to use the dragon bone sungrass. If Jiang Chen was attempting to please Long Jushue and fighting to buy it, then it was time to stop the charade. Jiang Chen felt nonplussed as he looked at this woman who was too full of herself. He smiled without really seeming to. Then what do you think I need it for? I don't care what you need it for. If you wanted to gift it to me, I accept your sincerity and will remember you. She replied indifferently. If not, then, I will also remember you, Jiang Chen. This was a pure and naked threat. Chapter 13, I, Jiang Chen, carry even more of a grudge than you do. Chapter 13, I, Jiang Chen, carry even more of a grudge than you do. Long Jushue made no attempt to conceal her pride and superiority at being the beloved daughter of the first duke. Her tone was indifferent, but it gave others a feeling of undisputable confidence. Out of the 108 dukedoms in the Eastern Kingdom, there is nothing that anyone can steal from me if I, Long Jushue, want it. Jiang Chen was startled into laughter. That absolute? No exception? Exceptions are impossible. Long Jushue responded coldly, at least, I've never met one. Alright, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Then I congratulate you, you've met one today. One had to say, this woman's sense of superiority was far too strong. She maintained a lofty and haughty demeanor even when she was asking for a favor. As if she was bestowing some great favor by talking to Jiang Chen, like a snow-white swan blessing a lowly toad. But this kind of attitude was beyond laughable in Jiang Chen's eyes. The daughter of the first duke in the Eastern Kingdom? So what? Even if it was the first duke himself, such a person wouldn't even be qualified to carry Jiang Chen's shoes in Jiang Chen's past life. Long Jushui lost face to a man for the first time in her life as she watched Jiang Chen's resolute figure with the third hallmaster. Jiang Chen, I'll remember you. If I let you successfully pass the hidden dragon trials at the end of the year, then I will change my surname to be the same as yours. I, Bai Zhanyun, will also remember you. You may have won today, but I will show you the price of insulting me during the hidden dragon trials. This isn't something that a mere Jianghan dukedom can endure. And I, the Vermilion Bird dukedom, and the Yenmen dukedom. These guys had wanted to proclaim their interest and devotion, but their plans had been thwarted. Hearts burning with anger, how could they not take advantage of the chance to beat down on an easy target? Jiang Chen naturally paid no heed to these kinds of threats. Rather, he thought it quite humorous that these fellows voluntarily identified themselves. Tripping over each other to identify themselves, They might as well, this saves me the trouble of finding them one by one in the future. White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Yenmen is it? You like to hold a grudge is it? It won't be long before you learn that I, Jiang Chen, carry even more of a grudge than you do. If it was any normal day, the third hallmaster would never involve himself in the various ducal feuds. But this time, he had no choice, he had to support Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. When Jiang Zheng came to find him, he knew that this was his only choice, and the hall's only choice. Otherwise, making Jiang Chen unhappy meant losing the heavenly karma pill, and meant losing a huge business deal. A few ducal heirs was in no way worth as much as such a business deal. Not to mention, these heirs had no reason to vent their spleen on the Hall of Healing. They would only choose to direct their attention to the seemingly weaker Jiang Chen. As for how Jiang Chen would handle the situation, the third hallmaster didn't really care. What he was more concerned with was properly handling the matter at hand. The negotiations had gone very smoothly, and the contract had been drafted yesterday. Jiang Chen had made a few suggestions regarding some minor details, and allowed Jiang Zheng to sign it. He was an heir to a dukedom, and naturally wouldn't appear for such a small issue. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't fully trust the Hall of Healing. He still controlled two vital parts. There was no way that he would unreservedly share the entire recipe and refining method. He had to be on his guard against the possibility of the Hall of Healing having second thoughts once it received the entire recipe and refining method. The contract was thus happily signed. Because Jiang Chen still had control over the key areas, the contract stipulated that Jiang Chen would visit the hall once on odd-numbered months, and twice on even-numbered months. In the world of practitioners, pill medicine was exceedingly precious. An ordinary healing pill was sold for 1 or 2,000 silver. Slightly higher level pill went for 3 to 5,000 silver. And the heavenly karma pill would sell for around 8 to 10,000 silver due to its potency and effects. It would be positioned as a luxury item and would undoubtedly have a large market. So even if only 100 pills were refined a month, that was still a revenue worth millions of dollars. It was a market worth tens of millions in a year. This was also the lowest, most conservative estimate. And what about when they entered the markets of the neighboring 16 kingdoms, and expanded their production, refining thousands or even tens of thousands a month? With the 16 neighbors' purchasing power, even if the hall produced tens of thousands of pill a month, demand would far outstrip supply. It was easy enough to imagine the vastness of this market with a few simple calculations. Thus, it was easy to understand why the third hallmaster was so eager to please. When the contract had been signed, the third hallmaster raised the suggestion of dining at the Autumn Crane, but was politely declined by Jiang Chen. Keeping a low profile was the name of the game in his partnership with the Hall of Healing. He didn't want it to become common knowledge within the city. Besides, he was only in a business partnership with the Hall of Healing. They weren't friendly enough to the point of sharing a drink. The third hallmaster politely sent Jiang Chen on his way with 2 other elders accompanying him, including that Elder Blue. Elder Blue still nursed some prejudices against Jiang Chen, and her facial expressions were stiff. Jiang Chen was well aware of this, and felt that this woman's magnanimity and grace were as narrow as a rat's stomach or chicken's intestines. She better not ruin my plans in the future. I still need to irritate others with sarcastic words when the situation calls for it. He thought for a bit and suddenly smiled. Third Hallmaster, if we didn't have this cooperation in place, you most likely would not have sold the dragon bone sun grass to me today, would you? Haha, how can you say that? The hall still adheres to our rules when conducting business. The third Hallmaster gave a hearty laugh, but even he himself didn't quite believe his words. Rules were a dead thing, but people were living. If it wasn't for this business deal, then the dragon bone sungrass would have gone to anyone but Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also laughed heartily and didn't poke holes in the third Hallmaster's charade. He said, no matter the reason, I can only say that the third Hallmaster made a wise decision. What makes you say that? The third Hallmaster's interest was piqued. Simple. Because obtaining the dragon bone sun grass was a mission appointed by the king himself. If you hadn't sold it to me, then the lawsuits that the Hall of Healing would have faced would have been many. I've spoken too much. Jiang Chen laughed heartily again, swiftly mounted his horse, and gave a long laugh. You don't need to continue sending me off, third Hallmaster. The third Hallmaster was dumbfounded and became deep in thought as he watched Jiang Chen gallop off into the distance. The king himself? The third Hallmaster murmured to himself as he thought of yesterday's engraved dragon medallion. He suddenly felt that, perhaps this Jiang Chen had not spoken a falsehood. This brat can make a good boast, the king himself? Wasn't he just beaten by his majesty? Elder Blue pouted and muttered disdainfully. The third Hallmaster glared at her severely. What do you know? You almost wrecked the deal today. Take this to heart, be smarter about how you conduct business in the future. Do you think his engraved dragon medallion is a fake? You think that the wind blew in the heavenly karma pill receipt? Elder Blue had nothing to say. True, there's something odd about this brat. The third Hallmaster was still haunted about what could have been, and issued a warning. No matter the situation, all of you remember this. Humble yourself in front of Jiang Chen. He is not a simple character. Deep within the palace. Eastern Lu slowly put down the book in his hand and lightly tasted the tea in the cup on the table. Tiandu, what news from the Jianghan household? Your Majesty, the Duke of Jianghan has been quiet, without making any movements. And the kid? The kid? He seems to have stayed home all day yesterday, and went to the Hall of Healing this morning. He got into a conflict with a crowd of heirs. The trusted guard called Tiandu gave a thorough overview of the situation, missing not a single detail. Oh? This kid was severely beaten and not only didn't die, but could prance around on the streets today? When did my guards become unable to carry out a decent beating? Eastern Lu smiled but didn't really seem to. But, you say that the Hall of Healing supported Jiang Chen and ignored those sons of eminent duchies? Your servant also thought it odd, but this is the truth. In addition, the Hall of Healing kept him as a guest and entertained him for quite a while. It would seem that this kid is not as useless as the rumors say he is. Eastern Lu was deep in thought and nodded. I hope so. We can only pin our hopes for Jirua's sickness on him. I hope this kid doesn't get up to any tricks. It wouldn't seem so. If he's running a con, how would he dare swagger into the public like this? Deceiving the monarch is not a crime that the Jianghan Duchy can afford to commit. Tiandu, remember this. Protect this kid no matter what. Fully carry out whatever plans he has. If anyone is so blind as to cause trouble, punish first and ask questions later, no matter their identity. Eastern Lu commanded. It was quite obvious that Eastern Lu had no desire for a repeat of the events of this morning. He deduced that the dragon bone sungrass had something to do with his daughter's illness. If it has something to do with my daughter's illness, then even Long Tang's heir must step aside for me. Jiang Chen did not immediately return home upon leaving the hall. He had some more errands to run. There were a lot of preparations to be made before entering the palace in 3 days. He hadn't walked far before his keen instinct enabled him to discover someone surreptitiously following him. He couldn't be bothered to reveal their existence. Ha! Someone who is blind. Come at me if you're truly strong enough to steal even from Eastern Lu. Jiang Chen did not care in the slightest if he caused a clash between monarch and subject. Others had been treated to a grand show at the rites of heavenly worship. If someone was so blind as to step out of line and create trouble, he wouldn't mind if a nice struggle between monarch and subject developed. He would even cleverly, subtly, play along. What Jiang Chen felt regret about was that public security was actually quite well within the capital. At least something like robbery in broad daylight didn't occur. What a bunch of spineless people. The dragonbone sungrass is here right now, come on out and try to grab it. I'd definitely not risk my life for Eastern Lu. I would happily hand it over if you tried to grab it, and then happily hand you over when Eastern Lu questions me about it. Jiang Chen was joyfully anticipating something like this happening as he walked, but sadly enough, those tailing him never came to rob him. This made him a bit depressed. What a bunch of cowardly robbers. Jiang Chen shook his head and thought no more of this small interlude. He spurred his horse on towards the turquoise hall. He had more errands to run. Chapter 14, Denying Face Twice. Chapter 14, Denying Face Twice. The Heir of White Tiger, by Zhan Yun, and the Heir of Vermilion Bird, Hong Tiantong, were surreptitiously discussing something in a secluded tavern in the capital. Brother White, the kid is extremely cocky. He thinks nothing of you or me, particularly you, Brother White. You and he arrived at almost the same time, but he stole the dragon bone sungrass from you. This cannot be tolerated. Hong Tiantong was obviously quite crafty and his words carried evident overtones of provocation. Ha! Jiang Chen, insulting I, by Zhan Yun, is to seek death. As Bai Zhanyun spoke, an underling in charge of following others came hurriedly rushing in. Young Duke, the kid didn't go back to the Zhonghan Manor. He seems to have gone to the Turquoise Hall. Turquoise Hall? What's that kid doing there? Does he want to buy spirit stones? Hong Tiantong was a bit skeptical. Bai Zhanyun, on the other hand, displayed a strange smile upon hearing those words. Turquoise Hall, is it? Are you sure? Your servant has been continuously following him and could not have been mistaken. Bai Zhanyun laughed joyfully. Jiang Chen, you brat, you've brought this upon yourself. The owner of Turquoise Hall is my uncle. He grew even more proud when he finished speaking. Brother Hong, come. Let's go watch the show and ruthlessly insult this kid. Let's also seize the dragonbone sungrass while we're at it. Their current location wasn't that far from the Turquoise Hall. The two of them quickly arrived and entered through the back door. Turquoise Hall was a retailer that specialized in spirit and exotic stones. Its scale of operations was all-encompassing, and was a premier brand in the capital. Jiang Chen's visit was naturally not for viewing or admiring stones, but to customize a stone. He wandered around the Turquoise Hall for half a day, calling upon his past life's various memories of appraising stones to decide on a particular stone. He discussed and settled on the price. The owner of Turquoise Hall hastily walked out when Jiang Chen was waiting to pay. He smiled, little brother, what a horrid coincidence. I've only just learned myself that the Crouching Yang stone you've reserved was already reserved by someone else last night. Who reserved it? What a coincidence. Jiang Chen was quite surprised. Did such a coincidence truly exist in this world? Why, the great me, of course. An ear-piercing voice rang out from behind as Bai Zhanyun sauntered out. Jiang Chen, how unfortunate. I've purchased this yang stone. You want it? Hand over the dragon bone sungrass. I may just consider giving the stone to you if I'm in a good mood. Jiang Chen was quick on his feet. When he saw Bai Zhanyun, that coyly smirking Hong Tiantong behind him and then the owner of Turquoise Hall, he understood the situation at once. It seems like this Bai Zhanyun was bored out of his empty mind. He'd started a fight at the Hall of Healing and continued it to the Turquoise Hall. He really wanted to start something with Jiang Chen. However, the owner of Turquoise Hall was greatly demeaning himself and taking orders from the son of a duke. Jiang Chen's opinion of the man was abruptly revised downwards. Interesting. Interesting. Boss Song, are you sure you're not selling the stone to me? Jiang Chen asked as he maintained his composure. Bai Zhanyun bellowed, Jiang Chen, I've already told you that I will only give up the stone if you hand over the dragon bone sungrass. Otherwise, don't even think of getting the crouching yang stone. Oh? What if I must have it? Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Ha, do you think I, the mighty Bai Zhanyun, would give it up to you? I'd sooner buy this stone to line my latrines than give it to you. Your household's latrines are certainly fancy. So, there's no room for negotiation? Negotiation my ass. Either you hand over the dragon bone sungrass or get the hell out of here. Bai Zhanyun also more or less knew that it would be unrealistic to expect Jiang Chen to hand over the dragon bone sungrass. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and paid Bai Zhanyun no heed. He couldn't be bothered to waste spittle on idiots like Bai Zhanyun. It's not like he was buying stuff for himself. He was purchasing equipment for the royal princess. He wasn't about to waste time and effort in explanations. Since the village idiot Bai Zhanyun wanted to go up against the royal family, then by all means let him try. Boss Song. It seems like you're a smart guy engaging in dumb transactions. Jiang Chen laughed lightly and shook his head with a sigh. If you don't sell to me now, it will be too late even if you come to me crying in the future. He waltzed out without a glance at Bai Zhanyun or Hong Tiantong after that. He'd just reached the main lobby when an associate came tearing in, his expression extremely terrified. He murmured a few sentences next to Boss Song's ear with a face full of fearful reservations. He didn't even dare meet Jiang Chen's eyes. Boss Song's face abruptly whitened after he'd finished listening. It was as if all the blood had been suddenly sucked out of his body. His face was starkly white and his lips infused with bitterness. He called out in a voice that was almost crying, Young Duke Jiang, hold your steps, please hold your steps. This crouching yang stone is yours. Turquoise Hall will not charge you anything and will immediately courier it to your manor. Boss Song's attitude did a complete 180 in a blink of an eye, greatly surprising Bai Zhanyun and Hong Tiantong. Particularly Bai Zhanyun, his very foot hopped in astonishment. Uncle, are you serious? Haven't we already agreed? Boss Song had a woeful face. I say, little emperor, don't make things tough for your uncle. Don't throw us mere mortals into the middle when you celestial beings are fighting. Bai Zhanyun became enraged. Celestial being? Fa. What kind of crap celestial being is Jiang Chen? His Jianghan dukedom doesn't even rank in the top out of all 108 Eastern Kingdom dukedoms. You're scared of him, uncle? If he hadn't been intimidated by Bai Zhanyun's old man, Boss Song would have definitely rushed up and dealt out the beating of a lifetime. He would first beat Bai Zhanyun so hard that he wouldn't be able to function normally, and then disdainfully spit on him a few times for good measure. This brat was not only the ruination of his family, but also dragging Boss Song down with him. Boss Song almost leapt forward and attached himself to Jiang Chen's thigh. Young Duke, I was senseless and blind. I beg you to accept it. Please view this crouching yang stone as a token of old Song's devotion. They said to forgive and forget. Jiang Chen had no intentions of making too much of a fuss over a small business owner. He smiled, Boss Song, your words actually highlight that I am an ungrateful person. Since you are so sincere, I will accept this stone if I must. As for the price, someone will naturally pay for it. Send the stone to a certain address on the day after tomorrow. I will notify you of the address when it's time. Yes, yes. The young duke is magnanimous and generous. I am shamed. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. How could he not know that someone outside must have intervened, resulting in old songs about face? As for who intervened, that was even more obvious. How many houses within the capital possessed such power that not even the great dukes dared to defy? And at this moment, who else other than the royal family would protect Jiang Chen's interests? It would seem that old Eastern Lu has made certain preparations. Afraid I'll renege? Jiang Chen shook his head in his mind and stepped out merrily. He'd finished preparing all the components needed for the initial steps. Bai Zhanyun had been repeatedly ignored by Jiang Chen and suffered under a most ignoble feeling of defeat. He glared ferociously at Boss Song. Uncle, you must give me an explanation for this matter. Boss Song rolled his eyes. Bai Zhanyun, you'd best watch yourself. This is the capital, not your white tiger territory. Think about whether or not you can afford to offend someone before behaving atrociously. As your uncle, I'll give you a word of advice. Be careful of ruining generations of your family's work in a single night if you make one wrong step. Boss Song was absolutely not being an alarmist. His associate had only spoken 2 sentences just now. The first was, Commander Tiandu of the Royal Guard is outside, and the second was, we must sell the crouching Yang stone to Jiang Chen, or else face the consequences. Those 2 sentences alone were enough to alter Boss Song's attitude. Who didn't know that the Royal Guard was the king's personal guard, a contingent with one of the highest fighting competencies, an entity that held the power of life and death in the Eastern Kingdom? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if the Royal Guard was offended, even the White Tiger Duke would end up in pieces, not to mention a mere Boss Song. The Royal Guard was also one of the most powerful forces within the kingdom. What did this indicate when an entity of this caliber was secretly protecting Jiang Chen's interests? Boss Song wasn't an idiot, he could read the writing on the wall and discern the seriousness of the situation. It was with certain resignation that he couldn't clearly explain himself in the face of Bai Zhanyun's whining complaints. His warnings fulfilled the duties of being a relative. If Bai Zhanyun insisted on pursuing this like moths to a flame, then Boss Song would have to draw a line between the White family and his at the earliest opportunity. Bai Zhanyun was still cussing and ranting as he accused Boss Song of not honoring relationship ties. Hong Tiantong, however, was deep in thought. He thought this development was too strange. This had happened not only once, but twice. Is it possible that this Jiang Chen really has some influential figure backing him up? As for Jiang Chen, he didn't loiter outside once he'd completed his errands, but made straight for the Jianghan Manor. 2 people walked out as soon as he'd set foot into the doorway. One of them was Jiang Feng, the Duke of Jianghan and father that he'd gotten for cheap. The other was a middle-aged man with a gloomy and ominous face. His expression was cold and he walked straight towards the exit. The Duke of Jianghan was accompanying him with a somewhat obsequious smile, murmuring something in a low voice. His manner was even a bit humble. But no matter how warmly Jiang Feng came off, it was as if he was putting a hot face next to a cold butt. The middle-aged man remained remote and had no reaction at all. When they reached the door, they ran into a just returning Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen finally recalled who this man was from his past self's memories. Assistant organizer Du? This man was actually one of the main organizers of the Hidden Dragon trials. Chener, you've come back? Come and greet the great organizer Du. I've finally been able to invite him to our manor, but unfortunately, Master Du needs to go attend to a few matters. That assistant organizer Du flicked a glance at Jiang Chen, and smiled without really smiling. You're Jiang Chen? As one of the main organizers of the Hidden Dragon trials, he naturally knew who Jiang Chen was. This question was obviously fake. Jiang Chen was a smart guy and a keen observer. He feared that his father had gotten a face full of dust from this fellow, and replied non-committally, "That's me." Your assistant organizer Du? Du Ruhai, the assistant organizer of the Hidden Dragon trials, was ranked number 2 in terms of real power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he held the fortunes of all the great families participating in the trials. No matter which duke it was, who didn't present a polite and ingratiating front when they met Du Ruhai? Who wouldn't humble themselves? If he threw a wrench into the works at a critical moment because you offended him, you wouldn't even know how you died. Therefore, seeing that Jiang Chen was not only not eager to please, but in fact questioned him back with this sort of tone, Organizer Du was quickly incensed. It wasn't that Du Ruhai had no measure of subtlety, but more like he had no need to pretend he was generous and forgiving in front of the Jiang household. His expression froze. Duke of Jianghan? Your son is quite a character. He dared desecrate even the rites of heavenly worship, no wonder he doesn't think much of a mere organizer. Jiang Feng knew things were bad when he heard those words, and was about to apologize. Du Ruhai spread out his hands and laughed coldly. Duke of Jianghan, no further words are necessary. I was planning to help your son during the hidden dragon trials. But I've received a lot of messages from other dukes this afternoon, saying that your son has no understanding of morals or ethics. Helping him would be akin to putting myself in harm's way. Therefore, you're on your own for the trials. Organizer Du, this, Jiang Feng was extremely agitated. Duke of Jianghan, don't blame me for speaking frankly. Even without the Duke's reminders, based purely on your son's good-for-nothing attitude, you should be offering daily prayers that I don't make life difficult for him. Du Ruhai arbitrarily decided to cast aside all consideration for others. Chapter 15, 3 Foundational Exams. Chapter 15, 3 Foundational Exams. Seeing as everything had been laid out on the table, there was no point in Du Ruhai further concealing his blatant threat. With his status in the kingdom, there was no need to be polite to a duke who was about to lose his power and influence. Jiang Feng had originally wanted to plead for leniency, hoping for a fluke, but his face darkened as well upon hearing the last couple of sentences. Organizer Du, insult me if you must, but leave my son alone. So what if the young are a bit good for nothing? Are you that certain that my son won't turn himself around? They say to bully the old but not the young. What a pretty turn of phrase. Do you mean to tell me what goes around comes around? Not to insult a young man for being poor? Ha 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 ha, Du Ruhai threw his head back in laughter. Wake up! If he wasn't such a lucky bastard, Jiang Feng, you'd be holding a funeral for your son and not trying to curry favor with me. He flung his sleeves in a grand flourish and walked proudly towards the outside. Hold! Jiang Chen had been standing beside his father and suddenly spoke. Du Ruhai, is it? If I remember correct, my father sent you 600,000 silver last time on my behalf. You no longer concern yourself with my matters, yet do you intend to pretend ignorance of the money? Du Ruhai's body abruptly halted as a vicious glare shot out from his eyes. He stared fixedly at Jiang Chen, his glare so savage that it sought to swallow Jiang Chen whole. But what he hadn't anticipated was that when his vicious gaze swept over Jiang Chen's calm and placid eyes, his entire body shuddered involuntarily, as if he had suddenly fallen into an ice-cold hell. What the hell? That kid's gaze. Du Ruhai calmed himself down and told himself earnestly that had been an illusion. 600,000 silver? Go look for it in the official treasury. Bribing an official is another severe crime. Do you think I am such a corrupt individual? I have long since turned over the silver you offered to the official treasury. There was no way that Jiang Chen believed such tripe. How could someone possibly have spat a choice piece of meat that had made its way to their mouth? This Du Ruhai in no way resembled an honest person with integrity. It would seem that Long Jushui and the other heirs had already started covertly moving against him because he hadn't handed over the dragon bone sungrass. If it was the old Jiang Chen, offending several noble sons in Long Jushui, as well as the organizer of the hidden dragon trials carrying a grudge against him, would definitely spell his doom. However, what did Jiang Chen fear now? All of these people added together were no more than bothersome flies in his eyes. Given just a bit of time, he would be able to smack them to death many times over. A few hints of an icy smile tugging at his lips, he looked at the swaggering Du Rohai and raised his voice. Du Rohai, to seek gain and avoid losses is part of human nature. It's no big thing to be afraid of those influential dukes. But to bully the kind and fear the evil, and insult my Jiang family, you will know what a grave mistake that was before too long. If Du Rohai had politely and respectfully declined Jiang Feng without a mutual loss of face, then Jiang Chen would have fully understood. But Du Rohai had long since accepted the money and suddenly come by today to renege on his promises. Fine, renege then, but return the money. If you wanted to still keep the money, at least display a better attitude? To take such a hard line and be so cocky? Was he already viewing the Jiang family as a pile of bones in a grave, a flower to wilt on the morrow? That kind of attitude successfully enraged Jiang Chen. Ai, Chener. This Du Rohai is not someone to irritate. He's ranked number 2 out of all the organizers of the Hidden Dragon Trials. Jiang Feng sighed lightly. And, your father has heard that the one who ranks number 1 doesn't ask many questions. He has delegated a lot of power and basically allows Du Rohai to do as he wishes. He listens to periodic report from Du Rohai, therefore, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's the main person in charge. As a duke, Jiang Feng was brave and heroic. But in terms of strategy and planning or power struggles, he didn't amount to much. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't had enough time to understand the situation since he'd reincarnated. Could it be that the mess left behind by the previous Jiang Chen was bad enough that money couldn't resolve things? Ai, Chener. Don't be depressed. I will continue thinking and see if there's another path we can walk. Not to mention, there was a saying that a loving mother led to a failure of a son. But with Jiang Feng as a father, Jiang Chen gained a new understanding that a loving father could also lead to a failure of a son. However, Jiang Chen was still touched. The Duke of Jianghan truly did love his son. The situation was so dire that a burning flame had made its way to their butts, but he still did not speak any harsh words. Right, father. What are my grades like for the Hidden Dragon Trials? Did Du Rohai mention them at all? Jiang Feng's expression was a bit awkward as he stammered, well, this. Jiang Chen was seriously speechless. His father was still trying to preserve his feelings even now? Father, I have a thick face, I can take it. How bad is it? You can tell me directly. Jiang Feng was also worried that his son wouldn't be able to accept it in the face of just surviving such a disaster. He had in laughter upon seeing that his son was mentally prepared. You darn kid are a special one, all right, asking your old man for your own grades? Are you sure you won't be shocked by my response? Tell me, surely I can't be last? Can there be any doubt that you're last? Jiang Feng smiled wryly. The problem in front of us is that you haven't passed a single one of the 3 foundational exams. The final tests of the second half of the year will be held at the end of this month. If you don't pass the 3 foundational exams, you won't even have the qualification to sit for the final tests in the Hidden Dragon Trials. The first 2.5 years of the Hidden Dragon Trials were a period of learning and growth. A qualification examination was held at the end of this time. If a candidate couldn't even pass the qualification exam, then he would not even have the right to participate in the final trials. Jiang Chen finally understood why his old man would humble himself. Why a proud and regal duke would be lectured like a kid by Du Rohai. Upon seeing Jiang Chen lower his head without a word, Jiang Feng smiled even more wryly. Darn kid, don't tell you don't even remember what the 3 foundational exams are? Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and said, all right, I'll go back and think hard about them. If it was any one of the other dukes, a stinging slap across the face would have been a given after hearing such passive words from his son. Jiang Feng was a unique one amongst fathers, he only sighed lightly. Son, looks like your destiny is one of going back to the fields with your old man. Ai whatever. A life of fortune and riches is not written in the stars for the Jiang family. We might as well take off our armor and return to the fields with your generation. Too much nonsense occurs in politics. Going back to a simpler life may not be a bad thing. Wait a second. Old father, when did I say that I wanted to go back a rural life and work the fields? Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. But the 3 foundational exams. So there are 3 exams. When I have time, I can pass 8, or even 10 of them. Darn kid, will you die if you don't boast once a day? If nothing else, take the first foundation for example, it's also the most basic requirement. Your true chi must be within the intermediate realm of true chi, at least 4 meridians true chi. Do you have that? 4 meridians true chi? The foundational exams ask for such a simple thing? It was Jiang Chen's turn to be gobsmacked and he minutely raised his arm. Father, look at the stone stool over there. His true chi circulated throughout his body as he spoke, flowing through his 4 meridians like 4 thundering rivers. They coalesced into one and concentrated at the tip of his finger. He shook his finger, looking out of the corner of his eye. A hole was poked straight through the stone stool where his finger had been pointing. A line formed of true chi, coalescing without dispersing. This is truly the intermediate realm of true chi? You kid, when did you locate the 4th acupoint, clear the 4th meridian, and successfully train to 4 meridians true chi? Jiang Feng was overjoyed beyond belief with a face full of incredulity. 4 meridians true chi was a quite basic achievement for any son of a duke. Clearing the 4th meridian was something not even worth being happy about. But to Jiang Feng, it was a moment on par with witnessing a miracle with his own eyes. Ha. I did this yesterday. I just meditated for a few hours. Right, Father, what are the other 2 foundational exams? Can you tell me all at once, and I'll go back and think of ways to handle them? We can't let vile characters like Du Rohai make a mockery out of us, can we? Jiang Feng was speechless. Since when had the foundational exams become so easy in this kid's eyes? He could handle them by sparing just a random bit of time? What's wrong? Can that old fart Du Rohai make life difficult for me even after I've passed the foundational exams? No way. Jiang Feng puffed his chest out and said assertively. Your old man isn't a vegetarian who just rolls over to play dead. As long as you can pass the foundational exams and make it to the final tests of the Hidden Dragon trials, I can assure you there will be no problems there. But as for the content of the final tests, if Du Rohai has something hidden up his sleeves. Vile characters are as common as ghosts. I, Jiang Chen, am an outstanding individual and do not fear these characters. The only thing I'm afraid of is that his abilities are not up to par and won't be able to create some complicated mess for me. That would greatly disappoint me then. At the end of the day, Jiang Chen paid no heed to third-rate clowns like Du Rohai. The 3 foundational exams really weren't hard. Their purpose wasn't to stump test takers, but to weed out the good-for-nothings. Unless one was a dandy that expended absolutely no effort on training, it was truly not a problem to pass the foundational exams. Apart from Jiang Chen, all participants in the trials had achieved 4 meridians true chi. Even Fatty Xian had achieved 5 meridians true chi. The second exam was to practice the kingdom's Eastern Amethyst Chi method until one reached the perfection level, and be able to successfully maintain it for an hour in a room filled with level 4 fighting aura. The Eastern Amethyst Chi method was created by an ancestor of the Eastern royal family. It was a method used in the process of founding the kingdom, and thus highly symbolic. It was further divided into 5 achievement levels of minor achievement, skillful, perfection, flawless and great. Perfection realms. The so-called perfection realm was to merely learn the entire set of foundational tactics and know them thoroughly. The third foundational exam was a theoretical exam. Its purpose was to test the academic knowledge of each duchy's heirs. This exam was even easier, one could basically pass it by rote memorization. What the heck? The past me dragged his heels for 2.5 years on such easy exams, and still couldn't pass them? Jiang Chen was a bit lost in wonder. What was even more eye-popping was his old man. When faced with such a son, had he never thought of harshly slapping him? His agreement with Eastern Lu was for 3 days, and only 2 days had passed. In the remaining day, Jiang Chen decided to spend some time and effort on the foundational exams. A mere dukedom was nothing to Jiang Chen, but it seemed that a subtle general situation had developed in the capital, and he had no desire to lose any advantage. Particularly when some bored fellows were waiting to see a fool made out of the Jiang family. As for those idiots that came up to him asking to be slapped, he could vent a bit of his frustrations by obliging them, no? Amethyst Eastern Qi was a complex set of tactics. Duchy heirs only learned the most basic parts of this method. The purpose of mandating that all heirs learn the basic tactics were to evaluate their potential, personality, understanding of martial Tao, and the ability to endure suffering in the path of training. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged and meditated for a moment, running through the foundational portions of the Eastern Amethyst Qi. At that moment, the vastly knowledgeable memories of his past self were starting to show their true worth. Chapter 16, Entering the Palace, Diagnosis. Chapter 16, Entering the Palace, Diagnosis. Even if the subject in question was a method from the heavens, there was nothing he could not understand, not with his breadth of knowledge. To him, a foundational method from the common world was as simple as a child reading the 3-character classics or the 100 family names 1. After running the method through his mind, its peculiarities, pros, and cons, were all unabashedly revealed to him. What made Jiang Chen both furious and amused was, that in his memories, the past Jiang Chen had only practiced the Eastern Amethyst Qi 6 times in the past 2.5 years. And of those times, 2 sessions had lasted not even 10 minutes before some of his friends dragged him out for some fun. What was really infuriating was that a practitioner had to be the pinnacle and epitome of laziness in order to fail so hard. The only silver lining and source of some amusement was that the less the former Jiang Chen had trained, the better it was for Jiang Chen now. This way, he could spend less time correcting the mistakes that the prior Jiang Chen had made when practicing. Still, he really had only practiced the method on and off for 6 times. This was basically starting from scratch. Practicing such a method as basic as this one didn't require any particular thought on Jiang Chen's behalf. Not only could he easily understand many martial Tao mysteries that would even occur to others, but could improve upon, in spades, any flawed or incomplete methods. Of course, Jiang Chen did not bother with undue reflection, since such a foundational method wasn't worth him spending too much time over. He had fully digested the foundational theories in an hour. It would be easy to practice once he had fully digested it. He was a bit hesitant and unfamiliar the first time through, but became much more at ease and confident the second time around. The third time, his execution was as pure as the fires of a forge. The 4th time, 5th time. If the Eastern royal ancestor had been able to witness Jiang Chen's 6th deployment of the method, his jaw would have surely dropped in shock and perhaps even wanted to hail Jiang Chen as his master. This was because he had already gone through more than 10 derivations of the foundational method, and this was when Jiang Chen was holding himself back. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to unnecessarily waste brain cells, he'd actually easily derive more than 100 permutations. His curiosity satisfied after a few more times, Jiang Chen grew bored and stopped practicing. Wasting too much time in studying such a basic tactic was akin to strangling the prime of his life. He decided to revisit the 3rd exam. The articles of martial arts, the articles of spirit medicine, the papers of power and influence, and the papers of military strategy. The 3rd exam mostly encompassed the above content, which just needed to be committed to memory. Of course, there was also some room for creativity. For the creative portions, one could receive passing marks even if they didn't fill it in. It was just something used to separate geniuses from the mediocre. Jiang Chen took a half-hearted glance through it. It was a crude and simple collection of items. With his experiences and knowledge bank, it was as if an adult was answering questions written for kids. It couldn't get much easier than this. Alright, no need to waste too much time on small fry like the hidden dragon trials. The task at hand is to find a method suitable for this body. It can't be too good, but must possess unlimited potential. Grand, heavily methods spanning everything in the world were as common as the hairs on a cow in Jiang Chen's memories. But to find one that was suitable wasn't that easy. Firstly, this body would simply be unable to practice any methods that were too extraordinary and went against the course of nature. It would be like someone used to eating light, simple food suddenly devouring delicacies from the land and sea. It was bound to cause indigestion. Of course, the method couldn't be too subpar either. If it was subpar, then his starting point would be lower than others and greatly limit himself in the future. Jiang Chen had no desire to make his path of cultivation unnecessarily rough and jagged just because he had started off on the wrong foot. This was also something that couldn't be rushed. With his current state, Jiang Chen was not fully familiarized with his body yet, and naturally could not customize a method most suited for himself. Oh well, the new and improved Eastern Amethyst Chi was enough for him now. The task at hand was to appropriately handle Eastern Lu. The third day, Jiang Chen hunkered down with the book collection in the manor instead of going out. He knew almost nothing about this world since his arrival. Apart from a bunch of crazy, ridiculous and pointless acts committed by his past self, there weren't many memories worth much at all. Jiang Chen did not intend to live out his days in ignorance. To know one's enemy as well as one knew himself was the way to constantly emerge victorious from battle. Although he was the reincarnated son of the Celestial Emperor, he now occupied an ordinary position, and his past life's memories could only support him theoretically. He would still have to rely on his current body in terms of actual training. Theory could save him a lot of effort by avoiding winding paths, and could help him grow much faster than others, but it couldn't turn him into a peerless master in a short time. If he rested on his laurels because of memories from his past self and became supercilious, then he just might die one day without even knowing how. After all, the level of his martial strength ranked amongst the lowest of the low in this world. There were simply too many people who could crush him to death with one finger. Jiang Chen's understanding of his current world were greatly deepened after a night of reading, and he felt quite productive. When night fell, he entered the secret room again and was hard at practice. After a night of training, he had further consolidated his control over his 4 levels of true qi. The 4 cleared meridians were noticeably stronger after he'd put them through the ringer a few times. Judging from this tempo and speed, my meridians will be able to support clearing the 5th acupoint in 5 or 6 days' time. In the realm of true qi, each successive step would become harder than the last. The difficulty of opening up each consecutive meridian would be many times greater than the previous one. If the beginning foundations were not firmly set in stone, and the practitioner started opening up meridians willy-nilly, then it was very likely that he would cause friction between the meridians. The best-case scenario was that the meridians were damaged, and the practitioner was forever halted on the path of training. The worst-case scenario was that the meridians exploded and the practitioner died immediately. The path of cultivation was fraught with peril. This was not an empty line out of nowhere. Of course, Jiang Chen had his advantages as well. There were many ways to toughen the meridians in his memory banks, and many approaches to strengthen them. Add a certain amount of spirit medicine in support, and he would be able to drastically cut down the time he needed. Usually, those with high potential would use 3 months to ascend from 4 meridians to 5 meridians. Those were at the pinnacle. 6 months was considered excellent, and 9 months average. Those taking longer than a year were mediocre. Of course, there were also those who struggled all their life and never made it. They were outside the realm of consideration. But with Jiang Chen, through the use of certain techniques and the support of spirit medicine, he was confident that he could break through 4 meridians to 5 meridians true qi in just 7 days. There was one process in particular that he did not need to spend time on, and that was to locate his true qi acupoint. In this world, exploration and reflection were needed to locate and clear every acupoint. But Jiang Chen was equipped with the location method of true acupoint resonance. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with the lifestyle of continuous training. The next morning, Jiang Chen rose early when the first ray of light had peeked out from the east. He moved to the training field in the manor and ran through the entire Eastern Amethyst Chi method, as well as the 2 martial arts tactics contained within it. Amethyst Cloud Palm was graceful and elegant. It was a gust of falling leaves and flowers 1 second, and rainbow clouds chasing after the moon the next. Both insubstantial and tangible, it emphasized being ethereal. Eastern King Point, on the other hand, emphasized unpredictability. It was as sudden as thunder, but also like the shooting stars. A fleeting glimpse of a divine dragon would abruptly materialize, catching one off guard. Jiang Chen fully went through both of them and loosened his limbs. In his hands, many details not contained in the original instructions were demonstrated, drawn out of a method to develop the mind along with the accompaniment of 2 martial arts techniques. It was a pity that not a single audience member was present then, otherwise Jiang Chen surely would have brought the crowd to its feet. Jiang Chen had eaten breakfast an hour later and sent Jiang Zhang to Boss Song, ordering the former to personally deliver the shipment of crouching yang stones into the palace. The past Jiang Chen had followed the Duke of Jianghan into the palace a few times, so the route to the palace was not unfamiliar in his mind. He was also quite versed in the customs that must be observed. Armed with the engraved dragon medallion, he faced no obstacles along the way. Although the palace was 100 times more impressive than the temporary household the Duke of Jianghan had set up in the capital, it still stirred absolutely no interest in Jiang Chen. Compared to the great scenes he had seen in his prior life, the assorted splendor of this palace seemed a bit wanting in comparison. Jiang Chen pays his respects to your majesty. They had agreed on not bowing in front of the king, so Jiang Chen merely inclined his body slightly when he saw Eastern Lu. Eastern Lu naturally was not in the mood to make a fuss over such a small things like manners, not to mention this was an honor he had personally bestowed. There was simply nothing to become upset about. Jiang Chen, I am pleased by your presence today. Let's forget about what happened before between you and I, and look forward. What do you say to that? What happened before? Your Majesty, the best trait I have is my poor memory. Ha. Jiang Chen didn't feel like mincing words and so simply decided to play dumb. Good, I like a smart man. Xia Ting, take Jiang Chen to the inner courtyard to diagnose Princess Jiruo. Yes, your servant obeys. Xia Ting was an eunuch. The rank of a eunuch who could attend at the side of a king was naturally not low. Xia Ting was a clever one, and didn't look down on Jiang Chen because of his rapscallion past. On the contrary, he was pleasant and polite, and smiled in an easygoing way. Young Duke, please follow me. Jiang Chen nodded. My steward bodyservant Jiang Zhang will deliver a shipment of stones later, please send them to the princess chambers. The palace was quite vast, and it took them a while of walking to reach the imperial harem. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly when walking down the quiet path in the flower gardens. In terms of surroundings, there was nothing to criticize about this location. Tree-lined shade, clusters of flowers, a peaceful terrain, corridors to pavilions, and various garden decorations lined the walkways. A green expanse was revealed after passing through a walkway and an arched door. Xia Ting led Jiang Chen to a halt in front of a wooden frame filled with flowers. Young Duke, we stop here. There were 2 people in the field. 2 girls, to be more exact. Youthful innocence still remained on one of the girls' faces, and her body was in between fully developed and yet unformed. The girl in question was Eastern Jiruo. She was wielding a wooden sword at the moment, parrying the other girl's advances with strained effort. The other girl was just past 20 years old with an exceedingly well-developed body. She wore a suit of form-fitting leather armor, further accentuating her exquisite curves. The girl had a dashingly spirited face, and appeared quite serious in between yells. A heroic, unyielding air emanated from her gestures. Hit! A light yell sounded as the wooden sword in Eastern Jiruo's hand clattered to the ground. In turn, the sexy lady's wooden sword was resting on Eastern Jiruo's dainty neck. Jiang Chen shook his head without words. Who is this woman? She has some guts, resting the wooden sword on the princess' neck. Doesn't she understand the meaning of holding back in educational sparring matches? And, hadn't I repeatedly advised last time for Eastern Jiruo to stop practicing martial Dao? Idiot woman. Jiang Chen thinned his lips slightly as he took quite an exception to the scene. A brainless bimbo indeed, the ancients were right when they coined this phrase. But who knew that the shake of his head and the thinning of his lips would happen to fall into the sexy lady's line of vision, and cause no end of trouble? 1. Basic ancient Chinese that all children would learn. Chapter 17, Princess? I'll still lecture you without fail. Chapter 17, Princess? I'll still lecture you without fail. Where did this lecture come from? How dare he behave atrociously in the imperial harem? The sexy lady had already been in a bad mood when she was surprised by the sight of a stranger. Wasn't this the perfect target to vent her frustrations, since he had had the gall to shake his head and quirk his lips? Jiang Chen frowned and turned his head to ask Xia Ting, who is this idiotic woman? It was as if someone had shoved a goose egg into Xia Ting's mouth when he heard this. He wore a stunned expression and a wry smile, as no words came out of his open mouth, unable to respond for the moment. You lecture, all right, who are you calling an idiotic woman? Who else but you? Jiang Chen had also been enraged by 2 repeated labels of lecture. If I recall correctly, I gave the order last time for Eastern Jiruo to stop practicing. And I'd like to ask who decided to appoint such an idiot by the princess side? If I have to continuously answer such basic, idiotic questions, then I'll ask you to find another expert for this diagnosis. And, you idiot woman, don't rest your sword on the princess' neck whenever you feel like it. The mind wavers when the heart palpitates, and chi is lost when the mind wavers. The princess' life chi was already weak to begin with. Are you complaining that she's not dying quickly enough? And the most idiotic thing of all is that the wooden swords you're using are made from enigmatic cloud wood. The wood possesses a yin character, and will trigger the yin humors in the princess body. Are you all idiots in this vast palace? The woman had been working herself up into a temper when she was halted in her tracks by Jiang Chen's direct harangue. She was also slightly surprised that he had recognized the enigmatic cloud wood with one glance. As for Eastern Jiruo, she ran over laughing with an air of shyness from a young girl. She tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. All right, brother Jiang Chen, Aunt Goyu just returned today from an adventure outside. She doesn't know anything about Jiruo's matters, so please forgive her. Wait a second. The woman called Goyu had regained her senses. Jiruo, you give me an explanation right this second. Who wants this darned brat's forgiveness? How am I wrong? And who is this brat? How can he access the imperial harem? And you don't admit that you're an idiot. You think I care about entering some imperial harem? Brat, if you call me idiot one more time, I'm going to beat you so hard that you can't feed yourself or even relieve yourself. Pasht. A threat? From the likes of you? Save it. Jiang Chen was contemptuous. Off on the sidelines, the eunuch Xia Ting had found a moment to surreptitiously slip away, because he'd discovered that things were not what he'd imagined. He did not wish to be awkwardly caught in the middle. He'd brought the person here. It was out of his control if things devolved into a ruckus of chickens flying and dogs jumping. Poor Eastern Jiruo had to put out the fire on both sides. Jiang Chen grabbed her. Come, girl, show me your chambers. These words thoroughly enraged Goyu. She shook her wooden sword and exhorted, lecture. You really think I won't dare cleave you? You crazy woman, you really took the wrong medicine this morning. I came to diagnose Princess Jiruo out of the goodness of my heart, and you create trouble not once, but multiple times. Do you believe that? Do I believe what? Goyu laughed coldly. Forget it. Good men do not fight with women. Princess Jiruo, is she your martial Dao teacher? Fire her at the earliest opportunity. You won't live past 16 with her at your side. The translucent skin on Goyu's face was covered by thunderclouds in an instant. She focused her voice and yelled, "Brat, I dare you to say that one more time." By the sight of her expression, Eastern Jiruo knew that Goyu was truly enraged. She hurriedly said, "All right, auntie. Both of you stop talking. Listen to Jiruo's explanation. This is Jiang Chen. Father has employed him as my royal physician. Auntie, don't underestimate Jiang Chen. He's really amazing. He could tell that I wasn't sick, but that I was born with a yin constitution and thus cannot cultivate. Cultivating will increase the burden on my meridians and deplete my life chi." Royal physician? This brat? Skepticism was written all over Goyu's proud face. Auntie, his name is Jiang Chen, not this brat. Eastern Jiruo responded merrily. Brother Jiang Chen, this is my aunt, and the sister of my father. Call her Princess Goyu and not idiot or crazy woman. That doesn't sound nice. Aunt? Jiang Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected this at all. He had assumed that this violent woman was a female martial Dao teacher of some sort. But she still had to be lectured, and even more so, if she was Jiruo's aunt. Aunt? Is there any aunt in the world who would treat her own niece in this way? Do you know that everything you've just done was pushing her down the road of death? Just because you're a princess doesn't mean you have the right to be a self-righteous moron. Rage and killing intent boiled in Princess Goyu's eyes as her beautiful hands unconsciously groped for the handle of her sword. Their eyes met. Jiang Chen's look was open, calm and pure. His heart was selfless and encompassed the world, and did not fear killing looks like the one Princess Goyu was sending his way. Brat, I don't care who you are. You've called me idiot 5 times. And crazy woman once today. Remember this, women carry grudges. Jiang Chen is it? Young Duke is it? A strange smile suddenly tugged at Goyu's lips, as if she had gotten hold of one of Jiang Chen's secrets. Jiang Chen shrugged, I'm afraid of everything but a woman's threats. Alright, I'm going to diagnose Princess Jiruo now. You aren't welcome here. I'm not welcome? Says who? Goyu grew even more displeased. This is my home, get it? What? You mean to tell me that you haven't gotten married off yet? Please, how old are you? Even your niece is about to marry someone, and you still have the nerve to call this your home? Do you hate marriage that much? Is it really that much fun to be a leftover woman one? If it wasn't for Eastern Jiruo's illness, Goyu would have definitely cut Jiang Chen down with one swing and dragged his corpse out to feed the dogs. Her ferocious gaze completely illustrated her thoughts at that moment. Okay, brat. Congratulations. You have been successfully remembered by this princess. I'm going to go back and change. If I find out that diagnosing Jiruo is a false pretense, you'll find out that you'll die a horrible death. Jiang Chen was derisive. Hurry up and scram. Remember to close the blinds when you change to avoid scaring anyone. Even if you don't manage to scare people, it's still wrong to scare people of small importance. Alright brother Jiang Chen, auntie has left already. Stop being so sharp-tongued. Auntie is actually a good person, there must have been a misunderstanding between you two today. A charming smile blossomed on Eastern Jiruo's face, projecting an air of naive innocence. This smile somewhat alleviated Jiang Chen's mood. He had been truly maddened by that woman to the point of losing his wits. He didn't mind the idiotic gestures. What got to him was that the woman had immediately started off with lecture as soon as she'd opened her mouth. To think that I, Jiang Chen, have been insulted by a brainless bimbo. Sigh. Jiang Chen came to Eastern Jiruo's quarters under her guidance, and he spent some time wandering around them. Brother Jiang Chen, what do you think? My place is pretty nice, right? Jiang Chen smiled lightly. It's passable, but it's extremely inappropriate for you to live here. Whether in terms of the greater environment, or in terms of the design of the details, they are all pushing you further towards death. Eastern Jiruo's composure was greatly ruffled. Brother Jiang Chen, don't scare me. The imperial harem is a great compound within the palace, and is already a place of strong yin qi. The design of this imperial harem garden is overly quiet, with no concentrations of yang qi, making it easier to attract yin things. If you had not practiced martial Tao when you were born and didn't live here, your lifespan would be about the same as ordinary folk. It was a pity that you were born into the royal family. Ah. Brother Jiang Chen, you're scaring me. Will Jiruo really not make it past 16? If you hadn't met me, you may not have even made it beyond this year. Jiang Chen wasn't being an alarmist. This environment was a natural yin focal point. How could the ill humors within a yin constitution not have been worsened? Ignoring Eastern Jiruo's look of worry, Jiang Chen took a quick walk. He lifted his head, at times climbing onto the wall, and at times walking upstairs. He returned to Eastern Jiruo's side after a while and asked, if I were to demolish this imperial harem compound and redesign it, would your father the king agree to it? Brother Jiang Chen, you're kidding, right? There are 3,000 in the imperial harem, not just an abode for Jiruo alone. So, this proposal wouldn't work? No. Eastern Jiruo spread out her delicate hands. Jiruo cannot impact the daily lives of the entire imperial harem just for herself. What a girl to be pitied and to be respected. She was facing her death, but still thought of the greater picture. The very definition of an expendable royal life. Then you must move out, the earlier the better. The longer you live here, means the closer you are to death. That is also undoable. Jiruo is a royal princess, and cannot leave the imperial harem for the outside world before her marriage. Eastern Jiruo's voice was as low as a mosquito, like a child who had done wrong. Her head was so low because she didn't dare look up at Jiang Chen. As if this was all her fault. I say, are these damn rules important, or your life important? Jiang Chen was a bit at a loss for words. Brother Jiang Chen, do you have any other ways? My life and the rules are both important. But Jiruo is afraid that breaking the rules will cause others to be unhappy. Who dares to be unhappy? Tell your old man to execute him. Jiang Chen's majestic demeanor was evident. Eastern Jiruo was amused by Jiang Chen's seriousness. Brother Jiang Chen, you like to joke. It's so interesting being around you. The girl wove her arms lightly around his upper arm and said sweetly, I know Brother Jiang Chen will come up with a better idea. The mild fragrance of a maiden wafted leisurely into Jiang Chen's nostrils, making him feel from the depths of his heart that it was good to be young. He laughed, I've got ideas already, but you really can't practice anymore. AI, that idiot woman, you say she's your aunt? Hee, you're insulting auntie again. Eastern Jiruo blinked a pair of lively, spirited eyes. Brother Jiang Chen, Jiruo will tell you a secret. You can't insult my auntie anymore. Why not? She's such an idiot, and yet I can't lecture her? I insult her to help her become smarter. My intentions are good and kind. Hee, but my auntie is a princess. She's also the #1 organizer of the Hidden Dragon Trials. Don't you need to participate in them? What? Jiang Chen leapt up upon hearing these words. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Because both of you didn't give me a chance to earlier. Eastern Jiruo felt a bit aggrieved. Jiang Chen was quite depressed. He'd just offended Du Ruhai, but the latter was just second in command. But now, that Princess Goyu was the primary person in charge. The Hidden Dragon Trials. Jiang Chen could see many flaming and spiked obstacles flying his way. The main organizer and her right-hand man both hate him. How was it not possible that life wouldn't be easy for him in the Hidden Dragon Trials? 1. Leftover woman is modern Chinese slang indicating a spinster not by choice. Chapter 18, Princess Goyu's Internal Dilemma. Chapter 18, Princess Goyu's Internal Dilemma. After a bout of depression, Jiang Chen finally asked apprehensively, "Your aunt isn't the type to carry a grudge, is she?" He, she dotes on me a lot. As for whether or not she carries a grudge, Jiruo doesn't know. Brother Jiang Chen, don't be afraid. I'll speak to her on your behalf when I have time. Poof. It doesn't matter who begs on your behalf, Jiang Chen. Heir to the Jianghan Duchy, ranked dead last in the pre-exams, and yet to pass any of the 3 foundational exams. By the artificial mountain, Princess Goyu had reappeared unbeknownst to anyone, dressed in a downy yellow light robe. There were some traces of a cold smile on her face. "Jiang Chen, you have some courage in walking in here." Some said that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Since matters stood the way they were, Jiang Chen could only see them through to the end. "What, you want to get revenge on me?" "Get revenge?" A hint of a cold smile tugged at Goyu's lips. "The current you isn't even worth getting revenge on. Worry about that if you make it into the final examination." True, as the main organizer, Princess Goyu could not bear to demean herself and harass someone who couldn't even make it past a single one of the foundational exams. "Heh, idiotic woman. You think far too little of me." Jiang Chen knew that in Goyu's heart, he was most likely equated with the words of ignorant and incompetent. He was about to say something when a loud pattering of footsteps sounded from the outside. The shipment of crouching yang stones had arrived. Jiang Chen beckoned and said to Princess Goyu, "What's your name, Goyu is it?" "Princess Jiruo says that you dote on her." "I ask only this, do you have any authority in the imperial harem?" "Why?" Goyu asked coldly. "If you have authority, then demolish all the buildings within 100 feet of Princess Jiruo's quarters. Demolish any mountain, fill in any water. Also, hire the best artisan to hew the largest piece of crouching yang stone into a stone bed. Let Princess Jiruo sleep on it. It's best if she sleeps nude." Jiang Chen did not care at all that a black line had slowly formed on Princess Goyu's beautiful forehead, and continued speaking. "Arrange the rest of the 8 crouching yang stones according to the diagram on my paper. I'll come back with more tasks next time. And, little Jiruo, I've commissioned these sachets for you. I've broken the dragon bone sungrass into 9 pieces and put them into 9 sachets. Keep one on you at all times, and place the others in places you often visit. Although this dragon bone sungrass is a slight bit of trash, it'll do for now. The yang qi that it produces will nourish your meridians. In addition, this is a hand sketch of the sun god spirit diagram, along with an accompanying incantation. Meditate and contemplate with your heart. This will help your body produce yang qi. This is a temporary fix, we need to stabilize your condition first. Remember, do as I say. In particular, do not train anymore, or the circumstances will be bad beyond comprehension." Jiang Chen's words of guidance had quite the air of a master. His demeanor and delivery stunned even Princess Goyu silent for a moment. He didn't give Goyu the chance to speak after he finished speaking. He dusted off his sleeves and started swaggering off. Goyu regained her senses just as Jiang Chen was about to leave. She snorted, "Jiang Chen, you're a person who couldn't even pass the 3 foundational exams. Why should we listen to you?" Jiang Chen's gaze was cold as his body halted, but he didn't turn around. "If you truly love your niece, you will do as I say. If you want her to die earlier, then continue practicing with her like you were just doing." One had to say, Jiang Chen had the potential to be a master bluffer. His awe-inspiring words, accompanied by a quietly dignified aura, were enough to cause the preeminent Princess Goyu, the powerful figure in charge of the fates of all the dukedoms through the hidden dragon trials, to be at a temporary loss for words. It was only when his shadow had disappeared that Goyu recovered, that insolent upstart. He makes me so mad. Eastern Jirua laughed. Auntie, brother Jiang Chen is actually quite kind. Listen, that day at the heavenly rites of worship. When Eastern Jirua had finished conveying the happenings of the recent days, Princess Goyu's face underwent a variety of expressions. Who would have thought that so much would happen in the time capital during the time that I was gone? I left for not even a month. Goyu's expression became complicated upon hearing that Jiang Chen had risen from the dead after being caned to death, and actually gained divine patronage because of his misfortunes. Princess Goyu had been born into a royal family, and had one of the highest standards in the entire capital. Her ambitions and worldview had never stopped at a mere kingdom. Thus, she committed herself to training and set herself the goal of exploring the wider, more exciting world, through the path of martial Tao. It was because she had her eyes set high, that she knew a bit more than the average person about divine patronage. If an ordinary person was wavering between skepticism and belief, then she believed about 70% after listening to Jirua. It's impossible for a teenage youth to fabricate so much in the heat of the moment. Particularly that Jirua and her mother had been born under a solar eclipse. This kind of royal secret has never been disclosed. In constitution, in humors? Princess Goyu was feeling a mixture of feelings. Eastern Jirua was one of her most beloved nieces, and she had watched her grow up. She had always insisted that Eastern Jirua was weak and frail, and thus had insisted the latter to train and practice. Even if she didn't achieve any accomplishments, strengthening her body was still a good thing, no? But Jiang Chen's overwhelming and harsh lecture today had caused her convictions of many years to falter, just that little bit. Have I really been wrong? All that I've been doing for Jirua hasn't helped her, but in fact harmed her? Divine patronage? Should I believe in something like this? Princess Goyu struggled with an internal dilemma. She naturally wanted Eastern Jirua to be well, but if she continued to insist that Jiang Chen was a charlatan, wouldn't that be harming Jirua? At this moment, eunuch Xia Ting had led a crowd of people nearby. Princesses, do we demolish this area? Your servant begs royal guidance. Princess Goyu surveyed the surroundings, a few hints of apprehension in her exquisite eyes. She took another glance at Eastern Jirua and noted the eagerness in the girl's eyes. It was obvious that she was full of confidence in Jiang Chen. Demolish it. Goyu herself found it hard to believe that she had said those words. Why demolish it? Why should she listen to that damned brat? Had she really fallen for his act? No, I'm thinking of Jirua. If it makes her happy, then we demolish this area. The proud Princess Goyu quickly found a palatable excuse for herself. When he left the imperial harem, Jiang Chen paid another visit to Eastern Lu. He was the king of a nation after all, the common courtesies had to be observed. Jiang Chen was a smart person and didn't want to supply any fodder for the gossip mill. Eastern Lu was quite satisfied with Jiang Chen's report. Jiang Chen, I can see that you are much better than all those royal physicians. Your Majesty, there is an overabundance of yin qi in the imperial harem. It is not a suitable place of residence for someone with the princess constitution. Your subjects' actions are merely to counteract the yin qi. In order for the princess to be just like an ordinary person, she needs to move out from the imperial harem and settle down in a place that gathers yang qi. Your suggestion has been noted. But this matter is of great importance and needs some deliberation. This was an action that was at obvious odds with royal tradition. Even Eastern Lu could not easily agree to it. With that said, your subject requests his leave. I will enter the palace to renew my diagnosis each month and discern the princess condition. If there are no accidents, her condition can be stabilized. As for whether it can be effective beyond expectation, that will depend on the princess karma. There were many things that Jiang Chen did not need to explain in too much detail, such as that sun god spirit diagram. That was actually quite a life-changing stroke of luck for the princess. It was something that the celestial emperor had prepared for Jiang Chen back in the day. Jiang Chen naturally did not have the ability to replicate the sun god spirit diagram, but had no issues in simulating a simplified version. If Princess Jiruo really did meditate upon it daily, over the course of time, the effect of this single diagram would be enough to allow her to live a normal life. But Jiang Chen would never voice this. Playing this hand close to his heart would prevent Eastern Lu from burning bridges. Discarding someone after they had outlived their usefulness, Jiang Chen had been born into a royal household in his past life. How could he not know of this? When he left the palace, he didn't go to his usual haunts to drink and whore, nor did he call upon his friends. Rather, he went straight back to the manor. His best friends had all been grounded by their respective old men because of the furor they caused at the Jianghan manor a few days ago, not to mention the fact that the month-end exams were fast approaching. A sense of urgency had filled the hearts of all the dukes. The second half of the year would herald the arrival of the final examinations of the Hidden Dragon trials. Their son's performance at this stage was the key to determining if they could keep their positions for the next 20 years. Those who knew for certain that their positions would be kept still had to worry if their ranking would change. All in all, the harsh competition of the Hidden Dragon trial caused all the dukes to be on their guard. On the contrary, the Jianghan household actually had a more relaxed atmosphere. Jiang Feng, the Duke of Jianghan, had no lofty expectations to begin with. He had already mentally prepared himself to hang up his armor and return to the fields. As for the Jiang Chen of now, the mere dukedom of a kingdom did not even register on his radar. He was participating because he didn't want the outside world to think that the Jiang family was full of cowards and didn't even have the courage to show up at the trials. The greater picture of fierce competition amongst the dukes had long since formed, and Jiang Chen had no choice but to go with the flow. Otherwise, to avoid the first battle after his reincarnation would leave a shadow in his heart, undoubtedly affecting his path of training in the future. The biggest piece of gossip these days in the Jianghan household was none other than Jiang Chen. That was because the servants had made the startling discovery that the young duke had stayed home for a full 5 days. This was a heaven-defying piece of news. One had to know that the young duke was a restless master before. He had not even previously set a record of staying home for 10 hours, not to mention 5 entire days. Even Jiang Feng was astonished and he kept muttering, "What is this kid up to? This isn't his style?" Jiang Feng's child-rearing philosophy was encompassed by 4 words, "Do as he will." As for the protagonist of the rumors, Jiang Chen made no response to the reactions of the outside world. He had not wasted a single moment in the past 5 days. Training, strengthening his meridians, fortifying his body, all final preparations for clearing the 5th acupoint. Reading to understand and assimilate as much of this world as possible through perusing various volumes, these 2 items almost became Jiang Chen's entire life over the past few days. When dawn broke on the 6th day, his 4 strands of true qi were as full of vitality as the dawn, and as full of vigor like the rising sun. Chapter 19, Jiang Family's Concealed Danger. Chapter 19, Jiang Family's Concealed Danger. After a few determined days of tough training and the support of medicine, Jiang Chen had finally strengthened his 4 meridians to a satisfactory level. The 4 meridians are the same, as if they are a blossoming flower with 4 petals, neither too fragile nor too hard, and they act almost in unison. The meridians have now increased in pliability and strength more than 10 times compared to the first time I trained it. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this progress, even though he knew that compared to the training of others, the previous Jiang Chen was still many steps behind them. But this wasn't an excuse to proceed in haste. Jiang Chen still moved according to his tempo. Fine products come from slow work, and all would fall into place at the right time. Finally, on the 6th morning, Jiang Chen welcomed his peak condition. The 4 meridians' true chi were like dragons, full of wild, explosive power. They formed an unpremeditated consensus, one that was aimed at clearing the 5th acupoint. A doughty and extremely rhythmic true chi flow filled Jiang Chen's entire body with a sense of calm. Exhale, circulate chi. 4 meridians' true chi were like 4 carps about to leap upstream. They were in fine fighting spirit and full of vitality. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, they took the same action and coalesced as one, and as swift as a meteor, shot towards Jiang Chen's long-located 5th acupoint. A feeling of warm agitation, similar to the sublime joy of a man and woman becoming one, filled every pore when the acupoint was cleared. The acupoint was broken through like cracking an eggshell. The strong chi current rushed through the acupoint and thundered along the preset path, clearing the 5th meridian. 5th acupoint, breakthrough. 5th meridian, clear. 5th level of true chi, perfection. As he welcomed the light of the dawning sun, Jiang Chen smiled his first heartfelt smile since reincarnation. 5 meridians true chi did not surprise him. What gave him happiness was the sense of achievement gained from training, from breaking through. This feeling of accomplishment was something that his exalted past self, the son of the celestial emperor, had never enjoyed. 5 meridians true chi is surely enough to not place me at the bottom of all the airs anymore? And with my experience and potential, there shouldn't be anyone within the realm of true chi, even the advanced realm of true chi, that can win out over me. Jiang Chen still possessed this little bit of confidence. With his insights, and a foundational knowledge of this world, he could absolutely see through to the true essence of things with one glance. He would be able to fully read all of an opponent's strategies before they even attempted a single technique. This was a huge advantage in this sort of competition. When Jiang Chen walked out of the secret training room, he realized that it had been many days since he had called on his old man. Since he had arrived on this world, the Duke of Jianghan had been Jiang Chen's mental support, whether in terms of blood ties or first impressions. From this man, Jiang Chen could experience what it meant to have love in this world. Although he did not verbally express it, he placed great importance on this familial tie. When he saw his father, the Duke of Jianghan was holding an invitation in his hand. His brow was slightly creased, and it was obvious that something was troubling him. Father. Jiang Chen walked in. Ha, Chener, you're here. Jiang Feng's mood was always exceptionally well when he saw his son, and he skillfully concealed the shadows overhanging his forehead. How goes things? I've heard that you haven't set foot outside in days. Have you truly hardened your heart this time and will pass the 3 foundational exams no matter what? Jiang Feng's tone was half joking, but it caused Jiang Chen to be at a loss for words. This old man seriously had a positive attitude. He could still find it within himself to crack a joke at this time. The foundational exams aren't important. Father, what were you looking at just now? I saw that you seemed to be worrying about something. Jiang Chen asked decisively, seeing that his father would not bring it up. Ah, this. Ha ha. Chener, you've never expressed an interest in household affairs before. Don't worry about these kinds of matters. Jiang Feng bypassed the question and attempted to change the subject. Father, although I am your son, there should be a limit to the extent of your protection? Aren't you afraid that you'll spoil me into a worthless good-for-nothing? Haha, Chener, what are you saying? An old man protecting his son is only just improper. It's actually nothing major, just that the Duke of Soaring Dragon sent over an invitation, welcoming all the dukes to a reception in celebration of a major event of joyous tidings at his manor. Soaring Dragon Dukedom? The first person that Jiang Chen thought of was that Long Jiu Shui. Our relationship with the Soaring Dragon Dukedom isn't deep enough to be invited to a banquet, is it? Jiang Chen asked probingly. AI, Duke of Soaring Dragon. This is a barely veiled display of power to run roughshod over the Jiang family. Chener, since you ask, I will tell you. Keep your wits about you when you're out and about, and don't offend anyone from the Soaring Dragon Duchy. The land of our Jiang Han territory is rich and fertile because it's in the southern part of the kingdom. We even discovered a piece of land with a spirit vein running through it. Thus, our family has always had a large business deal cultivating spirit ingredients for the Pill King Garden. Discovering a piece of land with a spirit vein naturally made it have fertile soil for planting spirit ingredients. It was also quite normal to have business relations with the Pill King Garden, a place that specialized in pill medicine. Jiang Chen listened quietly because he knew there was more to it. But recently, the Duke of Soaring Dragon has approached me many times to rent the piece of land with the spirit ingredients garden. Rent? It's not as if renting property doesn't exist between the dukedoms. What was his offered rental price? Jiang Chen seemed to be slowly forming the picture. When I say the Soaring Dragon Duchy is bullying us, this is what I mean. Based on our business with the Pill King Garden, this piece of land brings us 5 million silver in profit every year. But the Duke of Soaring Dragon offered 300,000 silver to rent our land. Cultivating ingredients for the Pill King Garden resulted in revenues of roughly 5 million a year. But renting it out to the Duke of Soaring Dragon would directly shrink revenues to 300,000. Robbery, highway robbery through sheer display of power. Jiang Chen understood everything at once. This Duke of Soaring Dragon was playing on his power as the first Duke of the kingdom. The so-called banquet was one of false pretenses. Inviting the Duke of Jiang Han was undoubtedly to pressure him in person and force him to acquiesce. If pressure only came from the Duke of Soaring Dragon, that would be simple. We're all dukes of Eastern Kingdom. If you pressure me, then I will just simply ignore you. It would be a violation of ancestral code of conduct and a huge taboo if dukes easily warred with each other. Seeing as his father was so troubled, Jiang Chen felt that the pressure must not only come from the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Is it that the Pill King Garden has secretly made a deal with the Soaring Dragon Dukedom? Jiang Chen asked. Zhang Feng thought it was a bit odd and looked at Jiang Chen. Well, Chener, you normally don't ask after these matters, but you've identified the hidden currents within this one. That is indeed the case. Pill King Garden has let out hints that even if we don't rent to the Soaring Dragon Dukedom, they plan on terminating the relationship after the Hidden Dragon trials. Jiang Chen finally fully understood the situation. This was adding insult to injury. The two sides had teamed up to sideline the owner of the land with the spirit vein. This Duke of Soaring Dragon was too scheming. This was conducting business without any skin in the game. When faced with a choice between the Soaring Dragon Dukedom and the Jianghang Dukedom, the Pill King Garden naturally fawned on the former. After all, that was the first duke in the kingdom. Then, tonight's banquet is a dinner where treachery is planned? Jiang Chen toyed with the invitation with some interest. The Duke of Soaring Dragon's arrogance, and a sense of a petty villain winning the day emanated between the lines of text. The crucial point was, the invitation took particular pains to remind the Duke of Jianghan to bring Jiang Chen as well. Was this to create a package out of father and son for joint bitter humiliation? Chener, I'm thinking that I should go alone. You? Go, of course. Why not? I really want to open my eyes. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. I'd like to see if this Duke of Soaring Dragon really has 3 heads and 6 arms. After his father's explanation of this matter and the combination of all that had happened before, Jiang Chen had full reason to suspect that the Duke of Soaring Dragon was involved in the fart that the previous Jiang Chen had released during the rites. Even if he was not directly involved, he must be indirectly involved. Plus, how could a mere Duke of Soaring Dragon make Jiang Chen call for retreat? Halting progress due to fear? Avoiding conflict and provocation? Those were the actions of the weak. In this life, Jiang Chen would only be one of the strong. Plus, Jiang Chen also wanted to see just what kind of fortuitous circumstances had happened to that upstart duke for him to bluster that it was a major event of joyous tidings. The next day, the palace. After a few days of busy activity, Eastern Jiruo's quarters had been remodeled according to Jiang Chen's blueprints. Eastern Jirua's quarters were now clearly not as delicate and exquisite as before, but had a few traces of masculine lines. Eastern Lu had also heard of this matter, and had come for a personal inspection today, accompanied by Princess Goyu. Ha, this Jiang Chen knows how to stir up something all right. How does this look like a princess quarters? Although Eastern Lu said this, it was obvious to see that he did not really mind. Goyu, what do you think about this Jiang Chen? Eastern Lu smiled merrily and asked the princess next to him. Royal brother, if Jiang Chen can cure Jirua, then we can naturally allow his horseplay. But if this is all a sleight of hand, I will be the first to punish him. Eastern Jirua came bouncing over like a little deer as they were speaking. Father, Auntie, you've come to see Ruor? Yes, Ruor, how have you felt these past couple of days? Eastern Lu felt a bit guilt-ridden as he looked at the daughter who had weathered many hardships since childhood. Jirua had been dealt an unfortunate fate since she was a child, but had never complained. On the contrary, she was very mature and always thought of others when doing anything. Even with an illness-ridden body, even knowing that she did not have long to live, she had always lived optimistically. Father, Ruor has been quite happy these days. Look at Ruor's face, doesn't it look much better than before? And, Ruor is no longer so afraid of the cold when it gets to midnight. I feel wonderful every day and sleep much better than before. It was indeed apparent from Eastern Jirua's spirit and complexion that her condition was much better these days. She also did not look as listless as before. Ruor, this means that Jiang Chen's treatment is having effect? Eastern Lu's eyes gleamed. Yes, it must be credited to brother Jiang Chen. I keep 2 of the satchels he gave me on my body, and don't feel that I get tired as easily as I did before. I don't get woken up by cold air in the middle of the night either. Father, Auntie, I contemplate every day the diagram that brother Jiang Chen gave to me. I think it works really well. Hearing Eastern Jirua's words and seeing that her body had taken an obvious turn for the better, Eastern Lu and Goyu looked at each other, a meaningful expression on both their faces. Chapter 20, Banquet is a Trap? I'm not afraid. Chapter 20, Banquet is a Trap? I'm not afraid. That brat, is he that good? Goyu was averse to accepting the situation. She still felt particularly awkward whenever she thought of being lectured by Jiang Chen. It was a bit hard for her to let go of face and admit Jiang Chen's superiority. Eastern Lu lightly pulled Eastern Jirua into a one-armed hug, sighing softly. Who would have thought that after what happened at the rites of heavenly worship, fortune has befallen us in the wake of disaster? Is it the will of the heavens to use Jiang Chen's hand as a vessel to ease Ruor's suffering? The more he thought about it, the more that this explanation became the only possible one. All right, Goyu, Jiang Chen is in the capital to participate in the hidden dragon trials. How are his grades? Eastern Lu suddenly remembered this matter. Royal brother, out of the 108 heirs, this Jiang Chen's grades are without a doubt the last in his class. And up until now, he hasn't passed a single one of the 3 foundational exams. There are only 3 or 4 more days until the final deadline at the end of the month. If he still can't pass them then he won't even have the qualifications to participate in the final exams of the hidden dragon trials. Goyu could only answer honestly. That bad? Eastern Lu was also quite surprised. This puts me in a difficult position. If this kid cannot pass even the foundational exams and lose his family's duchy as a result, then my intentions to award honors and riches. You reap what you sow. He didn't try before, it wouldn't be an injustice for his family to lose their dukedom. Royal brother, I'm saying this first. Since you've put me in charge of the hidden dragon trials, I will not be going easy on anyone. Goyu still kept a stiff upper lip. How would I put you in a difficult position? If being a duke truly isn't written in his stars, then being a powerless official in the capital is just as good. No power or influence, or wealth and riches. That'd be quite a carefree life as well. This was actually Eastern Lu's preferred conclusion to the matter. Otherwise, all the various dukes would return to their territories after the hidden dragon trials, and who then would treat Eastern Jiruo's illness? Oh right, royal brother, speaking of the hidden dragon trials, Goyo received an invitation today. It came from the Soaring Dragon Duchy. Soaring Dragon Duchy? Eastern Lu vaguely creased his brow, obviously quite sensitive to these three words. Yes, it says that there will be a banquet tonight, and invites me to attend. Apparently, an incredible event of joyous tidings has occurred in the Soaring Dragon household. Joyous event? Eastern Lu's expression became even more complicated. As the exalted ruler of a kingdom, by all rights he should have absolute control over all in the capital. But what event of great happiness had occurred in the Soaring Dragon household? Eastern Lu had no clue. Of course, the Duke of Soaring Dragon would have never invited the king to the banquet. Firstly, dukes did not command such respect, and secondly, custom laid down by the forefathers did not permit such an act. He didn't elaborate in the invitation, and only said that it had something to do with his youngest daughter Long Jushue. Can it be that Long Jushue has had some breakthrough on her path of martial Tao? Eastern Lu actually didn't mind if it was truly such a small matter. He spread his hands. You might as well attend since you've been invited. This Duke of Soaring Dragon, heh. Goyu's expression was also a bit complicated, and she understood her royal brother's reservations towards the Duke of Soaring Dragon. He was the first Duke under heaven, and of preeminent position and power. His influence almost rivaled his liege's. The Soaring Dragon Manor was located in the southeast district of the capital. Its location was superior with prosperous streets and magnificent buildings. The Jianghan Manor was absolutely incomparable. Of course, even though it was called the Soaring Dragon Manor, it was but a temporary housing site for when the Duke was in the capital. Each Duke's true manor was still situated in their respective territories. Zhang Feng had meant to prepare a handsome gift since he was attending a banquet, but had been vetoed by Jiang Chen. Since they were sure to declare a feud, why bother? Just bring some random items, and the Soaring Dragon household could accept them if it wished. Besides, it was a sure bet that this invitation did not care for gifts carried in by hand. What the Duke of Soaring Dragon wanted was the Jianghan parcel of land that contained the spirit vein, and to cut off the largest source of income for the Jianghan Duchy. To seize someone's food was to start a blood feud. Jiang Chen clearly understood that this matter would not be settled easily. Jiang Chen plodded out of the secret training room when it was dusk. In his words, they would be subjected to cold looks even if they arrived early, so why not wait until everyone was present? Zhang Feng thought this made a lot of sense and thus accepted Jiang Chen's suggestion. Most of the invited guests had already arrived when the father-son duo had arrived at the Soaring Dragon Manor. The scene in front of him was completely within Jiang Chen's expectations. Whether by previous accord or coincidence, several dukes had formed an agreement with the Soaring Dragon Duchy and purposefully snubbed the father-son duo. It was a good thing that Jiang Feng usually conducted himself in a good manner and had made a few friends with some of the dukes. Some familiar peers came to greet Jiang Feng. So things were not too ugly. Old brother Jiang, this duke has been pining an eternity for your arrival. You are finally here. A hearty laugh suddenly sounded from the front, and a man dressed in luxurious robes strode towards Jiang Feng with large steps. This man had a sturdy frame and walked with the poise and energy of a tiger. A domineering aura punctuated his every gesture. He was the Duke of Soaring Dragon, Long Zhaofeng. This is too much, brother Long is too polite. Come. Old brother Jiang, you are my esteemed guest today, and must sit next to me at the high table. It was not easy to obtain a seat at the high table. A household such as a duchy's was most particular about seating arrangement. Although the Duke of Jianghan's position was good, it was not good enough to warrant a seat at the high table. How can I accept this? Brother Long, please continue to go about your business, I will sit with this band of brothers. Jiang Feng still wished to sit with his crew of brothers. However, he had apparently underestimated Long Xiaofeng's determination. A guest has to follow his host's wishes. Old brother John must listen to this duke's words today. Long Xiaofeng had an air of "I will not rest until you sit at the high table." Off to the side, Jiang Chen said lightly, "Father, it is rare that the Duke of Soaring Dragon favors us so greatly. Since there is a seat for you at the high table, why not sit? Go ahead and sit." "Ha ha ha, and this must be." "All right, you must be dear nephew Jiang Chen." "Good good, a tiger father will not beget a dog son." "Dear nephew, the younger generation can have fun elsewhere." "I will not greet you all separately." The Duke of Soaring Dragon laughed and cast a slightly meaningful look, spending a quick moment on Jiang Chen. "Heh, please help yourself, Your Grace." Jiang Chen gestured randomly with his hands and turned to leave. "Brother Chen, over here." Jiang Chen saw a large mound of a figure waved excitedly to him from a table not too far away as soon as he had turned. Only one person in the entire Eastern Kingdom had such a large volume of stature. There was no other. It was naturally that Fatty Shen. Sitting with Fatty Shen was the heir to the Hubing dukedom, Hubing Yu. These two fellows were Jiang Chen's best friends who happened to be in the capital. As for the other, Yang Zong, he was hiding at another table, and did not even dare look over at Fatty Shen and the others. It was obvious that he wanted no part of anything. "Brother Chen, these few days have been such an agony for your younger brother." Fatty Shen was quite coarse as he used his sleeve, made from the finest silks, to wipe off a chair. "Brother Chen, this is the seat that I've occupied for you since early in the evening." "Ha, having tonnage is an advantage in grabbing seats." "Brother Chen, haven't seen you in a while, I've rather missed you." A surge of enthusiasm also emanated from Hubing Yu's eyes. This fellow did not talk much, but was real and direct. Jiang Chen was more or less touched that these two would act this way at such a gathering, particularly with the Duke of Jianghan's precarious position. There was a reason why these guys were called best friends. Jiang Chen ignored the looks coming from all directions and was about to take his seat when a figure flashed by the side of the chair, and sat firmly in the chair that Fatty Shen had just wiped off. "Fatty Shen, thanks for saving me a seat." This man wore black robes and had a nose prominently red from rosacea. A few hints of mockery dripped out from the sharp edges of his lips as he brazenly took over the chair. "Yen monkey, what's the meaning of this?" Fatty Shen was immediately outraged. "Fatty Shen, I'd like to ask you the same, what do you mean by this? Can I not sit in this seat?" This person was naturally the heir to Yenmen dukedom, Yen Yiming. He was also the same person who had voluntarily identified himself when threatening Jiang Chen at the Hall of Healing. "This is a seat that I reserved for my brother Chen." Fatty Shen wanted to haul Yen Yiming off the chair. "Brother Chen? You mean him?" Yen Yiming smiled superciliously. "Fatty Shen, are you blind? This is the intermediate realm area. Only those with at least 4 levels of true qi have the right to sit here." He flicked a glance at Jiang Chen and said in an exceedingly mocking tone while pointing to a lonely table for one in the corner, "Jiang Chen, that table for specially prepared for the initial realm." Raucous laughter sounded from all sides as soon as Yen Yiming had delivered his words. It was obvious that this was a play that had been long since planned, and was just waiting for Jiang Chen and Fatty Shen to come along and play the fool. Fatty Shen was infuriated. "Yen monkey, don't you know to pick better times when you need to be slapped?" Yen Yiming smiled faintly. "Fatty Shen, you're a mere 5 levels of true qi. When did you have the ability to slap a better of 6 levels? Yen Yiming's 6 meridians true qi surged as he spoke, directly sending out an imposing aura. The sabers were rattling, and it seemed extremely likely that a fight would soon break out. All of a sudden, a crisp and toe-curling voice came from a nearby table. "Brother Jiang Chen, sit here. I saved you a seat." The voice was naive and clear. Jiang Chen knew without turning his head that it was Princess Eastern Jiruo. A faint smile at his lips, Jiang Chen suddenly reached out his hand and patted Yin Yiming's shoulder. This young duke has fine bone structure with a handsome face, and even steel seats with such personality. You have a bright future ahead of you. Your master must admire you? Yin Yiming, is it? I will remember you. With that, Jiang Chen ignored the jeering looks around him and waltzed towards Eastern Jiruo with a peaceful face. You silly girl, what are you doing at such a filthy place instead of staying at your quarters? The assembled crowd was shell-shocked, as if lightning had burnt them all to a crisp after Jiang Chen had spoken. This was the princess. Jiang Chen had been caned by the king last time and narrowly escaped death, but his behavior had worsened and now dared to speak to even the king's most beloved princess with this kind of tone. This sounded like someone lecturing his own sister? And to say that this was a filthy place in front of the banquet host, was not this a verbal slap? The scene's atmosphere took on strange overtones in the blink of an eye. Everyone tilted their heads and thought that had this young Jiang Duke, one with a penchant of not stopping until he had said something completely outrageous, spontaneously gone crazy because of all the pressure? Chapter 21, The Pride of the Long Family. Chapter 21, The Pride of the Long Family. Jiang Chen had not anticipated that a few careless sentences from him would have such a sobering effect. The spirited conversations that had been taking place in twos and threes suddenly all quieted down. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards Jiang Chen in synchronized movement. Those present were all heavyweights in the Eastern Kingdom, and all of them knew that the Duke of Soaring Dragon had always wanted the piece of land with the spirit vein running through it. He had been scheming and plotting to seize it from the Duke of Jianghan. Judging from his posture, was Jiang Chen planning on declaring war? Was he going to engage in a public dispute with the Duke of Soaring Dragon? Jiang Chen, the subject of their speculation, was completely insensitive to it all. He pulled a chair towards himself, and sat down with an air of generosity, sneaking a glance at Eastern Jiruo's body. He muttered, "Looks like you've been busy these past couple of days. At this rate, you'll have no issues getting past 16. Clink, clunk. At least 3 or 4 people fumbled their wine glasses after hearing these words. They were so shocked by Jiang Chen that even their wine glasses fell to the ground. The minority that had not known Jiang Chen already could not contain themselves and started surreptitiously quizzing their neighbors. Which family did this young duke hail from? This was simply too brave. This was the king's most beloved daughter, after all. And beside the princess sat elder Princess Goyu, one whose face was already starting to sink down in disapproval. Seeing that Princess Goyu's face had sunken low enough to draw water, those who wanted to watch the show did not dare to brazenly cast their gazes over here. Everyone knew that Princess Goyu was the martial Dao genius of the Eastern Kingdom. She was an exceedingly influential person in the Eastern Kingdom who held true power. And not to mention, just by her status as the main organizer of the hidden dragon trials, which duke at the banquet would dare to insult her? Yet Jiang Chen seemed to be completely oblivious and had no idea that he was sitting in the most prominent area, and gave no indication that he realized he had become the center of attention. Jiang Chen had basically observed everyone with side vision after he sat down. What surprised him was that there were a few familiar faces. The third hallmaster of the Hall of Healing, for instance, the Duke of Tianshui, who had slapped himself for another. It was apparent that the Duke of Tianshui was behaving today. He kept to himself. If he had been as before, he would have surely led the offense to make life difficult for the Jiang family. However, whether it was the Duke of Tianshui or his heir, they were both oddly quiet today. The Duke of Tianshui was obviously still haunted by what had happened at the Jianghan Manor. Although he did not take any action himself, it still gladdened his heart to see others picking on the Jiang family. These fellows did not know anything of the agreement between Jiang Chen and Eastern Lu, and thus did not have any reservations in bullying the Jiang father-son duo. Indeed, a few duchy heirs walked over in tandem just as Jiang Chen wanted to ask Eastern Jiruo how she had been lately. The leader of the band was the heir to the White Tiger dukedom, Bai Zhanyun. Jiang Chen, do you know what day it is? Bai Zhanyun's face was a study in indignation. Today is Miss Long Jushua's 16th birthday. How dare you say it's a filthy place? I command you to apologize. And I, Hong Tianton, order you to apologize to the host and other guests in the name of the Vermilion Bird Dukedom. Hong Tianton had departed from his usual modus of inciting others to pick the fight, and actually took the initiative today. It was apparent that Hong Tianton had no desire to let Bai Zhanyun claim all the glory for fawning on Long Jushue in a setting like this. These two came from an impressive background. The strength of the 108 dukes in the Eastern Kingdom varied accordingly, but the top 4 dukes had always been firmly ranked in the top 4. No matter what changed in the kingdom, their position had never changed. Soaring Dragon Duchy ranked first, White Tiger second, Vermilion Bird third, and Black Tortoise fourth. 2 heirs of the 4 major dukedoms had stepped forward, and had brought some of the heirs of other high-ranking dukedoms with them. They encircled Jiang Chen with an aggressive air. Jiang Chen kept his cool and flicked a non-committal glance at Hong Tianton. He then asked lightly, "Are you commanding me?" "You can take it that way." Hong Tianton responded arrogantly. "Oh." Jiang Chen smacked his forehead lightly, smiling without seeming to at Princess Goyu. "Princess Goyu, is this fellow part of the royal family? Or have I remembered incorrectly? Do dukes have the power to command each other? I seem to remember that only the royal family has the power to issue commands to dukes." He looked at Hong Tianton lazily, laughing. "The heir to Vermilion Bird, is it? When did you change your surname to Eastern? Why didn't you make a big proclamation out of such a big event? You should have notified us earlier so we could be mentally prepared." Hong Tianton, who had occupied the aggressive high ground a moment ago, was suddenly at a loss for words by this simple question. He became as transfixed as a statue. "As for you, Bai Zhanyun, is it? If I remember correctly, this is the 3rd time that you've provoked me. I didn't want to lower myself to your level before, but today, what do you mean by standing here and hollering your head off if you claim that this isn't a filthy place? Are you blind? Do you not see Her Highness sitting there? Do you know anything about noble etiquette? Yelling and jumping up and down in front of the princess, do you have any notion of decorum? And the others, what do you want? Accompanying these 2 idiots in making a spectacle of yourself, are you trying to tell everyone present that there is no longer a need to conceal your mutinous hearts?" Jiang Chen's torrent of words caused the crowd of youths to be tongue-tied, red in the face, and minds to go completely blank. They wanted to find the words to retort, but had absolutely no idea what to say. Bai Zhanyun was trembling in his rage. "You! Jiang Chen, your mother, you're spitting blood from your mouth." 1. Does your mother not spit blood from her mouth? If your mother didn't spit blood, where did you crawl out of? Or are you some runt that your father picked up from the streets? When it came down to verbal sparring, Jiang Chen had had a career in cursing others for millions of years in his past life. His spiteful tongue had once cursed everything under the heavens. These jokers were absolutely no match. But Eastern Jiruo did not understand the last part of his words. She tugged on his sleeve with a face full of naive innocence. "Brother Jiang Chen, what does his mother spitting blood have to do with him being picked up from the streets?" It was Jiang Chen's turn to be halted in his tracks as he stammered, "This question isn't suitable for children. You'll understand when you go and get married." Princess Goyu on the sidelines was also perplexed. She thought that Jiang Chen was cursing a bit randomly and had no idea what he meant. But after his explanation, she suddenly thought of the scenes of childbirth. Was that not literally spitting blood? Goyu's gaze sharpened with killing intent as her thoughts wandered down this path. This damnable Jiang Chen! He was sure to pollute Ruor if she spent more time with him. She decided to vent her rage on Bai Zhanyun and Hong Tianton. Those two were still dumbly standing there like blockheads. She slammed her hand down on the table. You two, what do you have to say for yourself? Do you still retain any of your noble decency? The atmosphere abruptly worsened as Princess Goyu lost her temper. This was no ordinary individual. Many times, Princess Goyu's attitude had represented the king's attitude. The representative hearty laugh of the Duke of Soaring Dragon traveled in from the main hall at this awkward moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. It's a rare occasion that we have so many present, and it happens to be my youngest daughter's 16th birthday. I've invited everyone here to 1. Celebrate my daughter's birthday and 2. Share the news of a great event of joyous tidings with everyone. Oh, Your Grace, what happy event is this? You have kept a tight seal on the news. Yes, Your Grace, out with it. We can't wait. Let's not be in such a rush, everyone. It appears that I've hidden the news too well. I shall do that no longer. To be honest, this matter is also an issue of great joy for the Eastern Kingdom, and is a momentous occasion for the kingdom. My daughter Jushua, due to her Azure Phoenix constitution from birth, has attracted the attention of a hidden master and been picked as his direct disciple. The master will personally come to welcome my daughter to the Purple Sun sect after the Hidden Dragon trials. What? Purple Sun sect? That's the head sect of the 4 great sects of the 16 countries. All hidden masters are the equivalent of a prominent heavyweight within a sect. Who would have thought that Long Jushua would have such good fortune? Congratulations indeed. A Azure Phoenix constitution even sounds extraordinary. This kind of joyous occasion should be celebrated through all the lands. Felicitations to Your Grace, the future of Soaring Dragon Duchy is indeed one of unlimited wealth and endless potential. Congratulations. In that moment, all sorts of greasy remarks poured in like the unending river waters. Long Xiaofeng was in fine fettle. He had long since planned for today. He was completely unsurprised by the situation. To be honest, the heavyweight of the Purple Sun sect had decided upon this master and disciple relationship the moment my daughter was born. But, I'm a low-key person and thought of Jushua's growth in childhood. I didn't want to overly draw attention to her. But now that my daughter is 16 years old, this news naturally doesn't need to be concealed anymore. Long Xiaofeng's words were the epitome of pride. In actuality, how could this be called low-key? If this was called low-key, then nothing under the heavens could be labeled high-profile. And it was not that Long Xiaofeng had avoided speaking the truth, it was that he did not dare speak of it. When Long Jushua had been born, a strange phenomenon struck the sky. A great rainbow appeared in the vast sky, with vague impressions of the legendary phoenix dancing in its rays. All the birds on earth paid their respects and lingered long thereafter. It was true that an elder in the Purple Sun sect had heard of this phenomenon and surmised that the Soaring Dragon Dukedom in the Eastern Kingdom had given birth to an Azure Phoenix constitution. He had not set foot outside sect territory in several hundred years, yet he rushed to the Soaring Dragon Dukedom at first light and established the master-disciple relationship. Except, absolute perfection didn't exist in the world. What it meant to have an Azure Phoenix constitution was that an evil humor of extreme existed within the body. If this evil humor was not resolved, then that person would not live past 30 years old, and any and all talk of genius. Potential would be as tangible as the clouds. Long Xiaofeng had been racking his brains and trying all possible methods over the past couple of days and had finally dispelled the evil humor within Long Jushua. This way, there was no longer any restrictions on the Azure Phoenix constitution. At the same time, the Purple Sun sect elder had sent word that Long Jushua would be officially initiated into the Purple Sun sect after half a year. Long Xiaofeng's first thought after receiving such confirmation was to proclaim it far and wide. There was no way that Long Xiaofeng would pass up such a prime opportunity to flaunt his family. To that regard, almost all the dukes of importance, ministers, and royal officials had received an invitation from the Long household. Even the high and mighty Princess Goyu had been no exception. At that moment, Long Jushue was standing next to her father like a proud phoenix. She sparkled such that no one dared look at her directly. Modesty and pride suffused her eyes. Even to a hidden power like the Purple Sun sect, an Azure Phoenix constitution was still an exceedingly rare talent. She had sufficient reason to be proud. Bai Zhanyun and Hong Tiantong's gazes on Long Jushue were full of desire and adoration. Jiang Chen finally understood what the Duke of Soaring Dragon had meant by an event of joyous tidings in his invitation. Azure Phoenix Constitution? Jiang Chen searched his memories, remembering that all sorts of body constitutions existed in the common world of martial Dao. But on the path of martial Dao, no matter how great the potential, the practitioner would still not make it far if an appropriate disposition did not go hand in hand with the potential. There were many examples of that, too. But at the end of the day, even something like the Azure Phoenix Constitution did not amount to much in Jiang Chen's eyes. His past self had seen too many top talents. How many of those had actually successfully developed and matured? 1. Chinese saying that this is a malicious attack, slander/slur. Chapter 22, You Think You're Awesome? Destroyed with one poke. Chapter 22, You Think You're Awesome? Destroyed with one poke. The atmosphere at the banquet was quite fervorous. Even Princess Goyu wore an extremely solemn expression on her face. Although she seemed indifferent on the surface, she was still quite shocked at heart. After all, it was not a good thing for the royal family if the Duke of Soaring Dragon became increasingly powerful. Especially this Long Jushue. If she truly entered the Purple Sun sect, then her future development would be unlimited. Although Princess Goyu had been hailed as a martial Dao genius in the kingdom, she had never attracted the attention of any of the hidden sects and secluded masters. Jiang Chen was exceedingly observant, and with just a careless glance, he had deduced most of Princess Goyu's internal struggles. She's just a person with a bit more talent, that's all. The path of martial Dao is like scaling an abyss. Those with better potential just happen to climb a bit faster than others. If the slightest mistake is made and a hand slips, they too fall and land in pieces. All is still in vain if one has talent alone and not the right disposition. His voice was not loud. It seemed like he was both murmuring to himself and explaining something to Eastern Jiruo. But a listener who listened with their hearts would understand this sentiment. A strange light shot out from Princess Goyu's eyes when she heard those words. Her gaze raked across Jiang Chen's face, and she suddenly thought that this venom-tongued youth was not so distasteful after all. No, how could I just forgive this kid just like that? Princess Goyu immediately suppressed that little bit of goodwill. Jiang Chen stretched lazily and pouted, so, the boasts have been boasted and the awesomeness has been demonstrated, this should be enough, right? When will the food be served? I'm so damn hungry that my chest is touching my back. He had not suppressed his voice when saying these words. They sounded like the disgruntled rumblings of a young fop. But, when voiced at such an occasion, they were quite irritating. Long Jiaofeng had originally wanted to wax eloquent, but felt hard-pressed to proceed, when he was interrupted by an ear-piercing and unexpected voice. But, what could he do? He couldn't very well haul Jiang Chen out for a beating. This Jiang Chen had never known how to pick the right timing. For someone who had even dared to fart at the heavenly rites of worship, proclaiming those few idiotic statements seemed to be in line with his style. The Duke of Soaring Dragon was a bit relieved when he thought of this. This kid was born with brain damage. It's actually a good thing, since the Duke of Jianghan will find it even more difficult to build upon his foundations with such a useless son. It should be easier to convince him to surrender the land with the spirit vein later. Zhao Longfeng's internal discontent was swept away after a round of self-comfort. He laughed, yes. My apologies for keeping everyone waiting, let's start the banquet. Everyone be at ease. Please, eat. Drink. However, Long Jushue's gaze raked Jiang Chen. A hidden trace of a conspiratorial smile appeared on that beautiful profile when she thought of the events that had transpired in the Hall of Healing. Hold! The house is rarely so full, particularly with the attendance of the main organizers of the Hidden Dragon Trials. There are so many dukedom heirs present today, why not join in the fun? Let us have everyone display what they have learned thus far in life as entertainment for the banquet. It was apparent from Long Jushue's tone that she had already assumed the identity of a direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect, and had already put herself on equal footing with the main organizers of the Hidden Dragon Trials. What a wonderful suggestion! Ah, very good. If we exhibit our talent in front of the future direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect, perhaps Miss Jushue will write an introduction for us to the sect if she so fancies. That makes a lot of sense. It looks like we must fully display our talents in front of Miss Jushue today. It would justify the efforts of a lifetime if we were graced with a smile from a beautiful woman. Armed with the memories of his past life, Jiang Chen had a keen intuition. When he felt Long Jushue's gaze pass over his face, he knew that the woman was targeting him. Princess Goyu was just as sensitive as Jiang Chen. Although she was unaware of why Jiang Chen and Long Jushue were at odds with each other, with her wit and astuteness, how could she not figure out the situation? Long Jushue had not really bothered to conceal her intentions. She kicked Jiang Chen underneath the table, muttering under her breath, "Brat, be careful. Long Jushue is setting you up." Jiang Chen was a bit taken aback. Since when did Princess Goyu concern herself with his affairs? Did she not yearn to give him a thorough beating? He popped a fruit into his mouth uncaringly, laughing indifferently. Why aim for me? How could good-for-nothings like me, who wouldn't even hurt a fly, threaten someone born with a superior constitution? Goyu felt extremely frazzled upon seeing Jiang Chen's laziness. You'll know Long Jushue's power when she makes a fool out of you later. Indeed, Long Jushue chuckled and spoke to Bai Zhenyin's table. Family friends brother Bai and brother Hong seemed to have conflicted earlier with the heir to Jiang Han, brother Jiang. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to learn something about each other? Us practitioners of martial Dao obliterate enmities with a smile. All relationships are built upon our fists. Wouldn't everyone agree? Bai Zhenyun was overjoyed by these words and immediately jumped up. Yes, Miss Jushue makes the most ample amount of sense. You only form true friendship after a fight. Jiang Chen, what do you say to gaining a better understanding of each other today? Brother Bai, I of the Hong family would also like to get to know Jiang Chen. Why don't I go first? You two elder brothers, you're the heirs to the 4 great dukedoms, you wouldn't take our duties away from us, would you? I, Yin Yiming, have long been fascinated by brother Jiang Chen. These fellows were giddy with silliness when they heard Long Jushue say that all friendships were formed on a foundation of sparring. They finally had a perfectly justifiable excuse to beat Jiang Chen and severely humiliate him. This was a chance that would not come around again. At this moment, the other prominent dukes had received their cues from the Duke of Soaring Dragon and joined in the jeering. Yes, the time will pass for us old fogies one day and it will be the younger generation's turn to take their places. What a rare opportunity for our heirs to learn from each other and strengthen their friendships. This also enhances the atmosphere of martial Dao in the Eastern Kingdom. What a great thing. Indeed. The young are the future hope of the kingdom. If they are strong, then the kingdom is strong. Around 10 dukes had joined the crowd in the span of a moment. They all expressed affirmative opinions, with even more hangers-on fawning in agreement. Yin Yiming was extraordinarily proud and cupped his hands in a phony gesture. Jiang Chen, we had a misunderstanding before. Why not spar a bit and get to know each other? Perhaps we can even become good friends after a fight? He had finally brought his provocation straight to Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen sighed in resignation and threw down the nuts he held in his hand. He responded in a carefree manner, Yin Yiming, is it? If I were you, I wouldn't stick my neck out like this. With your position and potential, you are not meant to be the star of tonight. Why bother paving the road for others? If you misstep, you subject yourself to embarrassment. Embarrassment? Yen Yiming laughed cockily. Jiang Chen, speak frankly if you're scared. If you're willing to bow your head in apology and beg on the ground for forgiveness, I'll consider forgiving you. Apology? Jiang Chen stood up lazily. Jiang Chen, don't even know how to write the word apology. But you will soon find out how wrong you were. What did you just say? Go for a round of sparring? Then let's do it. Jiang Chen picked a random spot in the empty area next to the main hall. Heh, keep pretending, Jiang Chen. A weakling of 3 meridians true chi who dares put himself forward, I'm impressed by your courage. Yen Yiming grinned sardonically and stepped forward. His 6 meridians true chi surged as he built up an impressive aura, attempting to crush his opponent. Through aura alone. Stop blustering. If you want to attack, then do so. I want to eat after the fight. Do you think it's been easy staying hungry for so long? Jiang Chen paid no heed to Yen Yiming's posturing. Jiang Chen, you pretend to have an ace up your sleeve when you only have a mere 3 meridians true chi. You're asking for death. Eat my fist. Since it was a friendly spar and Princess Goyu was present, Yen Yiming did not call upon his family's traditional martial arts, but rather deployed the amethyst cloud palm technique of the Eastern amethyst chi method. 6 meridians true chi was the highest plane of existence within the intermediate realm. When he activated his 6 meridians true chi in combination with a magnificent wave of his palm, his aura was thus that it even stirred up loose dust and small rocks. Yen Yiming leapt upwards, his body light as a feather. Purple light emanated between the movement of his palms and multiple afterimages of his palms appeared. They were like blossoming plum flowers, fluttering to the ground in grand celebration. The sight overwhelmed the onlookers. The shadows of the palm fills the sky as birds fly through long grass. The plum flowers fall in flight. Who would have thought that Yen Yiming would have practiced the amethyst cloud palm to the peak of perfection? How incredibly rare. The heir of Yenmen lives up to his reputation. No wonder he is listed within the ranks of the top 10. Plaudits sounded from all over in that moment. Even Bai Zhanyun and Hong Tianton looked at Yen Yiming with a serious gaze, deep in thought. The level of their training was mostly likely all on par with each other, simply judging from this display of the amethyst cloud palm. This Yen Yiming was actually something. Ha! How dare the Jiang Chen step up just with a mere 3 meridians true chi? Bai Zhanyun burned with the need to immediately see Jiang Chen beaten until he spat up blood. Surrounded by palm shadows that filled the air, Jiang Chen was like a lonely canoe drifting on the current. There did not seem to be a way in which he would be able to avoid being swallowed by the palm shadows. The smile of a victor's became increasingly concentrated on Yen Yiming's face. And at this moment, Jiang Chen made his move. To put it simply, Jiang Chen simply stepped forward lightly. Princess Goyu had been observing the fight with solemn eyes, and this one step caused a strange look to flash through her eyes. Because Jiang Chen had stepped out with unerring accuracy and landed in the singular spot in which Yen Yiming's aura was the weakest, the area in which his attacks were most hard-pressed to cover. This was the tiniest opening, and yet it was as if Jiang Chen had foreseen it and took the marvelous step when Yen Yiming came hurtling towards him. At the same time, Jiang Chen's arm raised slightly, and a finger pointed with the movement of his hand. An ear-piercing sound cut through the air like a meteor racing across the heavens. People did not know from where it came, and where it was traveling to. An agonizing yell sounded out in the next moment, and the numerous palm shadows suddenly dispersed like damaged branches and wilted leaves. Yen Yiming's dashing and light body suddenly rushed towards the ground in a severe fall, like deadweight. A solid thwack. It was such a hard fall that even the ground vibrated subtly. This impact caused even bystanders to feel an itch in their bones. The subject of their stares had most likely fallen even harder. The other protagonist, Jiang Chen, lightly dusted off his hands and sighed. For someone who looked down upon us 3 meridians true chi, I actually thought you were something. But who knew that you would be destroyed by a single poke? Bah, so bad. Disappointing, quite disappointing. Silence. A desolate silence reigned. At this moment, being quiet was far better than making a sound. Chapter 23, Princess Goyu's Recommendation. Chapter 23, Princess Goyu's Recommendation. Yes, a strange stillness had fallen over the proceedings in the blink of an eye. There were plenty of strong practitioners present. Amongst the dukes, who was not a heavyweight. But now, even they were not sure of what they had seen in that split second. It was Yin Yiming who had held the upper hand, and he was a finishing move away from beating Jiang Chen into the ground. Jiang Chen had only moved twice in all of this. He had taken one step forward, and had raised his arm once to stab his finger forward. It was 2 simple motions, but it was as if lightning had struck Yin Yiming, and he had fallen like dead weight. It was an exceedingly comical scene. If it was not for the fact that they had been rattling their sabers and bawling into each other's faces earlier, those assembled would have almost suspected Yin Yiming of play acting with Jiang Chen. Was he pretending to be a great antagonist to further heighten Jiang Chen's awesomeness? But it did not seem like this. Yin Yiming obviously wanted to make Jiang Chen look like a fool, but he had somehow ended up making himself the fool. In that moment, different thoughts ran through the minds of all the guests at the banquet. Those who were friendly with the Duke of Jianghan were naturally happy for him. They had indeed been worried for the son of their old friend earlier, and they would have never dreamed of such a result. Those who were on less than friendly terms with the Duke of Jianghan, or friendly with the Duke of Soaring Dragon, were extremely baffled. Some began to suspect that the heir to Jianghan was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Had he always been pretending to be a ne'er-do-well? But the majority were neutral, and they held the attitude of waiting to watch a good show. Of course, they were also incredibly mystified by the strange scene that had developed in front of them. These neutral parties were the most at ease. As people just watching the show, they were naturally unafraid of things getting out of hand. Princess Goyu was the most surprised. When Yin Yiming had started to execute the hit that was at the peak of perfection, she almost wanted to speak up and stop the sparring. She did not have the chance to do so before the situation took a 180-degree turn. At this moment, Princess Goyu did not give a damn whether Yin Yiming had been actually beaten to death, and had completely forgotten the amethyst cloud palm at the peak of perfection. There was only one picture in her mind, and that was Jiang Chen's unfathomable, untraceable point. Princess Goyu was quite familiar with the origins of the Eastern King Point. It was another martial arts technique found within the Eastern Amethyst Chi method. However, Princess Goyu was unable to fully comprehend the mysteries contained within Jiang Chen's poke. The point had contained endless enigmas, and it condensed the intricacies of life's riddles and essence of martial Tao on a singular, concentrated point. What silly meridians, true chi and superiority of different realms. None of that mattered at this moment. To Goyu, that poke had spoken of the true meaning of martial Tao. It gave her an incomprehensible feeling. How could this point have been so otherworldly? This brat, was it all happenstance? Goyu suddenly realized that she did not understand Jiang Chen as well as she thought she did. She did not think that a coincidental poke could have such remarkable power. But, if it wasn't a coincidence, could a dandy, who had not even passed the foundational exams, be able to deploy such an amazing point? Someone finally broke the frozen atmosphere. Bai Zhanyan leapt up. Jiang Chen, did you cheat just now? Yin Yiming is a lofty 6 meridians true chi and you a mere 3 meridians. How could you defeat him with one move? Jiang Chen's tone was extremely innocent. You should ask these sorts of idiotic questions to him. He was beaten by a lowly 3 meridians true chi. I don't even know how to comfort him. Ha! You must have cheated. I, Bai Zhanyun, will play with you. By Jiang, the heir to White Tiger, 8 Meridians True Qi, the advanced realm of True Qi. This was a genius character that completely outclassed Yan Yiming. Jiang Chen did not even blink and was about to speak when Princess Goyu stood up. Hold! The heirs who are participating in the hidden dragon trials are free to spar here, but it is a loss to the trials no matter who is injured. Since you desire to vie for rankings of strength, I have a suggestion to make in my capacity as the main organizer of the hidden dragon trials. This way, we can determine the talent within your meridians without wounding each other. Oh? What grand strategy does Princess Goyu have? Princess Goyu is the main organizer of the hidden dragon trials and she expends so much effort and will on it. The princess has our admiration and respect. Sycophantic comments poured in like the tide in the blink of an eye. After all, no matter how important the Duke of Soaring Dragon was, he was still a duke. Princess Goyu was the representative of the royal family. In the current situation, the number of people willing to fawn on the royal family far outnumbered those dancing attendants on the Soaring Dragon dukedom. Princess Goyu said lightly. The royal family had originally intended to advocate the practice of martial Dao and holding the hidden dragon trials. The heirs present here have all practiced the founding method of the Eastern Kingdom, Eastern Amethyst Qi. I propose to have each heir present take their turn on stage in demonstrating the accompanying techniques of the Amethyst Cloud Palm and Eastern King Point. As the main organizer of the hidden dragon trials, I can also double as a judge to determine whose comprehension of martial Dao is the greatest, and whose realm of training is the highest. Princess Goyu is truly worthy of the title of royal princess. Such a recommendation is inordinately good. No blood will be shed, and we will be able to determine who is superior. This suggestion is indeed good. This old duke supports it. It was impossible for these dukes to publicly oppose this suggestion now that Princess Goyu has voiced it. Disagreeing with Princess Goyu meant disagreeing with the royal family. They would then most likely die a humiliating death in the hidden dragon trials. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders, directing his words at Bai Zhanyun. Looks like you're much luckier than Yan Yiming. Bai Zhanyun's face darkened. What do you mean? How can I not call you an idiot? Do I have to spell everything out for you? You don't understand? Ponder on it if you don't understand. Jiang Chen could not be bothered with Bai Zhanyun after those words and walked back to his seat. Eastern Jiruo giggled. Brother Jiang Chen, you look so good just now. Is that so? I think so too, huh? Jiang Chen was in a great mood as he flicked a meaningful side glance to Goyu. Princess Goyu snorted. I merely didn't wish to see anyone hurt before the trials, and I wasn't protecting you. Don't think too much of it. I think you're thinking too much. Jiang Chen laughed. Can't you see that I'm really annoyed at you? This Bai Zhanyun has ticked me off several times, and I finally had the chance to beat him up. Was your proposal meant to protect him? Goyu was completely speechless. This brat is ridiculous. Does he not know that being part of the advanced realm of True Qi, Bai Zhanyun could beat someone in the initial realm into a meal pie with one punch? She cursed inwardly. This princess was obviously protecting you from being beaten to death by one fist from Bai Zhanyun. You damned ungrateful brat. With Princess Goyu's proposition and the supportive efforts of those in power, it looked like the start of the banquet would be delayed yet again. All the respective heirs of their dukedoms were high-spirited and they were itching for action on the demonstration stage in the Soaring Dragon manner. They all wanted to use such a gathering to make a name for themselves. Princess Goyu's voice sounded and it was as clear and cold as jade. Everyone, many heirs of their respective dukedoms have been gathered here today. As the main organizer of the Hidden Dragon Trials, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to review their progress in practicing the Eastern Amethyst Qi. Do not feel the need to hold back and display your full potential, understanding and talents. To be honest, all the heirs were chomping at the bit even without Princess Goyu's encouragement. Who would want to miss the opportunity to leave a good impression on the main organizer of the trials, and demonstrate their talents as well? All martial Dao methods were divided into the achievement levels of minor achievement, skillful, perfection, flawless and great perfection. Under the personal observation of Princess Goyu, several heirs quickly presented themselves for a demonstration. Some chose the amethyst cloud palm, and others chose the eastern king point. One had to say, no mediocrity existed amongst the heirs to the 108 dukedoms. Those who dared step onto the stage all possessed decent potential and were quite confident in the level that they had trained to. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he sat below the stage. There was an absent-minded look on his face. He would occasionally nibble at some nuts, or make fun of Eastern Jirua every now and then. A trace of an amused smile clung to his face as he sometimes flicked a glance at the busy hustle on the stage. It was obvious that he did not think much of the demonstrations by the heirs. However, a fellow then stepped onto the stage that perked Jiang Chen's interest. This youth was well built and took solid steps. He was the heir to the Hubing dukedom, Hubing Yu, and one of the few best friends that Jiang Chen had in the capital. Jiang Chen was inwardly resigned as he watched Hubing Yu walk onto the stage. With his temperament and characteristics, neither the ethereal amethyst cloud palm nor the unpredictability of the eastern king point were suited for him. Therefore, Jiang Chen was a bit surprised that Hubing Yu had put himself forward. But, what surprised those below the stage was that the heir to the unassuming Hubing dukedom, ranked middle out of the 108 dukedoms, possessed a strong martial Dao foundation. 7 meridians true Qi roared like dragons within his meridians. He was in the advanced realm of true Qi with 7 meridians true Qi. This astonished even Jiang Chen. One had to know, even Yan Yiming, the heir to a top 10 dukedom, possessed merely 6 meridians true Qi. But the Hubing dukedom was ranked towards the bottom of the 108 dukedoms. Was its heir going to vault to new heights through the hidden dragon trials? 7 meridians true Qi were indeed extraordinary. They were great dragons accompanied by the sound of thunder when deployed. However, the amethyst cloud palm seemed to lack a bit of true meaning, a bit of elegance, when demonstrated by Hubing Yu. Ha ha ha, Hubing Yu, is that the amethyst cloud palm? This is chopping wood. Amethyst cloud palm is elegance personified. This Hubing Yu looks like a farmer plowing his fields when he demonstrates it. I can watch no longer. Some audience members mocked him immediately. Although their words were jeering, they were not without some truth. This also fit in with Jiang Chen's earlier conclusion. The amethyst cloud palm was not a good match for Hubing Yu's style. However, it was not as if there was nothing that could be gleaned from Hubing Yu's version of the amethyst cloud palm. At least his foundations were solid, and it was much more practical than some of the other flowery versions that were demonstrated earlier. Princess Goyu recognized his steadiness and stability, and pronounced a judgment of peak of skillful. The identity of the heirs who followed him were even more outstanding. Chapter 24, Jiang Chen shocks all those present. Chapter 24, Jiang Chen shocks all those present. The heir of Tianshui dukedom, Shui Qingshu, demonstrated the eastern king point. Fluttering and ethereal, it was a bizarre flow. It appeared that he had actually trained it to a pretty good level. Princess Goyu inclined her head slightly upon seeing this, and rated it at peak perfection. The heir of Black Tortoise, Yi Taichu, exhibited a flowery version of the amethyst cloud palm. It was extremely elegant, like mercury spilt on the ground. This cooled the ardor of several youths who had been chomping at the bit to hop onto the stage and have a go. They felt the distance yawning between them and Yi Taichu in comparison. As for Princess Goyu, she also looked on in admiration and gave a rating of initial flawless. This was also the first heir of the day who had received a flawless realm evaluation. One had to know that it was incredibly uncommon to practice a martial Dao method to even peak perfection. Achieving the flawless realm basically meant that there were no vulnerabilities or flaws. The practitioner had reached a level in which not even a drop of water would find an opening. The next level was the Great Perfection realm. Only a true genius was able to train a martial Tao method to the level of great perfection. This meant that, at least for this particular martial technique, this particular practitioner's understanding and talent were at the apex. Bai Zhanyun, the heir to White Tiger, became a bit fidgety when Taichu received such a high commendation. I shall demonstrate a set of Eastern King Point. Bai Zhanyun was practically on the same level as Yan Yiming when it came to the amethyst cloud palm. He was also at peak perfection, and had not yet reached the flawless realm. But he had steeped himself in the practice of Eastern King Point for many years, and had naturally formed his own interpretation. Although Bai Zhanyun might be arrogant, there was a certain flow in the way he deployed the Eastern King Point. It was as if swallows hid amongst the clouds, or birds speeding towards the woods. An unexpected twist would always take place whenever it came to a bend in the road. It illustrated the saying of where hills bend, streams wind, and the pathway seems to end, past dark willows and flowers in bloom lies another village. Under Bai Zhanyun's guidance, unique and change could be the additional adjectives used in describing his set of Eastern King Point. Although he had yet to reach the perfection realm, his innovation and expansion of the method was already worthy of a judgment of flawless realm. Indeed, after Princess Goyu's contemplation, she gave a peak flawless commendation. Bai Zhanyun was incredibly proud that he had received peak flawless, firmly outclassing Taichu. His chest puffed out quite a bit, and a few more traces of fervor were apparent in his sneaky side glances to Long Jushui. Bai Zhanyun stood on top of the stage in high spirits, as if he were the champion of the boxing ring. He surveyed the four corners proudly. Who else wishes to come up and give a demonstration? Hong Tiantong felt that his level of amethyst cloud palm was, at most, on par with Taichu, roughly at the initial flawless level. He gave up decisively after some thought. Bai Zhanyun became even more insufferably arrogant and laughed loudly upon seeing Hong Tiantong concede. His gaze settled on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen, if I remember correctly, you said I was very lucky just now. Surely you've practiced these two martial arts techniques to an impressive level? Bai Zhanyun was exceedingly self-satisfied. He had long since taken a dislike to Jiang Chen. It would feel damn good to severely humiliate him, particularly on such an occasion. Plus, Bai Zhanyun vaguely knew that the Duke of Soaring Dragon coveted the Jianghan plot of land with the spirit vein. Therefore, maybe he would be able to curry extra favor with Miss Jushui if he suppressed Jiang Chen at this gathering? Bai Zhanyun's call-out made Jiang Chen the center of attention again. Jiang Chen had bafflingly won over Yan Yiming earlier. The process had been supremely fast and many had not been able to see what had happened. They all thought it was a coincidence. Jiang Chen counted, this was the fourth time that Bai Zhanyun had provoked him. He spat out a piece of chicken bone in his mouth back onto the table, sighing in resignation, why do so many lack brains in this world? You, Bai Zhanyun, have had your limelight, and your performance ranks first in this stage. Why must you seek to slap yourself in this face? Slap myself? Bai Zhanyun gave voice to unbridled laughter. Jiang Chen, if you can slap my face, then I, Bai Zhanyun, will stand here and let you. Jiang Chen stood up slowly and said no more. He cast a look at Princess Goyu, and walked onto the stage with a hint of a faint smile. Bai Zhanyun, you must be proud to have received a peak flawless commendation and to have beaten down the pack of contenders. Wouldn't it be the icing on the cake if you found an unlucky fellow able to stomp on while you're at the prime of your life? Isn't that so? In this case, a so-called beauty would definitely look at you with different eyes, right? I have to say, you're so naive and an utter failure. Naive? Failure? Bai Zhanyun snorted lightly. You're an inferior good-for-nothing, a worthless loser who wouldn't even pass the 3 foundational exams. What gives you the right to call me a failure? It's not that I'm calling you a failure, it's that you really are one. You view the beauty as a heavenly phoenix, but she views you as a random dog on the street. You've repeatedly pretended that you're all that in front of me, but don't even know the reason for proclaiming that you're so awesome. How can you say that you're not a failure if you don't even understand the reason for why you live, and waste your years in an attempt to realize an unrealistic dream? Your set of Eastern King Point has won a standing ovation and a commendation of peak flawless, but do you really think that your practice of Eastern King Point is truly flawless and invincible? Since you're so hopped up on your own triumph, and think that your Eastern King Point is so infallible, I shall give you a chance. Use the Eastern King Point on me with all your might, and I'll let you understand what it means to be truly invulnerable. Jiang Chen's eloquence knew no bounds. It was like the unceasing spring thunder, as it built up to a posture of dark clouds descending on a city in the blink of an eye. A subconscious shift occurred in those present as the bystanders were slightly moved after Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen? Are you challenging me? Are you sure you wish to use an egg to attack a rock? Bai Zhanyun was completely unaffected and his face grimaced in a laugh, displaying a wild, ferocious smile. Cut the chatter and display your vaunted Eastern King Point. Let me see just how much an heir of the four great dukes is worth. In the eyes of the audience, one was a publicly recognized dandy in the initial realm of true qi with 3 meridians true qi. The other was an heir to one of the 4 great dukes, recognized by the kingdom and in the advanced realm of true qi with 8 meridians true qi. These two people were not on the same level of existence. One could even say that under normal circumstances, a superior practitioner of 8 meridians true qi would not even have interest in tormenting someone at 3 meridians true qi. This distance between the two was simply too big. But now, the one who had issued the challenge was the one in the initial realm of true qi. This Jiang Chen, was he caned into idiocy? Challenging an advanced realm of true qi. This Jiang Chen is impatient for his own death. Even Jiang Feng, the Duke of Jianghan who had always allowed Jiang Chen to do as he wished, called out. Chen you. Jiang Chen raised his arm slightly with an air of ease, a faint sense of persuasiveness about him. This stopped Jiang Feng's words in their tracks. Princess Goyu's beautiful body shook slightly. In that moment, she had seen a type of confident demeanor that called for others to blindly follow. Has this kid truly gained divine patronage? Princess Goyu almost couldn't prevent her thoughts from traveling down this path. Bai Zhanyun laughed uproariously. Alright, Jiang Chen, I've always disliked you. But I have to admit, you're a man with balls. His footsteps moved slightly when he finished, and 8 currents of true qi wound around his body. They circulated speedily, seeming to evaporate off his body like a divine purple halo. Eastern Amethyst Qi. He is truly a superior with 8 meridians true qi, a genius. Jiang Chen stood stock still, his eyes squinted into a fine line, as if he was a meditating old monk. Empty posturing. It's about time to end this. Bai Zhanyun roared lowly as he lifted both feet off the ground. The purple qi circulating around his body turned into 2 currents of air as the divine purple halo seemed to materialize as 2 wings on his back, shooting him into the air. Circulating purple qi, employing true qi. Fire and lightning seemed to wind around the tip of Bai Zhanyun's finger, as a vague hint of purple qi formed within them, giving others a surprising sense of oppression. Sword from the west. Bai Zhanyun concentrated his qi into a blinding light. Whoosh! 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 The strong qi almost seemed to ignore the laws of space, as it formed bizarrely shaped currents shooting towards Jiang Chen. Volant fire meteors. Blinding purple qi flew according to Bai Zhanyun's motions. She covered the stage in the blink of an eye like a shower of meteors, locking onto the space within a radius of 100 meters and fully covering the entire battlefield. Too slow. Jiang Chen started to move his feet as Bai Zhanyun started to activate his techniques. A few traces of mockery could be found on his lips. Watch my poke as it stabs your right arm. Whoosh! Bai Zhanyun discerned the direction of the attack from the sound of the wind, but the piercing sound had already shot to his right arm when he heard Jiang Chen's voice. stabbing your left knee. Another point that was synchronized with the sound of the voice. Bai Zhanyun did not even have time to react before a numbing paralysis engulfed his left knee. It was obvious that he had been hit. Damn it! Bai Zhanyun could not figure out why he was unable to dodge the hit when he could hear his opponent's voice, and could anticipate what direction the point was coming from. And his opponent's force was so gentle, almost weak. Third rib on the left. Right shoulder. Left ankle. It was as if Jiang Chen was smoothly reciting a book. His poke reached Bai Zhanyun whenever he named a body part. Each poke was unearthly, ethereal, and completely untraceable. Bai Zhanyun scrambled around in panic whenever Jiang Chen announced his next move, but he could never successfully dodge a single hit. How maddening! Bai Zhanyun almost wanted to spit blood in his frustration. In terms of force, he felt that he was more than 10 times his opponent's superior. In terms of body, he far outclassed the other. Even Princess Goyu had highly praised his level of training. But he had a feeling of being constantly countered, an inability to utilize his strength, and could only passively take the hits when faced with someone from the initial realm of true Qi. It was as if the other anticipated his every move and was able to stay one step ahead of him despite not moving that quickly. Bai Zhanyun became even more frustrated as he fought, but had to admit at the same time that if the other used just a bit more force, he would have probably been thumped into the ground many times over already. Jiang Chen suddenly yelled, "Pause" in the middle of the fight, and dashingly retreated backwards to the side. He circulated his qi and poked a stone lock next to him. The stone lock broke upon impact. It had been completely perforated. Bai Zhanyun, what would have happened if I used this level of force in my pokes just now? Bai Zhanyun was dumbfounded. He had felt frustrated beyond belief just now on the stage because he had been unable to fully deploy his strength. But now, he felt a cold draft on his back as cold sweat poured out. After all that fighting, it wasn't that his opponent lacked true qi, but that he had not used his full strength, and had pulled his punches. Otherwise, he probably would have been flat on the ground after the first poke. The onlookers watching the fight immediately deduced some of that conclusion, and complicated looks crept into their gazes as they looked at Jiang Chen. Chapter 25, Legendary Realm of Training. Chapter 25, Legendary Realm of Training. Ah, Brother Jiang, who would have thought your son would be so accomplished? You've kept him a secret from the entire Eastern Kingdom. Indeed, indeed. Brother Jiang, I think you father and son must have purposely hid your true strength, and wanted to vault to fame in the hidden dragon trials. This must be it. Even the Duke of White Tiger's genius heir has suffered such an ignoble defeat at Jiang Chen's hands. How could such an enigma be unable to pass even the 3 foundational exams? Duke of Jianghan, congratulations, congratulations. Who would have thought that the entire kingdom would have been kept in the dark by you two? You must be punished, ha! Zhang Feng was also flabbergasted in that moment. He wouldn't have been surprised at all if Jiang Chen had been defeated within a few hits. He wouldn't have even been surprised if Jiang Chen immediately conceded. But this fight's outcome surprised him beyond his capability to be shocked. Hiding his true strength? A wolf in sheep's clothing? Zhang Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was the case, then his brat's acting skills were truly unparalleled. Even his old man had been kept in the dark. Even in his dreams, Zhang Feng had never dreamed of such a situation. This was the perfection depiction of one man's joy being another man's sorrow. The dukes who were at odds with the Duke of Jianghan, some who even had a feud against him, now had gravely serious faces after wanting to see the Duke of Jianghan become a laughingstock. They too had realized that they had been taken for a ride by the Jiang father and son duo. Even the Duke of Soaring Dragon, Long Xiaofeng, watched Jiang Chen with a few more traces of wariness in his gaze. It seemed that they had always underestimated the schemes of the Jiang family. As for Long Juxue, she disliked Jiang Chen even more now. The words that Jiang Chen had spoken to Bai Zhangyun just now appeared to mock the latter on the surface, but in reality had just knocked him on the head and actually jeered at her. Long Juxue. What use is it if a pathetic and poor dukedom schemes a little? Small schemes and little tricks are all as real as floating clouds in front of absolute power. Long Juxue was still contemptuous of Jiang Chen. With her azure phoenix constitution, she was sure to soar high once she entered the purple sun sect. So what if these commoners inherited their dukedoms? They were still mere ants. Whether it was Jiang Chen or Bai Zhangyun, they were all ants in Long Jushue's eyes. However, even if they were ants, she still wished to see them frolic in front of her, creating some entertainment for her and allowing her to enjoy the spotlight of the stars dancing in attendance on the moon. But this Jiang Chen, this damnable ant, kept messing up her plans. The only one completely devoid of any reaction was Princess Goyu, because her entire being was in a reverie. She was still caught up in the mentality of the fight that had occurred, even up to now. Jiang Chen's magical poke, that undefinable mental landscape, was like a person up and about at night who had lured away Princess Goyu's consciousness and brought her to that wondrous mental state. She repeatedly pictured the fight scene, but no matter how she simulated it, with her knowledge of martial Tao and her study of Eastern King Point, she still couldn't fully reconstruct the previous fight. That was to say, Princess Goyu couldn't mimic Jiang Chen's actions and win so easily, so handily, even in a theoretical fight. The key wasn't in winning or losing, but that Princess Goyu was wholly unable to match the mental state, the level of Jiang Chen's Eastern King Point. Princess Goyu continued to simulate the fight, and finally discovered, tragically, that it was impossible to even picture that martial Tao realm with her level of strength, not to mention actually training to that level. This meant that even after Jiang Chen's demonstration, she was unable to replicate his actions even if she were given the chance to. This realm, a phrase floated into Princess Goyu's mind. A certain kind of realm. It was at this moment that Du Ruhai used a pompous, self-righteous tone and hectored, "Jiang Chen, this is a sparring match in front of Princess Goyu. It's already been decided that combatants shall use the Eastern Amethyst Chi method and its accompanying martial arts techniques. How dare you use other techniques? Do you still possess any integrity? Do you still want any dignity as a member of the nobility?" Jiang Chen flicked a careless glance at him, lacking the desire to even insult such a witless person. It would be an insult to himself if he wasted even spittle on those who kissed up to those in power. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's arrogant attitude and silent response, Du Ruhai thought Jiang Chen was afraid of him. His attitude became even more haughty. "Jiang Chen, let me tell you something. This is an affront and disrespect to royal dignity. I will most definitely report this matter to His Majesty." "Main organizer Du, please say no more." Bai Zhanyun's face was ghastly white, but he still chuckled bitterly. He used the Eastern King Point. I lost, and fully admit my defeat. Du Ruhai thought that Bai Zhanyun was searching for a way out that saved some face. He comforted, "Bai Zhanyun, don't feel dejected. This Jiang Chen has employed some kind of sinister trick. Think about it, this person couldn't even pass the 3 foundational exams. How could he use the Eastern King Point to defeat you? According to me, Du Ruhai, this princess commands you to shut up." Princess Goyu had finally come back to herself and was immediately faced with Du Ruhai jumping up and down and creating a scene, accusing Jiang Chen of using a sinister trick. The revered method used in founding the kingdom had become a sinister trick in the mouth of this ignorant fool. How could Princess Goyu not be enraged? "Princess, this Jiang Chen," Du Ruhai even wanted to add insult to injury and frame Jiang Chen. "I've already said, shut your mouth." Princess Goyu's tone became even harsher. "As an organizer of the Hidden Dragon trials, how could your vision be so shallow to not even recognize the founding martial Tao method? I am seriously considering petitioning my royal brother to revoke your position as the organizer of the trials." "What? Princess, I'm innocent." Du Ruhai's facial expression changed greatly. "Leave me." Princess Goyu also didn't know why she had suddenly become so infuriated with Du Ruhai. Perhaps it was because of Du Ruhai disturbing her mental contemplation with his ruckus? At this moment, Eastern Jirua had a carefree, innocent face and asked with a giggle, "Auntie, brother Jiang Chen is very strong. You say he's defeated by Zhanyun, who's at peak flawless. What realm is his Eastern King Point? Peak of great perfection? Peak of great perfection?" The faces of all the practitioners shifted as these 4 words were spoken. Everyone knew that only top-notch geniuses were able to practice any technique to the great perfection realm. And the peak of great perfection indicated the highest realm possible for a martial arts technique, and was unsurpassable. To be able to practice a method to this realm meant one was a martial Dao genius born only once every 100 years. But Princess Goyu's sexy thin lips were quivering slightly, and an extremely animated light filled her eyes in this moment, as if the words "peak of great perfection" were inadequate to describe the mental state she had been lost in just now. Peak of great perfection? Goyu's jade lips squirmed marginally as she breathed out the scent of orchids. She sighed lightly. "I happened to meet a master when I was 16. I learned from the master that an even higher realm exists above peak of great perfection in the ranking of martial Dao. Practice." The crowd gave an outcry upon hearing her words. Of those present, who wasn't a martial Dao master? There were several here who were true Qi masters who had trained for multiple decades. However, they had never heard of a higher realm, one above peak of great perfection. What else could a martial arts technique do above peak of great perfection? Was it not enough to be at great perfection? This was inconceivable. Princess Goyu seemed to be deeply moved as she thought of the wondrous encounter of yesterday, murmuring lowly, "I know, this seems to be hearsay. But that master told me, the world of martial Dao is as the scintillating galaxy, unending and without borders. And martial Dao geniuses are stars within the galaxy, too many to be counted. Our Eastern Kingdom, and the surrounding 16 countries are but a drop in the ocean on this grand continent. The true martial Dao geniuses of this world are 1 in a billion, whether in terms of potential or enlightenment. These geniuses are able to easily train to great perfection in a martial arts technique, and the scariest thing is, they can innovate numerous changes to the foundation of great perfection. They can derive many mysteries that did not previously exist, elevating the technique's quality, realm, and true meaning." Princess Goyu's tone was suffused with piety, and concentrated traces of yearning filled her beautiful eyes. This is why Princess Goyu had never limited her mindset to just one country. What she hungered for was the more expansive world of martial Dao. She had been filled with longing for the outside world when she heard that master's words that year, and was insatiably curious about those legendary geniuses. Princess Goyu had actually had the faint feeling that Jiang Chen's mastery of Eastern King Point in his earlier poke had reached the level of the so-called true martial Dao geniuses in the master's words. More realms above peak of great perfection, what should we call them? The martial Dao masters present all felt a bit at a loss at the presentation of a concept beyond their comprehension. All realms above peak of great perfection are labeled as the legendary realm. Princess Goyu didn't hold back and spoke candidly. Of course, to these true geniuses, there's no point in practicing some of the more superficial techniques to the legendary realm. The true geniuses take a few superior techniques and train those to the legendary realm, and then create their own style, adding in their own philosophies and personal mysteries to elevate these techniques to become their hidden ace card. That is the hallmark of a true genius. The crowd finally understood after this round of explanations. So this was what the legendary realm was all about. Auntie, does this mean that brother Jiang Chen's Eastern King Point has already reached the legendary realm? Eastern Jiruo was eager to confirm this point. I've practiced the Eastern King Point for 13 years and my own ranking is that of initial great perfection. I feel that I can theorize the status of peak of great perfection in my mind, but I was unable to see through Jiang Chen's Eastern King Point. It was like a dragon revealing itself, with only the head being visible, and not the tail. I couldn't even simulate his actions in my mind. Everyone, please think about this. What level could his Eastern King point be if even I was unable to theorize it? Princess Goyu stopped here, but threw a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, however, laughed lazily. Legendary realm? Does such an amazing realm exist? Anyways, I won purely because Bai Zhanyun was too idiotic. He'd already showed off his Eastern King point in front of me, and I merely saw through his mysteries. How could so many bloody deep mystery things exist? Bai Zhanyun was shamefaced. No matter how proud he was, he couldn't bring himself to hate Jiang Chen. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen had pulled his punches just now, Bai Zhanyun realized that Jiang Chen had spoken truthfully when the former had calmed down and reflected. He had gone to incredible lengths to please Long Jushue, but when had this woman ever responded sincerely to Bai Zhanyun? Chapter 26, Jiang Feng erupts. Chapter 26, Jiang Feng erupts. A sparring match between the heirs of the dukedoms had ended with this outcome. With her identity, Princess Goyu was naturally safe from suspicion that she was on Jiang Chen's side. After all, whether in terms of identity or position, Jiang Chen did not merit such favoritism from Princess Goyu. Besides, who didn't know that Princess Goyu was renowned for being cold and impartial? If that wasn't the case, how would His Majesty the King have been willing to let Princess Goyu govern over an event as important as the Hidden Dragon trials? At the same time, although it was miraculous that Jiang Chen had defeated Bai Zhanyun, it had happened right in front of the audience's very eyes. Even if they wanted to suspect foul play, they were unable to find an excuse to do so. Back to the banquet, in which wine and food flowed in copious amounts. The atmosphere hadn't fully recovered yet thanks to the events of the day. For better or worse, everyone had their own internal worries. Particularly those dukes whom had been at odds with the Duke of Jianghan, they still couldn't quite place a finger on it. Had Jiang Chen's win been a fluke? Or was he a wolf in sheep's clothing, and the father-son duo had finally started to reveal their hideous fangs in the last segment of the Hidden Dragon trials? To say that someone in the initial realm of true qi could hone in on the weaknesses of someone with 8 meridians true qi after one demonstration from the latter, even martial Dao masters would be hard-pressed to believe it. How was it possible to find flaws after one viewing, and then defeat one's opponent in actual battle? If it was so easy for the weak to triumph over the strong, then what was everyone training so hard for? But, to say that Jiang Chen had been pretending to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, wasn't his act just a bit too real? The key thing was, farting during the rites of heavenly worship wasn't in the playbook of being a wolf in sheep's clothing. This was a mortal sin, and extreme punishment was a given. Unless, had King Eastern Lu played along with Jiang Chen? This was even more ridiculous. Surely the king wasn't so bored as to do something like this? Plus, surely the Jiang family did not command so much face as to have the king wholeheartedly act along with their playbook? Only the Duke of Tianshui and several other officials could faintly guess at what was truly going on, because they had been eyewitnesses to the happenings that night in the Jianghan manor. Perhaps the divine patron has not yet left Jiang Chen, allowing this kid to benefit from sheer, dumb luck? The Duke of Tianshui explained things this way to himself. This kind of speculation was the most logical. The Duke of Tianshui had concluded something after observing Jiang Feng's expressions and actions. Jiang Feng, at least, had no prior knowledge of this matter. With Jiang Feng's level of shrewdness, his acting skills wouldn't be up to par if he was pretending to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He would quickly reveal his flaws. Fatty Shen and the others walked around socializing when the banquet started, and were quite friendly with Jiang Chen. They hung out with Jiang Chen before because he was generous, had a sense of justice, and was willing to speak up for a friend. Now, with Jiang Chen's strength, they had an even greater mutual sense of pride. Damn straight. Brother Chen, Fatty Shen, have hung out with you for 2 or 3 years but never knew that Brother Chen was the true genius. World-class acting skills, world-class potential, and definitely world-class strength. Little brother is in awe. Fatty Xian wore a look of extreme excitement and spittle flew as he gesticulated. He was more excited than a kid at Christmas, as if Jiang Chen being awesome was the same as him being awesome. Bai Zhanyun was white-faced at the other table, and he kept his head down as he found solace in the bottom of his wine cup. Yan Yiming, who had been one-hit KO'd by Jiang Chen earlier, had finally regained his senses and muttered fiercely. That Jiang Chen must have used a sinister trick. He's merely got 3 meridians true qi, how could he have beaten me? Hong Tiantong, on the other hand, was secretly relieved. Good thing he was smart enough to avoid seeking the spotlight after Bai Zhanyun had demonstrated the Eastern King Point. Think about it. If he'd been the one to spar with Jiang Chen, then the person shamed in front of everyone today would not be those two, but him, Hong Tiantong. Hong Tiantong's thoughts churned as he saw Bai Zhanyun drown his sorrows in alcohol. He wanted to continue to provoke the latter. Brother Bai, don't be despondent. In terms of strength, he's in the initial realm of true qi. How could he possibly be your opponent? Eastern King Point is but a basic technique. This kid was lucky and has practiced it more, that's all. If we were to compete in terms of family history, how could that Duke of Jianghan even think to vie with your family of White Tiger's heritage? Bai Zhanyun only ducked his head and smiled wryly, altering from his usual style of domineering pride. He shook his head lightly, but didn't say anything. He wasn't a stupid man. The previous times in which he'd picked on Jiang Chen were purely to gain Long Jushua's favor. Except, he had suddenly seen the light after Jiang Chen's enlightening words, and his thoughts had been cleared up. Indeed, he was in the prime of his life. Was it worth it to go to such lengths for a woman who would never seriously consider him? And, though Hong Tiantong had picked on Jiang Chen several times with Bai Zhanyun, the former had never suffered any loss, whereas Bai Zhanyun had always been the 1-inch. To deal with the consequences. What did that mean? This meant that Hong Tiantong was a devious sort who always used Bai Zhanyun as cannon fodder. Do you really think I'm that dumb? Bai Zhanyun flicked a glance at Hong Tiantong as his heart grew more than a few traces of wariness and disgust for this calculating character. At the head table, and as the host of today's proceedings, although Long Zhaofeng was rather surprised at what had just happened, he thought no more of it. Even if this Jiang Chen had some plots in mind and possessed some potential, there was an insurmountable gap between him and his daughter's innate constitution. Therefore, Long Zhaofeng's machinations on the Jianghan land with the spirit vein did not abate, but rather, he decided to step things up. After several rounds of drinks had been poured, Long Zhaofeng raised his glass towards Jiang Feng. Old brother Jiang Feng, I'm truly astounded by your son's performance today. He has broadened my worldview. I have long since wished to become friends with old brother Jiang. Why don't we make use of this opportunity today? I stick by my words. What are your thoughts regarding my proposal? Why not go with the flow today and happily put a seal of approval on it? Old brother, you've seen my sincerity. As long as you nod your head, you won't have to do anything anymore and will receive 300,000 silver from me every year. Our two families will be united as brothers forever. How does that sound? Long Zhaofeng's tone was magnanimous, as if he was actually giving great face to the Duke of Jianghan when forcefully seizing the Jiang property at a rock-bottom price. Jiang Feng knew that this seat would be tough to sit in when Long Zhaofeng led him to this table. The gloves were off, and Long Zhaofeng had come straight to the point. He could only put a bold face on it and say, Duke Long, my Jianghan territory is situated in the south and is a destitute place with not many sources of income. The entire household budget stems mostly from the revenue from that piece of land with the spirit vein. Duke Long's proposal is to cut off the main avenue of money for my Jianghan territory. Little brother here truly finds it hard to agree. One had to say, with Jiang Feng's temper, it was already an uncommon sight to see him speak with such a low posture. If it was any other occasion, Jiang Feng would have likely long since pounded the table and left with a wave of his sleeves. Jiang old brother, you're making things difficult for me. The Duke of Soaring Dragon's tone hardened. Haha, Duke Jiang, receiving 300,000 per annum without doing anything is pure profit with no skin in the game. Why do you resist? Another duke pretended to persuade Zhang Feng. Indeed. If it was me, I wouldn't even frown at the thought of sitting on land and taking in money for doing nothing. Duke Jiang, Duke Long is the most preeminent duke and wishes to become friends with you. How many people would give their heads for such an opportunity? And you don't even know how to cherish this? Right? The Duke of Soaring Dragon is the first duke of the kingdom, and a hidden sect has claimed Miss Juxue. The Long family is destined for a life of unlimited riches. You've rebuffed Duke Long's good intentions and brushed away his face. Aren't you making your future road more narrow? These people were all dependent on the Duke of Soaring Dragon. It sounded like they had Zhang Feng's best interests at heart, but in reality they were threatening him, persecuting him, and being an accessory to a tyrant's crimes. There were many things that the Duke of Soaring Dragon couldn't voice frankly, and they were here to be the villain. One had to give it to him. If it was any other duke, they would have probably capitulated by now. But Zhang Feng was a tough old bird and shook his head decisively. Speak no further. Anyone can mouth pretty words, but you wouldn't be so generous if you were the ones asked to cut off a piece of yourself. The representative of the Pill King Garden was also in attendance and had not spoken yet. He was the Grand Court Master of the Pill King Garden, and chuckled at this time. Duke Jiang, throughout the course of the multiple deals my Pill King Garden has conducted with Zhang Han, we've discovered that your skill in cultivating spirit ingredients is not up to our garden's standards. Therefore, after the unanimous decision of the garden's internal officials, we've decided that we will no longer accept any spirit ingredients from the Zhang Han territory. Let this conclude our partnership from henceforth on. Zhang Feng's expression changed radically after these words. He had refused to crack and had been unwilling to rent out the land with the spirit vein because of this business relationship with the Pill King Garden. Through this partnership, the Zhang Han territory could receive 5 million silver a year. But, the head of the Pill King Garden had spoken and had terminated their partnership, banning all Zhang Han spirit ingredients in the future. This was cutting the ground in which someone stood on. Zhang Feng asked raspily, Grand Court Master, must you be so heartless? The Grand Court Master replied lightly, he who observes the greater picture and takes action accordingly is the clever one. Duke Jiang, you have erred in not realizing how the currents of power have shifted. What kind of persuasion was this? This was another attempt to rip off Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had held back the anger in his belly for quite a while, and the Grand Courtmaster's words were the spark that lit the flame. His long-repressed rage erupted in a second as Zhang Feng shot to his feet, laughing loudly. Good. Good. Each of you pretend to be the good guy, but all of you are savage robbers. Let me tell you something, I, Zhang Feng, am not a Buddha formed from clay. I can earn less money, and even not earn any at all, but I will not give away the slightest ounce of the backbone of being a man. Pill King Garden is it? Ban my Jiang Han territory, will you? Doesn't matter. I'd rather raise pigs on that land than allow you highwaymen to profit off of it. Zhang Feng had erupted. He had erupted suddenly, and very thoroughly. So it felt this damn good to explode. Zhang Feng felt that the enraged emotions in his belly had been completely vented in this moment. As for the banquet, all became silent again following Zhang Feng's eruption. All the gazes settled on Zhang Feng, looking at him strangely. They were all thinking, this Zhang father and son duo have made a scene one after another, and become the center of attention. What was their purpose? Did they seriously want to create trouble for the Soaring Dragon Duchy and be at odds with them? Chapter 27, Scolding the Elite. Chapter 27, Scolding the Elite. Utter silence. A deathly silence descended. No one had anticipated that Zhang Feng would suddenly erupt so thoroughly. This was thoroughly destroying all their relations with Soaring Dragon, and starting a feud with the first duke in the kingdom. In just that single moment, even those friendly with the Duke of Jianghan broke out in a cold sweat on his behalf. As for the neutral parties, they didn't even dare to look at Jiang Feng. To do so might cause the Duke of Soaring Dragon to misunderstand and think that they too supported Jiang Feng. The banquet's atmosphere was bizarrely still. It was at this moment that an ear-piercing round of applause started sounding. Jiang Chen stood up lazily. Good scolding, aptly done. You're my old man, all right. I'm curious about one thing though. Isn't there a single backbone to be found amongst you so-called dukes, so-called elite nobles? Do we need to rely on you weak-willed, sycophant, mediocre layabouts to defend the frontiers of our eastern kingdom? Do your only remaining capabilities lie in suppressing your peers, seizing land from your peers and robbing your peers of their profits? As for you, Pill King Garden, is it? For a mere businessman, do you have any achievements to your name? Have you rendered any services to the kingdom? Where do you get the courage to lecture a duke of the second rank with that sort of tone? Who gave you that courage? Does the king know how cocky you are? He who observes the greater picture and takes action accordingly is the clever one, is it? See the bigger picture, is it? Alright, I'd like to see what kind of bigger picture is the picture that you, Pill King Garden, are referring to. Partnership termination? I spit upon that. This young duke tells you clearly now, the Pill King Garden has been banned by my Jiang family. The Grand Courtmaster snickered coldly. Banned? Who do you think you're fooling? Your Jiang family is but a dispirited duchy. Ban my Pill King Garden? Your family's land with the spirit vein can only be used to raise pigs without my garden's support, to say nothing of anything else. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Is that so? Third Hallmaster of the Hall of Healing, this Grand Courtmaster says my family's land can be only used to raise swine. What say you? The third Hallmaster chuckled and rubbed his nose. It would be a pity to raise livestock on a piece of land with a spirit vein. Our Hall of Healing is willing to offer 10 million silver and sign a 5-year contract with the Jiang family. No, 10 years, 20 years, you determine the length of the contract. What? Everyone present, including the Duke of Soaring Dragon, all thought that they had heard incorrectly. The third Hallmaster from the Hall of Healing had offered 10 million silver to sign a contract with the Jiang family under these circumstances? If it was any other time, and they were signing a contract for purely business dealings, then it wouldn't be such a big deal. But with these happenings, the Hall of Healing sections were publicly supporting the Jiang family, and ran the risk of antagonizing the Duke of Soaring Dragon. This was odd. Who didn't know how dominant the Hall of Healing was? Who didn't know how crafty the Hall of Healing was? It wouldn't be a surprise for the Hall of Healing to not have an opinion in these circumstances. But, it was truly odd thing for a Hallmaster from the Hall to step forth and express their opinion. When had the Jiang family connected with the Hall of Healing, and formed such strong ties? No one felt that the Jiang family commanded so much face as to cause the Hall of Healing to publicly declare its support for them. The Grand Courtmaster's expression changed. Hallmaster Chow, this isn't the thing to do? Out of the 3 market incumbents in the capital for spirit ingredients, the Hall of Healing was the leader of the market, and held 50% of the market share. The Temple of the Farmer God in Pill King Garden shared the remaining half of the market. Although the 3 parties engaged in fierce competition, they also respected a hidden rule of avoiding stealing each other's business maliciously. This was a principle that no one voiced, but a line that everyone toed. The third Hallmaster smiled faintly. Courtmaster Wang, I clearly heard you declare the end of your business relationship with the Jiang family just now. If this wasn't the case, how would my hall possibly intervene? We all understand the rules of business. You no longer wish to pursue this deal, and thus we picked it up. There's nothing untoward here, is there? The Hall of Healing wasn't in the wrong whether it came to the defined rules or hidden rules. The Grand Courtmaster wore an ugly expression on his face. He had put himself forward so publicly and destroyed his relationship with the Jiang family because he wished to curry favor with the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Conducting business was all the same, regardless of who they did it with. If the Long family controlled the land with the spirit vein, then they would do business with the Duke of Soaring Dragon. There wasn't a single bit of downside for the Pill King Garden, and they could in fact use this opportunity to pave the way for a relationship with Soaring Dragon. There was only good to be gained, and no bad. Plus, he had calculated that even if he said that the garden had banned the Jiang family, the hall and temple wouldn't step forward to take the business. After all, a business deal worth 5 million silver a year wasn't worth the risk of offending the Duke of Soaring Dragon. The Grand Courtmaster hadn't counted on things spiraling beyond his control. Not only had the Hall of Healing stepped forward, but they had upped the ante and doubled the partnership rate. Their attitude was clear: they would support the Jiang family. The Grand Courtmaster didn't understand, he really didn't understand. The Hall of Healing was so shrewd, was it worth that little bit of profit to offend the Duke of Soaring Dragon at this time? Could the Hall of Healing be unable to understand even the tiniest hint of the bigger picture? It was obviously difficult for the banquet to continue now that things had progressed to this point. Many guests knowingly took their leave, upon seeing the Duke of Soaring Dragon's face darken in anger. The Duke had intended to use this banquet to flaunt his wealth and power. But now, thanks to the Jiang father-son duo and additional participation from the Hall of Healing, it had turned into the Jiang family striking down the face of Soaring Dragon. The situation was exceedingly odd. No matter what, the peace of Eastern Kingdom was likely to be broken. Because the Duke of Soaring Dragon was quite enraged. The consequences from the anger of the first Duke of the Kingdom would be quite severe. As the representative of the royal family, Princess Goyu was feeling complicated emotions. She had been biased against Jiang Chen, but had suddenly realized that this insufferably cocky, venom-tongued fellow really did have a few traces of a dominant aura and a hint of a backbone. Jiang Chen's aggressive lecture, his ease in facing off with all sorts of noble elites, the mysteriousness of the Hall of Healing's intervention, all of this forced Princess Goyu to privately admit. Even she had been wrong about this Jiang Chen kid before. When the banquet was over, the Grand Courtmaster stood outside the door and smiled coldly at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, it's over for you and your son. Offending the Duke of Soaring Dragon means the future for the Jiang family will be so arduous that it will be difficult to even take a single step forward. Courtmaster Wang, I'm actually curious. As a business person, is it so fascinating to be a dog for others and eagerly make the way for others? Jiang Chen chuckled as he swept past the Grand Courtmaster with a disdainful look. Jiang Chen, you brat, keep strutting. Time is running out. Courtmaster Wang grit his teeth. You're correct, time is running out. Pill King Garden, the kingdom may be vast, but there doesn't seem to be a need for 3 market participants in the field of spirit medicine. Jiang Chen dug in with his heels after delivering his words and galloped away. To suffer such impudence from Jiang Chen's arrogant attitude, Courtmaster Wang was so incensed that he wanted to spit blood. It was a depressing day. His business deal with the Jiang family was over for nothing, and he'd played the role of a villain for free. No benefits had been forthcoming at the end of the day, just a thorough lecture. Except, even if Courtmaster Wang was the slightest bit displeased, he dared not take it out on the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Even if Duke Long had been the main culprit in the Pill King Garden losing this partnership. Forget it. A business deal is a small matter. Losing it doesn't harm the foundations of my Pill King Garden. As for this Hall of Healing, some good can still be salvaged from the situation if the garden takes advantage of them offending Duke Long. We can make use of this opportunity to oppress them. Courtmaster Wang's thoughts were exceedingly flexible as he thought of Duke Long's great reach, and some barely voiced rumors within several circles. The greater Soaring Dragon's influence grew, the bigger of a threat they would become to the Eastern Kingdom. And now, Miss Jushua had garnered the attentions of a hidden sect. In time, the possibility of the Long family replacing the Eastern family and becoming king was not inconceivable. Duke Long has grand aspirations. I hope this day can soon be materialized. At that moment, the garden can take advantage of the change in fortunes to strongly beat down on the Hall of Healing and seize the premier position for spirit medicine within the kingdom. This is inevitable. Courtmaster Wang's mood abruptly lightened as he thought of this. Jiang Feng's emotions had slowly calmed down after they'd returned to the Jianghan manor. Although it had felt good to erupt like that today, there were still bound to be serious consequences. If they were just speaking of their respective territories, the lands of Jianghan and Soaring Dragon were spaced far apart and thus there was no need to fear Soaring Dragon. After all, without royal order, war could not be declared casually between dukes. But now that everyone was gathered in the capital, everyone knew that Duke Long's eyes and men were placed everywhere. He also had dealings with all the various powers in the capital. Many of the officials at court also hailed the Duke of Soaring Dragon as their brother. Zhang Feng smiled upon seeing Jiang Chen's serious expression. "Kid, you've got guts. You've brought great face to your old man today. They say that a tiger father doesn't give birth to a dog son. Old man, your performance today was pretty strong too." Zhang Feng stared at Jiang Chen with a meaningful smile. "Kid, stop pretending and speak truthfully. Why did the Hall of Healing step out and prop us up under those circumstances? All underneath the heavens congregate for profit. All underneath the heavens disperse for profit. The Hall of Healing naturally has their reasons for doing so." Jiang Chen smiled. "Father, I only have one line. The days of our Jiang family being jeered and mocked by others, strung up like sheep led to slaughter are gone, forever." Jiang Feng's eyes lit up as he heard those words. "Chener, many dukes have said today that we've hidden our true strength and were wolves in sheep's clothing. Have you truly been hiding your strength, and even conned your old man? Wolf in sheep's clothing?" Jiang Chen smirked. "I think they're thinking too much. Our Jiang family doesn't need sheep's clothing, and they're no tigers themselves." A sense of unquestionable pride could be gleaned from Jiang Chen's words. His confident smile made Zhang Feng suddenly feel that he suddenly couldn't see through his son. Chapter 28, Turmoil in the Capital. Chapter 28, Turmoil in the Capital. What Jiang Chen hadn't thought of was that the ruckus raised at the Soaring Dragon Manor would create currents and eddies beneath the calm surface of the capital. The Duke of Soaring Dragon, Long Zhaofeng, was naturally feeling the most out of sorts. He might have been able to contain himself because of the greater picture, if Zhang Feng had only turned him down. But to be declined in such a haughty manner, he felt that he had lost face. Although Duke Long hadn't immediately erupted or flown into a rage during the banquet, that wasn't because he had a forgiving nature, but that he understood that as one in a position of power, he had to control his temper at such a gathering. When all the guests had left and only his confidants remained, his first sentence was, "Those who adhere to me prosper, those who defy me die. I don't care what you do, the Jiang family must fail out of the hidden dragon trials. Let's see how presumptuous this father and son duo can be when they lose their dukedom, including that land with the spirit vein. And someone run an investigation into what's going on with the Hall of Healing." He was incredibly infuriated that the Hall of Healing had openly stood out at such an occasion to bolster the Jiang family. No one had anticipated that scene. Those confidants and buddies who yet remained all nodded their heads. That Jiang father and son duo are truly ridiculous. Duke Long's prestige is bound to be damaged if we don't suppress them and beat them down this time. There must be something going on between the Hall of Healing and this Jiang Chen. When I was at the Hall of Healing the other day, Long Jushua described the events that had happened at the hall that day, how the third hallmaster had declined to do business with all the heirs of the preeminent dukedoms, and had sold the dragon-bone sungrass to Jiang Chen. He'd even honored Jiang Chen as an esteemed guest. Even Long Jushua felt that these happenings were rather odd when she recalled them. Long Zhaofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard about them. Shuer, why didn't you mention such an important matter when it happened? Long Jushue was similarly regretful. Shuer only felt then that a mere dandy wasn't worth bothering father about. Who would have known that the Hall of Healing? To be honest, Long Jushue's words made sense. At the end of the day that they'd all fought for the dragon bone sungrass was merely a small matter, an interlude in the lives of all the heirs. Although Long Jushue intensely disliked Jiang Chen because of it, she felt there was no need to bring such a small issue to her father's attention. But, within the capital, many subtleties could be gleaned from a small matter, and each small ripple encompassed great meaning. If Duke Long had known of this beforehand, he would have been prepared when he invited the Hall of the Healing to the banquet, and would have avoided such a loss. The unexpected showing from the Hall of Healing immediately removed the power that Soaring Dragon had gained from taking the initiative. Right. Duke Long, have you discovered that another thing is rather odd? The person speaking was the Duke of Yanmen, Yan Juzhuang. Apart from the Duke of Yanmen, there were tens of other dukes still present. Everyone who was left were the trusted confidants of Duke Long. That was to say, out of the 108 dukes in the Eastern Kingdom, more than 10 of them had secretly thrown in their lot with Duke Long. This was already an incredibly frightening power. The Duke of Yanmen was ranked in the top 10 out of the 108 dukes. He therefore spoke with more authority out any of the other dukes who had sided with Duke Long. Duke Yan, what have you discovered? Long Xiaofeng asked. There were 2 points of strangeness in tonight's banquet. 1. Why were Princess Goyu and Princess Eastern Jirua so familiar with Jiang Chen? 2. Why was the Duke of Tianshui's performance so abnormal? Everyone please remember that the Duke of Tianshui and Jiang Feng are hated rivals. He would have been the first to strike out against the Duke of Jianghan normally, but did he even speak up today? Not only him, but his son Shui Qingshu would bully Jiang Chen whenever the two met in the capital. Did he express any opinion at all tonight? His words reminded everyone of the obvious. This was true, the Tianshui father and son duo had behaved rather oddly tonight. The Duke of Soaring Dragon oppressed Jiang Feng because of the land with the spirit vein. The former actually had no prior enmity with Jiang Feng. But the Duke of Tianshui were hated enemies with the Duke of Jianghan. The two territories were neighbors and fought openly and under the table over land, resources, ranking, and achievements. They were enemies until we die. But, the Duke of Tianshui hadn't indicated anything tonight, and didn't make use of this opportunity to suppress Jiang Feng. Something was amiss here. I remember that the Duke of Tianshui accompanied the king to pay their respects when Jiang Chen was caned to death for what happened at the rites. Why did Jiang Chen come back from the dead? What on earth happened that night? This matter has never been able to be investigated fully. The old farts that went that day are keeping an extremely tight seal on their lips. All sorts of bizarre points were being unearthed. Long Xiaofeng sank into deep thought. He too felt it was odd. King Eastern Lu had greatly capable and outstanding men, there was no reason for them to be unable to cane a good-for-nothing to death. But Jiang Chen had survived the ordeal, and from the looks of things, not only had Jiang family's relations with the royal family not soured, they had actually grown closer. Everyone's information is quite useful. It seems the conclusion here is that I have underestimated Jiang Feng. Has this person latched himself onto the King Eastern Lu's coattails? Although the Duke of Soaring Dragon said Eastern Lu's title, there was a certain lack of respect in his tone. Slot the Duke of Tianshui into my schedule, it looks like clues of this matter must be gleaned from this person. Long Xiaofeng ordered. In addition, tell Du Ruhai to use all necessary methods possible, in order to block Jiang Chen in the trials. No matter how much backing they have, the Jiang family will be nothing as soon as they lose their dukedom. This was tackling a problem at its foundation. No matter how strong someone's backing was, or how many crafty schemes they had, losing the dukedom meant they had lost the right to control their territory. On what basis could the Jiang family talk, once they lost control? This method was simple and crude, but direct and effective. Schemes and seizure, schemes and seizure. Since scheming hadn't worked, then seizure would have to do. The Duke of Soaring Dragon wasn't a kind soul. His methods towards achieving his desires were diabolical and without a bottom line. In his eyes, treating someone courteously before resorting to force wasn't because he feared the Jiang family power. But rather, he wished to build a reputation of overcoming others through morals and ethics. But since the Jiang family was ignorant and dense, rendering these hypocritical methods ineffective, then all bets were off and violence was the only way. Just as the Duke of Soaring Dragon was holding a meeting late into the night, so were the senior executives in the Hall of Healing. The 4 hallmasters and 10 elders. The highest levels of the hall's power were all in attendance. The 3rd hallmaster, Xiao Baisher, fully conveyed all the happenings that had occurred in the banquet. In the Hall of Healing, the Lord Hallmaster Song Tianqing held the absolute right to speak. It wouldn't be a hyperbole to say that he was the main pillar of the hall. When the 3rd hallmaster had finished describing the situation, all eyes swiveled smoothly to Lord Hallmaster Song. It was apparent that no one dared rashly venture forth an opinion before understanding the Lord Hallmaster's thoughts. Song Tianqing chuckled, "I'll refrain from speaking first. Everyone share your thoughts. Even Elder Shun has vouched for the heavenly karma pill with 90% surety, it must be reliable. I think the 3rd hallmaster has made the correct decision." One of the elders spoke first. "I too support the 3rd hallmaster. The Hall of Healing has been established in the capital for hundreds of years, it would be impossible to please all and offend none. Offending a few for the profits of the hall is unavoidable. Indeed, and since the heavenly karma pill has such a bright future and such market potential, we have no choice if we have to offend even more dukes, not just the Duke of Soaring Dragon." It was apparent that there were more senior executives who supported Xiao Baisher. Everyone weighed in on the issue from the perspective of future profit to the hall, and all felt that there was no problem with Xiao Baisher's decision. Number 2, say something as well. Song Tianqing looked at 2nd hallmaster with a congenial smile. "I agree with everyone's opinions. Anything that benefits the hall is commendable." These words were quite slippery and didn't say much. Elder Blue spoke up suddenly, "Lord Hallmaster, I have a few words." "All right, everyone is welcome to speak their mind. Elder Blue, go ahead." Song Tianqing encouraged her. "I feel that the Jiang father and son are not too dependable. Has everyone thought about the consequences if Elder Shun is in the wrong? Wouldn't the hall become a great laughingstock? If rumors of this travels, what of our credibility? If the heavenly karma pill is pure bluster, then haven't we offended Soaring Dragon for nothing? I've heard that Long Jushua, the beloved daughter of Duke Long, possesses an Azure Phoenix constitution and has attracted the attentions of one of the hidden sections. Her future in martial Dao is incredibly promising. This way, wouldn't Soaring Dragon rise in her wake as well? Could a change in the landscape of kingdom ownership occur in the future? The Hall of Healing wasn't a governmental agency, and thus was less reserved, more bold about discussing matters of power. People's expressions didn't even flicker when discussing potential changes in rulers. "Elder Blue, you worry too much. Firstly, it's impossible for Elder Shun to be wrong. And another thing, changes in ruling families follow the laws of nature, and will not be suddenly upended by the emergence of 1 or 2 people. The Duke of Soaring Dragon is filling out his wings, sure, but the Eastern royal family will not idly sit by." Xiao Baisher immediately refuted Elder Blue's words. Besides, even if the Duke of Soaring Dragon was able to, he would not openly declare war against our hall over one business deal. Our hall has been established for hundreds of years, and will not be easily trifled with. Ignoring profits at hand to consider details that will not happen, has never been the way our hall has conducted business. No one could deny that the future profits they could gain from the heavenly karma pill were simply too tempting. If the pill was supplied in large quantities to the market, then none of the other medicines currently in the market for bodily injuries would be the slightest bit competitive. They said that inferior goods would be discarded after comparison. The heavenly karma pill was a superior good that would sweep away its peers. This market was practically a treasure bowl. If leveraged appropriately, the profits from this single pill medicine would be enough to support the operations of the entire Hall of Healing. After rounds of debating, everyone's gazes finally landed on Lord Hallmaster Song Tianqing again. It seems that most still agree with number 3's decision. I'm sure you can deduce my attitude as well. I confidently left things in number 3's hands when I ventured out. This also meant that I trusted his judgment and abilities. Song Tianqing's attitude was quite apparent by this point. I also must remind everyone that our Hall of Healing pursues the greatest profits. Although we avoid the battles of politics, we need not fear involvement. It's impossible to keep one foot on both sides of the fence forever. When a side needs to be picked, there's only one side for us, and that's profit. The heavenly karma pill will bring us profit, so we choose it. As for who wins or loses, our hall has survived for so long, do we lack even this little bit of adaptability? Chapter 29, Changes in Attitudes from All Sides. Chapter 29, Changes in Attitudes from All Sides. Xiao Baisher heaved a sigh of relief at Song Tianqing's clear-cut attitude. To be honest, he had been rather stressed out by the decisions he'd made lately, and had pushed through purely on the basis of his own daring and resolution. He could tell that his choices had been correct based on the Lord Hallmaster's attitude. Number 3, you've been the one to strike up the relationships with Jiang Chen from the Jiang household. You'll be in charge of maintaining the relationship. It would seem from various bits and pieces of info that this young man's shadow has been cast over all of the large happenings in the capital lately. This young man is one to keep an eye on. Song Tianqing had never seen Jiang Chen before, but had been able to deduce such an astounding conclusion from the details of the numerous reports he'd received. Even the normally steady second hallmaster, Yu Kun, exclaimed involuntarily, "Lord Hallmaster, isn't this evaluation of Jiang Chen a bit of an overstatement?" Song Tianqing smiled faintly, "I have yet to meet Jiang Chen, but I have met Jiang Feng of the Jiang Han dukedom. If the source of all the unexpected is from the Jiang father and son, my money would be on Jiang Chen and not Jiang Feng." Xiao Baisher was moved. He knew that the Lord Hallmaster's position was lofty, and his worldview cynical. His standards were high, and he basically never made an error when judging people and matters. For the Lord Hallmaster to give such high praise to a teenager he had never met before, Xiao Baisher rejoiced more than a little that he had made the right choice. "Heh, I, old you, have always admired the Lord Hallmaster's eye for assessing things. This time, however, I'm curious as to the possibility of the Lord Hallmaster being mistaken?" Yu Kun chuckled. With his status and position, it wouldn't be an overreach if he cracked a few lines of a tame joke. The convention of the senior executives ended with the Lord Hallmaster's conclusion. Song Tianqing pulled Xiao Baisher aside for a private meeting afterwards and patted Xiao Baisher's shoulder. "Baisher, you have handled this matter with quite a bit of boldness. I am proud of you." Although their relationship was one of the Lord Hallmaster and the third Hallmaster, Song Tianqing far outstripped Xiao Baisher in both age and experience, as well as status and standards. One could say that Song Tianqing had intended to groom Xiao Baisher as his successor. Xiao Baisher was gobsmacked and flattered, and he hastened to offer a few humble words. "Baisher, you must not slight Jiang Chen. Have you tallied up the number of amazing things that have happened around Jiang Chen? Your subordinate is dense, and awaits the Lord Hallmaster's enlightenment." Xiao Baisher was exceedingly humble. For one, this youth was caned to death at the rites of heavenly worship, but why was he caned and still alive? For two, the king has caned this youth, but why has the king personally bestowed the engraved dragon medallion to the latter's keeping? For three, this youth is a mere son of a duke, from whence did he obtain this ancient pill recipe for the heavenly karma pill? 4. This youth's martial Dao level is insufficient to pass even the 3 foundational exams, but why was he able to first defeat Yan Yiming with one stroke, and then effortlessly toy with Bai Zhanyun afterwards? 5. Why are the royal princesses of 2 generations so familiar with this youth? 6. This youth is wholly unafraid in front of the Duke of Soaring Dragon, and denounced a room of elites. His performance was wholly not in agreement with the character of a young man. Where is his surety coming from? Xiao Baishi's expression became more serious with every point that Song Tianqing listed. He had more or less also considered these points. But his considerations were not as well thought out or as comprehensive as the Lord Hallmaster's. Suddenly, Xiao Baishi connected the dots between the hints dropped by Song Tianqing. He exclaimed in astonishment. Is this to say that the Jiang family is backed by the king? And that dispirited, dejected demeanor before was an act to confound opponents? This father and son could be pawns set into motion by the king? Even possibly pawns with the ability to enact change in the greater picture? Song Tianqing remarked lightly, if not this, what other reasons do you think could explain all that has happened thus far? Being caned, but not to death, was revealing enough, to speak of none of the others. If it wasn't for secret instructions from His Majesty, would the king's men really not have the ability to beat a mere youth to death? No wonder, no wonder. Xiao Baishi suddenly recalled the events surrounding the purchase of the Dragon Bone Sun Grass. Hadn't Jiang Chen told him then that he'd made the correct decision? Hadn't Jiang Chen told him then that the Dragon Bone Sun Grass had been purchased for the royal family? Xiao Baishi had felt the Dragon Bone Sun Grass familiar spirit aura from Princess Jiruo that night at Duke Long's banquet. Then, the Dragon Bone Sun Grass had indeed been purchased by the royal family. Jiang Chen had not been blustering about this matter. Xiao Baishi reaffirmed the Lord Hallmaster's judgment even more firmly when his thoughts traveled to this point. It was no wonder that Song Tianqing would conclude this. From all aspects, none of this would be explainable if it wasn't for the fact that the Jiang family had long since reached an agreement with the royal family. And with Princess Goyu's identity, how would she so unabashedly laud a youth's martial Dao performance? It was obviously to use Jiang Chen's performance as an excuse to offset the impact of Long Jushua's Azure Phoenix constitution. Baishi, if the Jiang family is a pawn that the royal family laid down a long time ago, what does this indicate? This means that the royal family started their preparations a long time ago. The Duke of Soaring Dragon is hotly ambitious, but more of his power shines day by day. One side with early preparations, one side with unconcealed ambition. If these two sides really were to become embroiled in conflict, to be honest, I would not bet on Duke Long unless Song Tianqing stopped at this point. It was obvious that the possibilities behind this unless caused even him to fear speaking it, as if it was taboo. Unless what? Xiao Baishi couldn't resist asking. Unless the heavyweight of that hidden sect makes a personal appearance and intervenes in the fight for power between kings. However, with said heavyweight's status, it would be much too demeaning for them to involve themselves with the power struggle in a common kingdom. Besides, the Eastern family has controlled the kingdom for at least 1,000 years, and hold many aces up their sleeves, as well as a rich and unknown heritage. Other than the wildcard Long Jushua, I simply cannot think of what other advantages Duke Long may hold in a fight between a subject and king. Therefore, no matter if it's from the perspective of profits or from politics, your decision today was an extraordinarily wise decision. Song Tianqing complimented Xiao Baishi once again. A similarly sleepless night passed by in the inner courtyard of the palace. Princess Goyu's news also caused Eastern Lu to sink deep in thought. Royal brother, the Duke of Soaring Dragon is no longer bothering to completely conceal his ambitions. Princess Goyu was the only one who dared to speak thusly to Eastern Lu. It's understandable that he would become tired of his position as first duke in the lands after being in it for so long. It's only natural progression that he would seek to advance another step forward. Eastern Lu's tone seemed calm, but it was suffused with a heart-pounding sense of killing intent. Thankfully, he tried to dictate terms to the tough old bird Zhang Feng today. If it was any other, somewhat weaker-willed duke, they would have likely capitulated by now. Princess Goyu was also exceedingly displeased with the Duke of Soaring Dragon when she recalled how it all had unfolded in that moment. He had schemed against another duke's territory in front of a royal representative. This looked like a clash between dukes, but was an affront to royal face in reality. Eastern Lu sighed lightly. All things change. Even just a few days ago, who would have thought that the Jiang family would be my generals of good luck? Eastern Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when thinking of the current situation in the capital. Perhaps many powers will now think that the Jiang family is one of my Eastern clansmen, and a pawn that I had long since set in motion? Princess Goyu also laughed with a smile. Goyu might have thought the same if I hadn't known the internal proceedings. Have you discovered that every change, every twist in the situation in the capital, has been closely tied with a shadow? Jiang Chen? Princess Goyu's beautiful eyes shifted slightly as she spoke involuntarily. Have you also discovered it, royal sister? Eastern Lu smiled meaningfully. Come to think of it, the current situation in the capital had indeed evolved from Jiang Chen's fart during the rites. Ever since that moment, each event that had occurred in the capital had seemed to be tied to that person's shadow. I had originally believed without a doubt that he had had a divine visitation in his dreams. But after tonight, I can't help but suspect that perhaps this youth has falsely borrowed the name of the gods from the very beginning? To be honest, Eastern Lu felt that it was quite headache-inducing when he thought of this matter. Logically speaking, a son of a duke shouldn't be so uncanny. Caned, but not dead, identifying the root source of Jiruo's illness, handling the Hall of Healing, defeating an opponent of the advanced realm of true Qi with the strength of the initial realm. Multiple abnormal circumstances had happened to the same person. To say that there were no secrets about this youth, there was no way that Eastern Lu would believe this. Of course, as the ruler of a nation, he wouldn't pursue these matters, at least not yet. After all, Eastern Lu would not only avoid thoroughly investigating the valued assistance of the Jiang family unintentionally clouding Duke Long's influence, but he would reward them instead. Goyu, visit the Jianghan Manor on my behalf tomorrow. A visit to the Jianghan Manor was naturally to reward the Jiang father and son. She could also declare their intentions at the same time, and as a matter of course, bring the Jiang family into the royal camp. It was absolutely effortless for Eastern Lu when it came to means of power. In addition, you must guarantee that Jiang Chen can pass the hidden dragon trials. Eastern Lu's attitude had subtly shifted from what it had been before. Previously, his thoughts regarding Jiang Chen had merely stopped at the idea that this youth could heal Eastern Jiruo's illness. Therefore, Eastern Lu thought nothing much of the possibility that the Jiang family could lose their dukedom. Staying in the capital as a wealthy official with no power would actually benefit Jiruo's illness. But now, after tonight's events, the strategic importance of the Jiang father and son had instantaneously risen 100-fold. Now, the matter of whether or not the Jiang family kept their dukedom was a small issue that could greatly impact the greater picture. If the Jiang family lost their dukedom, then it was possible that Soaring Dragon could encroach on the Jianghan land with the spirit vein, to speak nothing of anything else. This was what Eastern Lu truly didn't wish to see. The fact that a duke could seize another duke's lands without abandon meant that a problem had developed within the royal family's control of power. And the Jiang family's vow of contending with Soaring Dragon unto the death was in actuality an indirect way of protecting Eastern Lu's grasp over the kingdom. Therefore, the Jiang family's dukedom must be kept. Chapter 30, Having Fun with Yen Yiming, again. Chapter 30, Having Fun with Yen Yiming, again. The next day, Princess Goyu personally visited the Jianghan Manor with an imperial summons and a large amount of rewards to commend the Jiang father and son. The reason given, the Jiang father and son had accomplished an achievement in helping fight Princess Jiruo's illness. This reason was a still bit unclear. Apart from the few witnesses in the know, no one could figure out how the Jiang father and son could have helped Princess Jiruo's illness. But those who had attended the banquet at the Soaring Dragon had discovered that Princess Jiruo had talked and laughed gently and her appearance was more healthy looking. It was a far cry from her previous sickly state. Could it be that the Jiang father and son really had accomplished something on the subject of Princess Jirua's illness? Rumors flew wildly as the outside world speculated. One thing was certain, the Jiang father and son were destined to become famous figures in the capital spotlight in the near future. As for the protagonist of the matter, Jiang Chen, he had never been concerned about the reactions from the outside world. What he cared more about was improving his own strength. As time went on, the deadline for the month-end examination approached. Jiang Chen had no reason to panic. The contents of the 3 foundational exams were a piece of a cake for him now. 3 days passed very quickly. In these 3 days, Jiang Chen committed himself to strengthening his 5th meridian. After 3 days of forging, the toughness of his 5th meridian was basically the same as the previous 4. This way, the 5 meridians would advance side by side and were on the same level. On that day in the Soaring Dragon Manor, Jiang Chen had only used the strength of 3 meridians true qi, and he hadn't even touched the true strength of 5 meridians true qi. Of course, he was well aware that there were many elements of luck behind his complete restriction of Bai Zhanyun at 8 meridians true qi. 1. His level of martial Dao knowledge was eons ahead of a practitioner in the true qi realm. 2. The two had agreed to spar to using Eastern King Point. With regards to a common technique like the Eastern King Point, Jiang Chen had indeed reached the legendary realm, and thus, he could naturally suppress Bai Zhanyun of the flawless realm. Third, and the most important point, was that Bai Zhanyun had already demonstrated the Eastern King Point previously. Jiang Chen had completely seen through his version of Eastern King Point. At the end of it all, Bai Zhanyun had actually lost all initiative before the battle had even begun. It was normal for him to be countered at every turn. Of course, Bai Zhanyun was also extremely unlucky. How could he have known that his opponent would be a deviant, whose knowledge of martial Dao far surpassed this world? If both sides had brought their strongest techniques and given it their all in an actual match, it would have been difficult to determine who would have won if Jiang Chen had matched up against Bai Zhanyun's strongest firepower. After all, Jiang Chen's true strength was at 5 meridians true qi, and Bai Zhanyun was at 8 meridians. The 3 levels of difference between the two encompassed an entire realm. But, Jiang Chen also believed that if he was able to take or avoid 30 of Bai Zhanyun's hits, then he, Jiang Chen, would be the final victor. After simulating the battle, Jiang Chen had a further understanding of the real fighting strength of a practitioner in the realm of true qi. Speaking 1,000 lines and theorizing 10,000 lines, that is all fake. A martial Dao battle is constantly shifting and changing. I can sit here and run simulations, but the many unexpected twists of battle can't be simulated. At the heart of it all, I need to continue to improve myself. Thankfully, my 5th meridian has gone through the initial steps of strengthening. The next step is to use the true acupoint resonance and locate the 6th acupoint. He had come to this world and he only used half a month to train from 3 meridians true qi to 5 meridians. Even top-notch geniuses would have needed 3 to 5 months. But Jiang Chen had only used half a month. However, this was far from enough. 5 meridians true qi were still a bit too weak. Jiang Chen would likely fall victim to many small defeats in skirmishes against other heirs, not to mention fighting against the truly powerful cultivators in the kingdom. The final examinations of the hidden dragon trials are fast approaching. Judging from the atmosphere in the capital, it seems that winds are whipping the clouds into a funnel. It would seem that even in a small kingdom, a large vortex would still be formed when the winds and clouds are turbulent. My current strength is still vastly insufficient to navigate the vortex with ease. The end of the month had arrived quickly. On the last day of the month, Jiang Chen arrived at the testing site with Jiang Zheng in tow. He felt completely at ease. If it wasn't for those who knew otherwise, who would have thought that such a carefree person had yet to pass even the 3 foundational exams? Because of his performance at the Soaring Dragon Manor that night, Jiang Chen's appearance attracted quite a bit of attention. The only difference was that in comparison to that day in the Hall of Healing, those who had pointed and stared without abandon then were more reserved and wary today. Jiang Chen naturally didn't give a fig about what the outside world thought about him, and he made a beeline straight for the building of the testing site. Someone was walking out just as he walked in. It was the Yanmen heir, Yan Yiming. Jiang Chen. Yan Yiming's eyes spat fire upon seeing Jiang Chen. His defeat at the hands of Jiang Chen's singular poke in the soaring dragon manner last time was the shame of his life for Yan Yiming. Not only did he lose all face in front of his peers, but more importantly, he had been made a fool in front of Long Juxue. Even now, Long Juxue was rather standoffish towards him. Yan Yiming felt that it was all Jiang Chen's fault. If it wasn't for that bastard, Jiang Chen, how could he, Yan Yiming, be relegated as a joke for the entire capital? You're that Yan monkey who stole my seat? Jiang Chen first drew a blank, but then recognized the person in front of him. Except, his sudden epiphany was even more of an insult in Yan Yiming's eyes. Jiang Chen, how dare you treat me this way? If it wasn't for your evil trick, do you think you could have beaten me with a mere 3 meridians true qi? Yan Yiming yelled hoarsely as he paid no heed to what sort of occasion it was. This means that you don't accept your defeat? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Accept? Who do you think you are for me to concede to you? Is your Zhenghan duchy ranked higher than my Yanmen duchy? Or is your level of training higher than mine? Then, what do you want to do? Jiang Chen remained cool and collected. I want to fight you. Yan Yiming roared. He did not accept his defeat, he had not conceded. He was going to gain back his lost prestige and more. And the most direct way was to defeat the culprit, Jiang Chen, humiliate him severely, tyrannize him and stomp him firmly into the ground. Fight? I have no time and no interest for you. Jiang Chen smiled carelessly as he shook his head and walked past Yan Yiming like he was air. Jiang Chen, you coward! You won by a fluke and no longer have the guts to fight me? All right. I've long since known that your Jiang family is a clan of cowards. You don't fight? Fine. I will let you go as long as you admit in front of everyone that you're a coward. Jiang Chen ignoring him was, in Yan Yiming's eyes, a guilty act. This bolstered Yan Yiming's confidence even more and made him firmly believe that Jiang Chen had won through luck. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's steps froze. Whether it was the label of coward or the insult to his father, they were both acts that crossed his bottom line. Those who cross my bottom line cannot be forgiven. 3 moves. Jiang Chen glared at Yan Yiming coldly. You have no qualification to fight with me. I will concede if you aren't flat on your back in 3 moves. Ha ha ha. You are very cocky indeed. I don't want your 3 moves. I am the exalted heir of Yanmen. Yan Yiming was about to continue his boasts and bluster when the words abruptly died in his throat. He dared not speak further, and he could not speak further because in front of him, Jiang Chen had become like a cocked arrow, emitting a strange kind of aura and locking onto Yan Yiming. First move, watch carefully. Jiang Chen had no flowery moves and merely took 1 step forward. His arm lifted slightly as he took 1 step. Except that when he raised his arm, it gave others a heart-pounding feeling. Thunder! An aura as sharp as a sword spread out, from his fingertip, and lanced through the air. It had an incredible path, it was as if it would cleave the heavens as it shot towards Yan Yiming. Yan Yiming only felt that his eardrums were going numb as thunder roiled. This astonishing point was speeding towards his weaknesses like a loosed arrow. Ha! Same old tricks. Trying to harm me with this Eastern King point? Although Yan Yiming had been surprised by the suddenness of this point, he was still confident that he could evade it. His body dashed away like the waving movements of willow tree branches. Willow step, waves without wind. Yan Yiming's body moved like dandelions soaring through the air. The rhythm of the movement was like water ripples caused by the wind. It had an indescribable elegance. This was Yanmen's exclusive heritage, willow step. Yan Yiming was very confident. He firmly believed that that day's defeat was a result of method restriction. He was going to fully demonstrate his family's heritage today and beat the shit out of Jiang Chen. However, his moment of pride didn't last long. Jiang Chen took another step forward, but the movement of his arm had somewhat increased in speed. Second point, starburst. Jiang Chen's moves were simple, fast, and without embellishment. It may have seemed to be overly simple and crude to outsiders. But only Jiang Chen himself could understand the true meaning of his seemingly clumsy moves. It was easy for all techniques under heaven to become more complex, but it was difficult for the complicated to become simple. Jiang Chen's 2 points had actually already reached the level of simplifying the complex. All complications were concentrated into the move. Seeking change in the midst of constancy. Of course, a trace of a proud smile found its way to Yin Yiming's face. Jiang Chen, although your Eastern King point is not bad, but you've run out of tricks, haven't you? You want to hurt me? Keep dreaming. But it was as if he hadn't spoken. Jiang Chen's entire posture suddenly changed drastically. His finger moved slightly and the rhythm changed again. Third point, nameless. This point caused flowers to not be flowers and fog to not be fog. It was indescribable and unexplainable. It obviously hailed from the Eastern King point, but it far surpassed the meaning that the point should have. An incredible line, an incredible curve, an incredible point. A shocking hit. Yin Yiming only felt a sharp pain under his rib cage in the same position as last time, but he felt more than 10 times that power. It ripped apart all his moves and defenses mercilessly like it was paper. Another hit. Yin Yiming's body fell heavily to the ground again, his status unknown. Chapter 31, Start of the Foundational Exams. Chapter 31, Start of the Foundational Exams. The same two people had faced off once more, and Yin Yiming had fallen in defeat and once again lost completely. Jiang Chen was once again the victor and had used the same Eastern King point to win. The only difference was that Yin Yiming had employed his family's heritage this time and his mindset had been adjusted from underestimating his opponent to full battle readiness. But Yin Yiming had still been the one to fall. And it was within the agreed-upon 3 moves. That was to say, Yin Yiming still hadn't been able to take 3 of Jiang Chen's hits even when the former had been fully prepared. Of course, Yin Yiming hadn't been so lucky this time. Jiang Chen had left him some face during last time's spar and he hadn't really used his true qi. This time, Yin Yiming's repeated provocations had crossed Jiang Chen's bottom line. Thus, Yin Yiming had tasted at least 70% of Jiang Chen's strength. After this loss, Yin Yiming probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed without recuperating for 3 to 5 months first. How does the saying go? A full bucket of water doesn't sway, but half a bucket of water likes to sway back and forth. Those who are knowledgeable don't like to boast, but those who are ignorant love to strut and preen. This saying was probably meant for people like you, was it not? Jiang Chen didn't care if Yin Yiming was still alive or dead. Brawls between heirs were more than common in the capital, not to mention that the hidden dragon trials were originally designed to increase competition between heirs. The heirs who were unfriendly with Jiang Chen all took subconscious steps backwards when they saw Yin Yiming lying prostrated on the floor. They were deathly afraid of being seen by Jiang Chen. They didn't even possess the strength of Yin Yiming to fight back if he were to challenge them. By this point, no one believed that Jiang Chen only possessed 3 meridians true qi. Only a fool would believe that Jiang Chen was in the initial realm of true qi after that poke. Could someone in the initial realm have inflicted that type of injury on Yin Yiming? Jiang Chen didn't think much of defeating a mere nobody such as Yin Yiming. After all, his current strength was at the peak of 5 meridians true qi. With all of his advantages, it was a foregone conclusion that he could defeat Yin Yiming, who was at 6 meridians true qi. If he found it difficult to defeat someone with even 6 meridians true qi, then all the advantages that had been conferred upon him in his past life would be a joke. As for Jiang Zhang, he puffed his chest out with elation. He had already enjoyed the treatment of being waited upon by others last time in the Hall of Healing. And today, he was once again receiving looks of respect from those around him. What was the key point in being a servant? That was for things to go smoothly, and to be able to walk proudly upright, no matter where he went. And today, Jiang Zheng's waist was quite upright. Organizer, my house's young duke wishes to sign up for the 3 foundational exams. Jiang Zheng's voice was also louder than normal. If it had been before, Jiang Zheng would have found it too embarrassing to sign up for the foundational exams at such a shameful timing. But things were drastically different after Jiang Chen had trampled over Yan Yiming. How couldn't a superior practitioner, who had run roughshod over Yan Yiming, be unable to pass even the 3 foundational exams? Why hadn't he come before? That was because our young duke had been too busy to come and pass the exams. Other than Jiang Chen, there was no one else who had not yet passed the 3 foundational exams before the deadline. However, no one dared cause trouble for Jiang Chen in this step of the process. He quickly arrived at the testing site for the first exam. There was a large disc in the center of a ring. The disc was punctuated by 12 holes. Each of the holes had a white jade column erected in the middle of them. These were the true chi columns that were used in testing true chi. No one was able to cheat in this test. The candidate would be able to light the number of white jade columns according to how many meridians true chi he possessed. One could reserve his strength, but could not falsely inflate his strength. That was to say, if you had 10 meridians true chi, you could display 8 levels, or even 4 meridians true chi. But if you only had 4 levels, there was no way you could materialize an additional meridian out of thin air. Therefore, this was a test that no one could cheat in. No wonder the past Jiang Chen couldn't pass this test. How would it be possible for 3 meridians true chi to pass? Jiang Chen shook his head slightly and walked forward, placing his palm in a depression and circulating the 5 meridians true chi within his body. The disc started turning with a crackling sound. The white jade columns on it started lighting up one by one. 1 column, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some in the crowd breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the light stop at the 5th column, whereas a few others were slightly disappointed. All sorts of reactions were present, but Jiang Chen paid them no heed. He did not reserve his strength for this particular test. Look. Although there are only 5 columns lit, this light, other people immediately noticed this after one person had pointed it out. That's right, we only give rise to faint blue light normally. Jiang Chen's true chi light is green. And look, there are no impurities within the light, every column is quite balanced and pure. Such perfect true chi. No wonder a mere 5 meridians true chi was able to easily defeat Yan Yiming. Looks like we've underestimated this Jiang Chen. Makes sense. With this kind of true chi purity, I think he'd be able to put up a fight even if he challenged someone in the advanced realm of true chi. The lowest barrier to the advanced realm of true chi was 7 meridians true chi. Such an assessment was high praise indeed. Even the official in charge of this exam was slightly moved by Jiang Chen's true chi columns, and he cast a complicated look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could see praise and doubt in that look. Perhaps, in the official's eyes, Jiang Chen had even held back some of his true chi. Alright, Jiang Chen, 5 meridians true chi. You passed the first foundational exam. The official continued speaking brightly, Jiang Chen, congratulations. Your passing grades and performance will be recorded and used for reference. Thank you for going to the trouble. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He would naturally respond in good grace if someone was polite to him. He had easily passed the first foundational exam. Jiang Chen had also anticipated this. He arrived at the second foundational exam site after walking through a few hallways. The second exam took place in a sealed-off room with sword aura. Jiang Chen, the second exam is not the same as the first, and it embodies a certain amount of danger. If you don't possess 4 meridians true chi and your amethyst eastern chi hasn't been trained to the realm of perfection, you are very likely to fall victim to the aura inside this room. The organizer of the second exam reminded Jiang Chen of the dangers, as according to the rules. Jiang Chen nodded. Thank you for your reminder, I am ready. In that case, go on in. The organizer nodded and said no more. Since the candidate had already come, there was no reason for the candidate to leave just because of his words of warning. The sword aura room was a square space measuring roughly 10 meters by 10 meters. Countless mechanisms were installed within this room. They would randomly shoot out all sorts of sword aura, following no rules or reason. Candidates must endure an hour within the room. In addition, 1 or 2 flying beetles would be placed into the room at regular intervals. Candidates must shoot down at least 10 flying beetles within an hour. They had to remain unharmed in the room and shoot down at least 10 flying beetles within the designated time. This exam was, in comparison, only slightly harder than the first exam. A practitioner wouldn't be able to shoot down the flying beetles if he had yet to reach 4 meridians true chi. The flying beetles' speed, flight patterns, as well as the hardness of their armor, would not be easily overcome by someone in the initial realm of true chi. This exam is a bit interesting. A current of sword aura came shooting at him just as Jiang Chen was thinking those thoughts. But these simple sword aura currents posed no threat to him. The face of the second in command of the trials, Du Ruhai, was turning ghastly pale as he listened to the reports from a trusted man within a secret room in a highly restricted area. This brat had concealed his true strength of 5 meridians true chi. And the purity of his chi is actually on par with the heirs of the preeminent dukedoms. Du Ruhai's face darkened considerably upon viewing the results of Jiang Chen's first exam. He had been harshly lectured by Princess Goyu on that day at the Soaring Dragon Manor. Although he hadn't been fired afterwards, he was facing tremendous pressure from the rumors in the outside world. His credibility and influence had also been similarly impacted with the team in charge of the hidden dragon trials. This was what he least wished to see. Du Ruhai had made his way up from the bottom of the ranks. His desire for power outweighed everything else. And now, the Duke of Soaring Dragon had given him an ultimatum. If he wasn't able to stop Jiang Chen, then he would lose Duke Long's trust. Losing Duke Long's trust meant losing his biggest backer. It could even be said that without the Duke's support, all his vaunted riches and power would quickly become a joke. Therefore, he had to suppress Jiang Chen. He simply had to suppress Jiang Chen at all costs. He had to take the risk. Duke Long's ultimatum wasn't a mere joke. If the Duke became unhappy, then perhaps Du Ruhai's corpse would be found on the streets tonight. Xiaoma, come here. I want you to. Du Ruhai issued a series of commands to his most trusted man. This Xiaoma was absolutely loyal to Du Ruhai. He thumped his chest in affirmation after hearing Du Ruhai's instructions. Be at ease, sir, I will complete the task with competence, and leave no clues behind. If this matter is conducted smoothly, I will ensure a life of riches for you. Within the sword aura room, the bodies of more than 50 flying beetles lay haphazardly in the smooth floor. Time elapsed had been 1 hour exactly. Jiang Chen did not leave the sword aura room, and had, in fact, become more and more excited. No human opponent can match this sword aura room. Who in the same level can deploy such abstract, unsystematic moves like the mechanisms of this room? Where else could I go to find a free opponent like this one? Jiang Chen was hooked on this room. Although the force of the room's sword aura attacks would double every hour, Jiang Chen grew more invigorated from battle, and his interest intensified. He also became more skilled at utilizing his 5 meridians true chi as time went on. The clashes between true chi and sword aura further heightened his battle intent and potential. Chapter 32, Impressive Performance, Setting New Records. Chapter 32, Impressive Performance, Setting New Records. Geniuses love spending time in the second foundational exam. Every genius seemed to love using this masochistic method to stimulate his or her own potential. Jiang Chen was no exception. Previously, none of the many Eastern Kingdom geniuses had docilely left the room after an hour was up. Every person kept hanging on inside, and refused to come out until they had reached their limit. This exam had basically become a hidden battle stage for the top-notch geniuses. They competed on who could stay inside the longest. Who could kill the most flying beetles? In actuality, no one could spare a thought for shooting down flying beetles towards the end of the exam. They were too busy dodging the boundless sword aura that danced without rules, threatening to take candidates' lives at any moment. Observers had started gathering outside the sword aura room. Jiang Chen had been in the sword aura room for a full 4 hours. Many curious bystanders rushed to the room when the news circulated. 4 hours, what kind of concept was that? The sword aura attacks would double in strength every hour in the sword aura room. This meant that after 4 hours, the sword aura in the room had increased 16-fold. If he still hadn't emerged after another hour, the strength of the sword aura would increase to 32 times, and continue at that rate. This Jiang Chen, has he already died in there? Stop bullshitting. If a candidate has killed the sword aura, the mechanisms will stop attacking when it senses no life. They will also send out a notification. Heh, I'm curious, is all. Is this Jiang Chen really that good? A wolf in sheep's clothing. He's absolutely a wolf in sheep's clothing. AI, the only result of comparing oneself to another is a frustrated death. I remember that I wanted to put up a front when I took the second foundational exam and stay in there for another hour, but that doubled sword aura was almost the end of me. Do you know what the longest record for staying within the sword aura room is? I don't think anyone's made it past 6 hours. It's said that Miss Long Jushue stayed in the room for almost 6 hours. She almost faced 32-fold attacks. Ha! Don't compare Jiang Chen with Miss Long Jushue. He's not worthy. Yes. Although Jiang Chen is a wolf in sheep's clothing, he's only that tiny bit stronger than ordinary geniuses. Miss Long Jushue is a genius for the ages. A peerless genius who has an azure phoenix constitution and has attracted the attention of the great hidden sects. They're absolutely not on the same level. Comparing Jiang Chen with Miss Jushue is an act of sacrilege against Miss Long Jushue. Many zealous fans immediately opened their mouths to reduce Jiang Chen to less than worthless when it came to Miss Long Jushue. It was apparent from this that Long Jushue was in high demand amongst these heirs. You had to give it to her, her natural captivating charms were no trivial matter. You there, what nonsense are you farting? My house's brother Chen is my brother Chen, why does he need to compare himself against others? This voice rang out like an earthquake. Fatty Xian had arrived. As Jiang Chen's best friend, insulting Jiang Chen in front of him was worse than insulting him. The brawny Hu Bingyu stood next to Fatty Xian. The two were either fat or stocky, like two mountains, giving others an imposing feeling. It was easy to be sarcastic, but these onlookers didn't yet have the guts to really face off against Jiang Chen. These two arrivals were Jiang Chen's best friends. Insulting them was the same as offending Jiang Chen. Another hour passed. Fatty Xian checked the time in the hourglass. This was the 6th hour's hourglass. Every hourglass represented an hour. This was to say, Jiang Chen had already been in the sword aura room for 6 hours. The level of sword aura attacks had now reached 32 times. Although Fatty Xian still swaggered around pridefully, his tightly clenched fingers beneath his robes betrayed his internal anxiety. Fatty Xian, do you think Brother Chen could be in some danger? Hu Bingyu was also similarly worried. Do you think Brother Chen is someone who doesn't know his limits? Fatty Xian asked in response. Although that's what he said, Fatty Xian wasn't too sure of his own words. The previous Jiang Chen had never been so awesome or displayed such potential before. He had vaulted to the challenge of enduring the 6th hour. Out of all the heirs, only Long Jushue had taken the challenge before, but she hadn't made it through to the end. If Jiang Chen emerged after the hourglass had run out, then he would have broken this year's records. However, Long Jushue had already been at 8 meridians true qi, about to break through to the 9th meridian when she took the second foundational exams. She treated the sword aura room as a means to stimulate her potential and break her shackles, as a way to successfully ascend to 9 meridians true qi. She was successful in the end. Although she wasn't able to fully take the entire gamut of attacks from the sword aura at 32 times, she broke through to the 9th meridian and created a sensation in the kingdom. Long Jushue had not even been 15 years old at the time. She broke through to the 9th meridian in one fell swoop and became one of the few, the mighty within the kingdom. One had to know that apart from very few true qi masters, 9 meridians true qi was basically invincible. And out of all the true qi masters in the kingdom, who hadn't trained for at least a few decades, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the experienced true qi masters at the tender age of not even 15. With such potential, no wonder she possessed the Assure Phoenix constitution. Long Jushue was now 16, and there were vague rumors that there was only a thin veil separating her from being a true qi master of 10 meridians. It was a very thin veil that could be punctured by a single poke. All eyes stared intently at that hourglass. Many felt complicated emotions. They hoped for a miracle to be born, for a subject ripe for new gossip to appear within the kingdom. They also felt a bit envious at the same time. What right did this Jiang Chen have to suddenly become such a blockbuster figure? Long Jushue's fans even cursed him inwardly, hoping for Jiang Chen to be hit by a sword aura attack and thus be ruined. Long Jushue was the goddess of their heart, and they were absolutely unwilling to see a previously infamous good-for-nothing break the record set by their goddess. Allowing Jiang Chen to break Long Jushue's record was the greatest insult to the goddess. However, matters would not change because of some people's thoughts. The sand in the hourglass slowly trickled downwards as time marched on, second by second. Finally, the hourglass reached its end. As the final grains of sand trickled down, the entire hourglass had finally emptied. That meant that 6 hours were up. The stone doors to the sword aura opened haltingly. There were slight traces of sweat on his forehead, as the previous 5 hours hadn't taxed him at nearly the level that the last hour had. The power of sword aura at 32-fold in the 6th aura had simply be too frightening. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen had grasped a tiny bit of the sword aura rhythm, he would have definitely been unable to take the barrage with his true level of training. Upon seeing Jiang Chen walk out slowly from the room, those who had been verbally attacking Jiang Chen all hid guiltily towards the back. It was as if Jiang Chen could pierce through the darkest recesses of their hearts with his bright, clear gaze. They didn't even have the courage to look Jiang Chen in the eye at that moment. As for Jiang Chen, his entire being was like a finely honed knife, his light increasing with each step he took. It wasn't Jiang Chen stepping out of the room. Everyone had the sudden impression of a divine weapon walking out of the room. After the baptism by sword aura at 32-fold, Jiang Chen was indeed infused with the light of a slashing sword at this moment. It would be more appropriate to say that the sword aura had cut and polished Jiang Chen, rather than baptized him. Regardless, Jiang Chen had become one with the sword aura, and his light shone patently. Brother Chen, first of all geniuses!" Fatty Xian called out with great emotion. "Jiang Chen, congratulations! You have passed the second foundational exam with flying colors." The organizer in charge of this segment was also agog with surprise, and sincerely admired Jiang Chen's performance. Such an amazing performance wasn't available every day. The organizer also felt proud to be able to witness such a feat with his own eyes. "What? 6 hours? Are you sure that nothing's wrong with the sword aura room?" Du Ruhai found it hard to believe his eyes when he received the report of the results of Jiang Chen's second foundational exam. Even Long Jushue's prior performance paled in comparison with this record. "There's nothing wrong with the sword aura room. That kid stayed in there for a full 6 hours and shot down 120 flying beetles. Jiang Chen. Du Ruhai's overcast eyes shot out a sinister look. It looks like I would have had to suppress you even without Duke Long's exhortation. Otherwise, with the grudge that I have formed with your Jiang family, what place would there be for me if your Jiang family actually rose to power? In this moment, Du Ruhai was even more resolute in his determination to firmly suppress Jiang Chen. If he didn't suppress Jiang Chen, he, Du Ruhai, would have no future to speak of. The Jiang Chen of now was the greatest victor of the 2 foundational exams, and had won the support of many neutral parties. Many saw shadows of themselves in Jiang Chen. Ordinary potential, middlingly dukedom rank. But even with these circumstances surrounding his birth, Jiang Chen's performance was not any less than those top-tier heirs. They had found emotional sustenance, a point of resonance with Jiang Chen. So therefore, when Jiang Chen appeared at the testing site for the 3rd foundational exam, he was actually accompanied by a large crowd that cheered and applauded him. Apart from a few preeminent heirs, only Jiang Chen had enjoyed such treatment. The 3rd exam was also the easiest out of all of the foundational exams. It tested the basics, concepts that could be committed to memory. Of course, there were also dissertation topics that allowed for creative leeway, ones that tested the candidate's experience. The final score wouldn't be affected even if these freeform topics were left blank. As long as one answered all those rote memorization topics, one would receive enough points to pass the theory exams. Therefore, there was a saying in the 3 foundational exams that as long as one passed the first 2 exams, the 3rd one was a walk in the park. Only idiots or people who really hadn't studied would fail out of the 3rd exam. Jiang Chen walked into the testing site for the 3rd exam in the midst of a hail of applause. For scrolls, 4 tests represented the major topics from the Articles of Martial Arts, the Articles of Spirit Medicine, the Papers of Power and Influence, and the Papers of Military Strategy. Chapter 33, End of Exams, Brothers Lay Their Hearts Open. Chapter 33, End of Exams, Brothers Lay Their Hearts Open. A generous amount of time was given for the exam and Jiang Chen wasn't unduly worried. This 3rd exam was a walk in the park for him. With the reading abilities that his past life had cultivated for millions of years, he had developed an almost photographic memory for things that needed to be committed to memory. Therefore, this little bit of rote memorization was no sweat for him. He inked in his name with a grand flourish of his brush and started to answer the questions. About an hour later, he had completed the rote memorization problems to his satisfaction. The creative portion was next. This section's questions would be more flexible and deeper as well. Of course, with Jiang Chen's experiences, these questions were still so low and crude that they were just a joke to him. However, he still structured his answers very seriously. Although the topics were shallow, it wouldn't do for his answers to be too insightful. With the Eastern Kingdom's standards of theoretical knowledge, it was unlikely for the kingdom to be able to digest anything that was too convoluted. With Jiang Chen's knowledge, if he really answered too profoundly, then it would be no different to him handing in a blank exam paper. Anything too profound wouldn't be understandable, then what difference would there be to answering nonsense? Therefore, Jiang Chen racked his brains to start from this world's foundation of knowledge, and elaborated with some innovation. These answers were actually ranked as very low knowledge in his knowledge banks. But Jiang Chen was still a bit worried that he had gone outside of the box and created some unnecessary trouble. Thus, he repeatedly held himself in check and finally overcame the urge to really elaborate. He controlled the summary for the creative section and held it at a level appropriate for knowledge found within the Eastern Kingdom. Doing it this way actually created more work for him. He double-checked his exam paper after an hour, discovered that it was impeccable, and then turned it in. The organizer in charge of this exam sealed Jiang Chen's exam into a box in accordance with the rules. Jiang Chen, this exam needs to be read by senior officials and graded by officials from the various subjects. Do you understand this rule? There was indeed such a rule and Jiang Chen paid it no heed. He nodded. No matter who graded it, this exam was sure to pass. Jiang Chen was completely confident about this point. It was already dusk when he'd completed the 3 foundational exams. Fatty Xian jogged as he kept up with Jiang Chen. With his weight and body shape, it was tough for him to keep up with Jiang Chen. Fatty Xian was panting heavily after a short distance. "Brother Chen, wait for your brother." "Brother Chen, I've reserved a table at the Autumn Crane to celebrate you passing the 3 foundational exams. I knew a long time ago that Brother Chen must be a wolf in sheep's clothing. You didn't pass the exams before to purposefully portray that you're weak. Heh, numbing the enemy through strategy." Fatty Xian's fawning words flowed like the tides, and he was utterly unembarrassed in doing so. "Let's not go to the Autumn Crane." Jiang Chen said faintly, thought for a moment, and sighed when he saw the earnest Fatty Xian in Hubingyu. "Let's gather at my place tonight." Hubingyu nodded. "Yes, Brother Chen is correct. My old man has also said that there is too much going on within the capital recently. We should avoid going to places like the Autumn Crane." Had ha. "If Brother Chen says not to go, then we won't go. Besides, going to Brother Chen's manor just means more face for us brothers, right?" Fatty Xian was an easygoing character and went with the flow instead of stubbornly sticking to something. As a personal body servant, this was Jiang Zhang's moment to shine. He immediately spoke up when he heard Jiang Chen's words, "Your steward will return home to make preparations." Fatty Xian and them were even more relaxed once they reached the Zhanghan Manor. This was also the first time that Jiang Chen had gotten together with his best friends since arriving in this world. He was in good spirits, and listened raptly to Fatty Xian and the others talk of all that had happened before. "Brother Chen, wouldn't you say that young Zong is completely heartless? To think that you took such care of him back then, and he recoiled from fear and shrank from responsibility after something happened to you. He hunkered down and was too afraid to interact with us. Looks like this person is unreliable. And I even treated him as a brother before. What a shameful person." Fatty Xian was quite impassioned when it came to Yang Zong. On the other hand, Jiang Chen laughed easily and decided to ignore the matter. Everyone had their own ambitions. Yang Zong had chosen the pursuit of profit and a side that benefited him instead of choosing his brothers. That was his choice. Except, Jiang Chen naturally struck off Yang Zong's name from his heart. Fatty Xian eased off crucifying Yang Zong upon seeing that Jiang Chen didn't join in. He changed the topic to the Hidden Dragon trials. "Brother Chen, do you actually have any ambitions when it comes to the trials?" Fatty Xian had had a bit too much to drink and his tongue had become a bit loose. "What ambitions?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Brother Chen, I, Fatty Xian, am a stubborn sort. I don't think much of any of those premier dukes. I only feel a kinship with Brother Chen, so if Brother Chen soars triumphantly in the sky, then I will smile even in my dreams. Brother Chen, I wish you would aim for those preeminent positions." "Indeed, Brother Chen, that Bai Zhanyun is just that. You absolutely have the potential to make a play for a position as one of the 4 great dukes." Hubingyu was also extremely fervent as he thought of Jiang Chen's performance that night. 4 great dukes? Jiang Chen murmured lightly and then grinned widely. "The 4 great dukes are not my end goal." "Ah? Brother Chen, then what is your goal?" "It would also be great if you could vault into the ranks of the top 10. Hubingyu said. "Hubingyu, are you a silly pig?" Although Fatty Xian was drunk, his mind wasn't. With his understanding of Jiang Chen, his tone wasn't that he couldn't nab one of the spots as one of the 4 great dukes, but that he didn't deign to. As his thoughts traveled down this path, Fatty Xian's immense body shook briefly, his sobriety returning immediately. Looks of unparalleled fervor shot out from his quickly darting eyes beneath his plump eyelids. "Brother Chen, can it be that your goal is the position of the Eastern Royals?" "Ha, that's my Brother Chen all right. Great ambitions, damn straight." Fatty Xian was also a slight bit of a bastard. Add to that the influence of alcohol, and that resulted in him completely losing all reservations when talking. He probably hadn't thought that these words would already clap him as a suspect for rebellion. This. Brother Chen, are you for real? Hu Bingyu was gobsmacked and his breathing also grew heavy. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry upon seeing how serious these two were. Fatty Xian, your imagination is too active. When did I say I wanted to replace the Eastern royals? Then what? Fatty Xian scratched his head and wore a perplexed look. I am a cultivator. It would be a waste of my life if I pursued momentary wealth. I, Jiang Chen, wish to pursue martial Tao with my life. All common wealth and riches are but floating clouds to me. Fatty Xian became completely listless upon seeing how serious Jiang Chen was. Brother Chen, this doesn't seem like you. What happened to our previous vows? Didn't we agree to go crazy together, enjoy everything together, be wild and free together, and weather all storms together? Fatty Xian pouted as he muttered complaints. People have to change. Jiang Chen sighed lightly. Fatty, since you two are my brothers, I won't voice false words. Although playing hooky is fun, those days won't last long. Do you know how many eyes are staring at the dukedom that you hold in your hands, to speak of nothing else? If it wasn't for the dukedom, on what basis do you have to be a dandy? What ability do you have to be wild and free? Fatty Xian was speechless. How would he not know that to be wild and free together was just a temporary dream? How could you be wild without strength? Who would allow you to be so haughty? At the end of the day, they were able to be wild and free together because of a good father and a good reincarnation. But after their generation had run carefree, what of the next generation? This resonated deeply with Hu Bingyu. Fatty, Brother Chen is right. I too think that only strength is the true law of this world. Look at Brother Chen's experiences over the past couple of days, isn't it a perfect illustration of this rule? People used to challenge us no matter where we went. And now? Everyone who sees Brother Chen dare not even look at us. This is the change brought by strength. Fatty Xian had become an old, lonely man as he despaired, but you guys also know that I'm a fatty that no one takes seriously. Training is a luxury for me. I've only reached this step because my old man beat it into me with his fists and feet. Fatty became more dejected as he spoke. Although he was ordinarily high-spirited and looked like a complete dandy, he had a side to him that no one else could see, a fragile side. His body size and weight had brought many troubles for him that others didn't have. It also brought for him discrimination and mockery that no one else would understand. Inwardly sensitive, Fatty had always cared a lot about this, but he had to pretend that he didn't care at all. He learned to self-deprecate and to joke about himself. Except, he had met Jiang Chen when he arrived at the capital for the Hidden Dragon trials. He had met the only person in this world who didn't discriminate against him and even called him brother. At that moment, Fatty Xian had felt that Jiang Chen was his confidant, his brother for the rest of his life, and someone that Fatty Xian would die for. Brother Chen, do you know? When I first arrived at the capital, I tried very hard to assimilate into the world of the other heirs. But I was faced with their discrimination and mockery no matter where I went. You were the first one who called me fatty without a jeering smile on your face. In that moment, I decided that I would listen to whatever you said for the rest of my life. Fatty Xian swiped fiercely at his red eyes when he stopped at this point. Brother Chen, you were right just now. If we didn't have a good father, what right would we have to loaf around, to act crazily? Besides, to ensure that my descendants have the ability to be a dandy, I must keep this dukedom. A resolute desire that would cause others to straighten with seriousness appeared for the first time in Fatty Xian's eyes. Chapter 34, Secret of the Nine Laughing Oceans. Chapter 34, Secret of the Nine Laughing Oceans. Jiang Chen still felt some loyalty and friendship towards the two best friends that his prior self had left behind. Besides, These two had something in common in that their hearts were trustworthy and that they were staunch people. This point suited Jiang Chen's taste quite well. This was also a marked, foundational difference between Fatty Xian and Hubing Yu versus Yang Zong. Jiang Chen could see that Fatty Xian's potential was average, and that there wasn't the requisite tenacity and fierceness to be found on him that practitioners needed. It was perhaps possible in the short term, but it was impossible for Fatty Xian to maintain a mindset of "till death will I cease" on the path of martial Dao. Hubing Yu, on the other hand, concealed a heart of martial Dao with strong fortitude beneath his honest exterior. Jiang Chen knew what to expect with this round of judgments. He raised his glass. "Both of you have long since treated me, Jiang Chen, as your big brother. Therefore, as your big brother I will say these words today, if you will believe me. Well, no matter if your life's goal is to seek wealth and riches, or to pursue martial Dao, I can help you achieve them. However, the caveat is that you remain my brothers, unchanging brothers for a lifetime." Jiang Chen was extremely serious when he spoke these words. These two were absolutely his brothers right now, but time could change much. What he needed was eternal and unchanging loyalty. "Brother Chen, I, Fatty Xian, have only one thing to say. The fat on my body is all yours. Whenever you tire of tasting the delicacies from land and sea and want to try human meat, then come carve it from my body. If I can't trust you, then I can trust no one." Fatty Xian's brow didn't even crease. "Brother Chen, I'm not the best with words, but I've always felt that you're a good big brother, a big brother worthy of me to follow." Hubing Yu also expressed himself. "All right. We're brothers. For life." Jiang Chen nodded. "Let's stop here today. Remember, come here again after the hidden dragon trials. I'll give you a little surprise." Jiang Chen also needed to consider what to do with these two people, and how to help them in a way that wasn't over the top but in a way that was curiously effective for them. Being too over the top would inevitably catch others' eyes and incite unnecessary trouble. Being too stingy might lead to less than ideal effectiveness. Then the help he rendered was the same as not giving any at all. This needed to be personally tailored, and some time was needed to muse over it. It is said that it's hard to clap with one hand. In any world, one is always powerless towards some things when relying only on the power of one. Sooner or later, it would be imperative to cultivate some others. Jiang Chen did not remain idle after sending off his two best friends. He went directly into the secret training room and shut his doors for training. The 6 hours that he'd spent in the Sword Aura room during the day had helped him comprehend and gain much. When he had been confronting the 32-fold Sword Aura in the room, the 5 meridians true Qi and 5 meridians in his body had been repeatedly forged, impacted, bathed, and attacked until they metamorphosed. Jiang Chen had unwittingly ascended to 6 meridians true Qi during that battle. This was also his biggest gain in that battle. "I can feel that my battle strength has risen at least 2 or 3 times after entering 6 meridians true Qi." Jiang Chen sensed the changes in his body. He could feel that his life signs had been strengthened by a level, and had changed a lot from how he had been when he first entered. It was as if he had been reborn. The battle with Yin Yiming today also obliquely illustrated a few of my current problems. Although I won, it was a victory gained through trickery. Jiang Chen analyzed the battle and had some reflections on the gains and losses of it. Firstly, Jiang Chen had been disadvantaged in terms of martial arts techniques. The previous Jiang Chen had been exceedingly slipshod when practicing the family's martial Dao techniques. The only one that he'd truly put some effort into practicing was the Jack of all trades Eastern Amethyst Qi. And this was because the hidden dragon trials would test it. If this wasn't the case, he probably wouldn't have practiced it either. To think that he would still be using the accompanying martial arts techniques of Eastern Amethyst Qi to combat foes since coming to this world, one had to admit that Jiang Chen would have to herald in a new generation in the field of martial arts techniques. Jiang Chen familiarized himself with the Jiang family's hereditary martial Dao methods. Its name was the Vast Waves Method, and it was a method that combined training qi and martial arts techniques. Vast Waves Method was a middle-grade martial Dao method, and it could be practiced to 9 meridians true qi. This was also its upper limit. The accompanying martial arts techniques were Wave Breaker and Sea God Fist. This Vast Waves Method counted as one of the aces of the Jiang family martial Dao methods. Indeed, a poorer family. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. This world's Wudao ranking seems to be divided into 5 great degrees of common, spirit, saint, earth and heaven. These 5 great degrees are then divided into minor ranks of inferior, middle, upper, and supreme rank. To sum it up, a martial Dao method that is common degree, middle rank is a second grade from the bottom. And this kind of grade is an ace method of the family clan. Jiang Chen had to lament that the starting point of his reincarnation was indeed a bit low. Of course, out of all methods under heaven, as long as a method was able to be ranked, that was still something. A great many practitioners practiced ordinary methods that couldn't even be ranked. The so-called common degree method was actually an exceedingly precious martial Dao classic in a nation such as the Eastern Kingdom. What caused Jiang Chen to not know whether he should laugh or cry was that his previous self had practiced this Vast Waves method since he was small, but had only just achieved the minor achievement realm. How lazy could this fellow have been to practice the family clan's prized method to this level of accomplishment? Were his thoughts really not on training at all? In terms of technique training, minor achievement was but the first step. Skillful, perfection, flawless and great perfection followed thereafter, and there was even a legendary realm. Minor achievement meant one was just getting started. The upper limit of Vast Waves method was training only to 9 meridians true qi. No wonder Father's training has halted at 9 meridians true qi. It looks like restrictions in methods were indeed sufficient for a genius to become a mediocre talent within this world. A duke's prized clan method only went up to 9 meridians true qi at the highest. Any further meant reaching the limits. One had to say, this was a practitioner's sorrow. Ask not how high the heavens are, I ride the waves myself. Wait a moment, Jiang Chen suddenly had a sense of déjà vu when he read the first line in Vast Waves Method. Could it be that I've seen this Vast Waves Method before somewhere? But that couldn't be the case. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for an inferior method like the Vast Waves Method to enter the Tianlang Library. That was the library of the Celestial Emperor. How could it record such a low-level method? But Jiang Chen truly did have an impression of those 2 lines. He exerted great effort in searching through his memories, and suddenly, a method of Secret of the 9 Laughing Oceans surfaced in his mind. I made one dream through 9 lifetimes and dried the vast oceans with one laugh. Ask not how high the heavens are, I ride the waves myself. Suddenly, many recollections regarding the secret of the 9 laughing oceans poured out from Jiang Chen's memories in the span of a moment. Although the secret of the 9 laughing oceans was also not enough to even garner a glance from those on high, Jiang Chen remembered this method because he had been moved by the story behind the practitioner who had created this method when he perused it. This person had reincarnated 9 times for just one glimpse of the girl in his dreams. But he had waited until the seas had dried up and the rocks had rotted away, and this finally proved to be unattainable. He had quickly awakened to the truth, but realized that he had already missed the law of heaven. He therefore lamented that ask not how high the heavens are, I ride the waves myself. Although Secret of the 9 Laughing Oceans was also not enough to be called a method of the law of heaven, but it was a great many times stronger than the Vast Waves method. The mysteries ensconced inside were at least 100 times more than the Vast Waves method. And this Vast Waves method was obviously an offshoot of the Secret of the 9 Laughing Oceans. But it had reduced to an exceedingly mediocre method by the time it had been passed on to the Jiang family clan. Of a common origin. Indeed, destiny naturally plays a hand somewhere. Since this Secret of the 9 Laughing Oceans is destined for me, then I shall practice it. Jiang Chen had previously searched for a method with great effort, but had never found one suitable for this body. And now, the Jiang family's prized method had led to the Secret of the 9 Laughing Oceans. What was this if not fate? Jiang Chen's heart was much more at ease after he had decided on a method. There were many accompanying martial arts techniques within this secret of the 9 laughing oceans, but Jiang Chen still decided to focus on the 2 techniques, Wave Breaker and Sea God Fist, that were of the same origin for the time being. But these 2 Wudao techniques naturally had different names, respectively Vast Ocean Current Splitter and Divine Aeon's Fist. Martial Dao Method, Martial Arts Technique, all were selected. Jiang Chen was in an excellent mood. After all, that Amethyst Eastern Qi was someone else's method. There always lacked a sense of belonging when he practiced it. Jiang Chen knew that he had made the right choice when he started familiarizing himself with this method. The moment that this method started circulating in his body, the acupoints and meridians within his body almost started resonating together. Every acupoint emitted a light and rich rhythmic pulse, and his meridians thrummed slightly when they opened and closed. Meridian resonance? Acupoint resonance? This is the highest degree of endorsement that a body will show towards a method. Jiang Chen was delighted. Indeed, a family's own method is the best. Jiang Chen thought carefully and understood. Many families valued bloodline heritage when it came to training in martial Dao, and many clans emphasized not sharing methods with outsiders. In reality, this was a type of tradition, and a type of agreement between bloodline and method. Only the suitable is the best. Jiang Chen thought through this point and thereby understood this principle. Perhaps my mind is filled with all the methods under the heavens, but those are not suitable for the current stage me. Ultimately, right now I am but a common practitioner with 6 meridians true Qi. My mindset should stress this life's training and not the prior life's experiences. The experiences of the prior life could bring all sorts of good fortune and pave the road for him, and even let him take shortcuts. But training would still have to rely on this life's body to step over obstacles and embark on the challenge to reach the peak, one step at a time. This was irreplaceable by any experience. He started to circulate his true Qi, circulating the true Qi of vast waves within his body. Jiang Chen's meridians became like the lesser dragons frolicking in the waves of the vast sea, at their heart's content. Vast waves' true Qi still lacks a bit of fierceness. It looks like the true Qi within my body requires further forging in order to truly train some actual results out of the true Qi of vast waves. After a night of starvation training, it was readily apparent Jiang Chen's grasp over vast waves' true Qi was quite adept. However, it was uncertain how much stronger it was than when he'd practiced Amethyst Eastern Qi. However, due to the short training period, fierceness was obviously lacking within the vast waves' true Qi. If dominance was lacking, then this method would be taken down a few notches. Fierceness is not something to be gained from closed-door training. Jiang Chen thought carefully and sighed in dissatisfaction. Looks like it's almost time to experience the outside world, once the time is right. Chapter 35, You Won't Die If You Don't Seek Death. Chapter 35, You Won't Die If You Don't Seek Death. The repressed, bone-deep, wild nature of Jiang Chen's past and present life came abruptly roaring out uncontainably when he had the idea of traveling a bit in the outside world. Of course, this travel wasn't something that Jiang Chen could arbitrarily decide. First, he had to pass the hidden dragon trials before leaving. Otherwise, leaving the capital without permission meant forfeiting the trials. The trials were Jiang Chen's first major objective upon arriving in this world. There was no way he would give up. For one, he had to fight for his father's right to continue holding the dukedom. In addition, the great undercurrent of power that had formed in the capital left Jiang Chen with no avenues of retreat. He had to fight. Jiang Chen woke up early the next morning and went for a round of practice in the manor's practice field. He had prepared to pay a visit to the Hall of Healing when he saw that the sun had risen to the height of 3 connecting bamboo segments. He had signed a contract with the Hall of Healing and naturally wouldn't break his appointment. Except, he didn't have time to set foot outside before Fatty Xian and Hu Bingyu came hurriedly rushing in. Their faces looked like the sky was caving in. "Brother Chen, why are you acting like nothing is going on?" Fatty Xian almost dashed into the door with a rolling posture, and came out at the very start with this question when he saw Jiang Chen. "What about me?" Jiang Chen was baffled. "Brother Chen, something major has happened." A sense of anxiety also pervaded throughout Hu Bingyu's clumsy honesty, a type of anxiety that accompanied the sky caving in. "What?" Jiang Chen felt that the expressions on these two weren't a joke. "Brother Chen, you didn't pass your foundational exams." Fatty Xian was almost to the point of tears in his worry. "Brother Chen, you lectured us yesterday, how? Didn't pass? Impossible." Jiang Chen shook his head resolutely. He was firm, that was absolutely impossible. "You guys also saw my exams." "We saw it alright, you passed the first and second exams. However, you didn't pass the third exam." "The third exam, the theory exam, but that was one that no bystanders could watch." "I didn't pass the theory exam?" Jiang Chen thought back and resolutely shook his head. "I still don't believe it. I wouldn't have erred on a single one of the rote memorization portions. It was enough to guarantee passing. I also felt that I elaborated quite well in the creative portion, unless the examiner was blind." Fatty Xian was like an ant on a hot pan in his haste, and he kept pacing around in circles. No. Brother Chen, we can't sit still in the face of such adversary such as this. Didn't you strike up a relationship with Princess Goyu? Hurry and enter the palace to request that the princess think of something. This matter will be irredeemable when the final results are announced. According to the rules of the foundational exams, if one of the 3 foundational exams had yet to be passed before the deadline, that meant the candidate hadn't passed the exams. If the foundational exams weren't passed, then the candidate had no qualifications to participate in the hidden dragon trials afterwards. Therefore, there was naturally nothing to speak of when it came to retaining the dukedom. Although Jiang Chen was a bit dumbfounded, he didn't panic. As he was lost in thought, the Duke of Jianghan also trotted out quickly from the manor. He had obviously also just received the news. "Chener, you," Jiang Feng walked towards Jiang Chen. "Father, I feel that something must be amiss here. The only thing I can guarantee is that there is no way my answers would not have passed the exam." Jiang Chen's tone was quite firm with no room for doubt. Jiang Feng had originally wanted to console his son, but blanked for a moment upon hearing his words. His eyebrow crooked, "Then this is to say that someone is conniving against our Jiang family. Damn, daring to do something even to the hidden dragon trials, is this not giving the royal family face? No, Brother Chen, we can't let them get away with this. Right, we must thoroughly investigate. We must understand why if we are to die." Jiang Chen spread out his hands. "I must get to the bottom of this. Father, stay within the manor and avoid throwing ourselves into disarray. Your son will go to the trials testing site to look up my answer scroll. If it truly was my fault, then I, Jiang Chen, am not someone who cannot take a loss." He paused, and his words turned in another direction as his tone hardened. "But if I learn of someone being up to no good, then they have very successfully infuriated me this time." The news of Jiang Chen not passing the foundational exams quickly spread like a plague throughout the capital. Some felt it was unimaginable when they recalled how formidable Jiang Chen had been in the first 2 exams, whereas others gloated over misery. Of course, even more people took a wait-and-see attitude. Those with even a little bit of brains could sniff out the undercurrents of conflict and could hear the bloodthirsty sounds of armored cavalry in this. When Jiang Chen had arrived at the trials testing site, it was already packed to the brim with people who were all waiting to see the show. "I want to check my answer scroll." Jiang Chen was straightforward. There was nothing for Jiang Chen to be low-key about, now that someone had taken their bullying to his face. "Check your answer scroll? According to the rules, you only have the right to apply for such after 3 days. The eyebrows of the official in charge quirked slightly and he didn't even raise his head. His voice was lazy, as if he was almost about to die. I want to check it now. Jiang Chen said diffidently. Who do you think you are? Checking it because you say so? On what basis? On this basis. Jiang Chen's palm slapped down hard on the table, and the dragon medallion representing the royal family actually embedded itself on that metallic table, leaving a big, easily noticeable mark. What? The official in charge immediately woke up upon seeing this item. He frantically stood up and left a panicked and battered sentence behind. Please wait here, I will inform my superiors. With the engraved dragon medallion beating a path, this meant he had Eastern Lu's imperial decree within the trial's testing ground. All difficulties became but floating clouds in front of royal power. Finally, a middle-aged organizer called Organizer Ma arrived. Young Duke Jiang, according to the rules, a 3-day period are requisite before an application can be made for checking your answer scroll. However, since you have a royal token, you do indeed possess the qualification for special treatment. Let's do it this way, wait a moment while I pull up your answer scroll. In addition, checking scrolls needs to be conducted under the personal supervision of our main organizer. Now, since our Lord Du has not yet arrived, you may need to wait. No need to wait, I will personally supervise. At the moment, a crisp and sonorous female voice traveled in from outside. Heads turned and saw that it was Princess Goyu, dressed in leather and boasting of a body so sexy that it would cause nosebleeds. A royal princess and royal token appearing all at once in the trial's testing site. This immediately caused the site's atmosphere to become fervently excited. Everyone knew that Princess Goyu ordinarily didn't give much heed to the affairs of the hidden dragon trials. She would only control it remotely sometimes and occasionally tell Du Rohai to give a report. Princess Goyu was the main organizer, the first in charge, in name. But, it had always been Du Rohai in charge of these matters. It wouldn't be unrealistic to say that Du Rohai was shutting out the heavens with one hand. Except, no one had thought that the normally aloof Princess Goyu would descend personally today. What? Can it be that even I, who ranks as the #1 main organizer, has no authority to decide upon the matters of the hidden dragon trials? A frosty expression materialized on Princess Goyu's face. Organizer Ma's forehead sweated and he didn't even dare breathe. He immediately went to pull Jiang Chen's answer scroll. After going through the process, the 4 answer scrolls were finally unfurled one by one. Scroll checking commenced under the witness of several examiner authority figures. This isn't my answer scroll. Jiang Chen shook his head with a cold smile after flicking his first glance. Organizer Ma shifted his gaze to the officials from the various subjects who were in charge of reading the exams. He asked, "You were the ones who graded these answer scrolls. Take a look and see if these are the ones that Jiang Chen handed in." The officials all took a look and said, "These were indeed the answer scrolls that we graded. Look at these answers, unbearable mistakes and omissions, answers irrelevant to the question, completely nonsensical responses. We really couldn't pass him with these kinds of answer scrolls." The various subject officials had been chosen to read exams naturally because they had authority, possessed integrity, and were able to garner acceptance from others. Bystanders' first opinion was that Jiang Chen's answer scrolls were indeed quite terrible after hearing the official's words. Princess Goyu's phoenix eyes made a quick movement as she looked towards Jiang Chen. "Don't look at me. These idiotic answer scrolls definitely didn't come from me. You're the main organizer of the hidden dragon trials, you take care of it." Princess Goyu inwardly ground her teeth. Would it kill you, you brat, to speak a bit more smoothly? She would have to take a slight turning point and make a bigger fuss out of this matter in order to create some room to maneuver. Everyone has their own explanation of this matter. As the organizer, I cannot be partial to any side. How about this, let's have Jiang Chen take the exam again right now. Princess Goyu's proposal was born out of compromise. The various subject officials didn't care either way. It was just reading the scrolls again. However, someone didn't agree. princess, this must be avoided at all costs. The ancestors laid down the law that no makeups can be taken if the exams were not passed after the deadline. The princess is the main organizer and a royal princess. How can the writs of the forefathers be abolished for a mere heir of a duke? It had been said that he wasn't here yet, but Du Ruhai had appeared in the nick of time. Du Ruhai, Jiang Chen fatally guessed at something when he saw Du Ruhai's face. Jiang Chen, you disregard law and discipline, greatly disturb the trial's testing site, your crimes are heinous. Breaker of rules, tempting the princess into chaos, scheming to abolish the writs of the forefathers, you're a traitor. You're a mere heir to a duke, how dare you? Du Ruhai's words sprayed one after another, and one large hat of crimes after another was buckled onto Jiang Chen's head. The former's nose had almost traveled to Jiang Chen's vicinity. At this moment, an incredible scene happened. Jiang Chen's arm whirled as he viciously flung a slap onto Du Ruhai's face. Jiang Chen, do not be reckless. Princess Goyu spoke hastily. But, a burning, stinging big slap had landed solidly on Du Ruhai's face. A bright red mountain formed by 5 fingers was imprinted on Du Ruhai's face, appearing all the more conspicuous due to his grim, darkened face. Du Ruhai, I've warned you not to mess with me. But, you are indeed incorrigible. One won't die if he doesn't seek death. Since you seek death, I, Jiang Chen, will gratify you. Come, I want you to accompany me to the Aurum Imperial Hall. I want to confront you in front of His Majesty. If my answer scroll is wrong, then I will docilely hand over the dukedom. If someone is playing a trick, then Du Ruhai, the head on your shoulders is mine. Jiang Chen completely ignored the complete shambles that the scene had fallen into, completely ignored those gobsmacked expressions as he strode out like the shooting stars, speeding straight towards the Aurum Imperial Hall. Leaving behind a sight full of a dumbfounded, utterly transfixed, crowd of people. Princess Goyu was expressionless as she too left swiftly, leaving Du Ruhai with no time to even squeeze out tears if he'd wanted to cry. Oh heavens! This Jiang father and son want to rebel. Beating up the organizer of the hidden dragon trials, greatly disturbing the trial's testing site, abolishing the writs of the forefathers. I too want to present my case to His Majesty in the Aurum Imperial Hall. This official seat will seek the annihilation of the Jiang family clan. Du Ruhai's expression was beyond grim. Chapter 36, Complaining to His Majesty. Chapter 36, Complaining to His Majesty. The drum of the shocking dragon was hammered 10 times in a row, and the bell of the waking dragon rang out 9 times in front of the Aurum Imperial Hall. Jiang Chen walked in and headed towards the hall with large strides after the round of drum and bell sounds. Parting the road with the engraved dragon medallion, the ceremonial guards let him pass without challenge. Under the shocked and astonished gazes of an entire gathering of civil and military officials, Jiang Chen took large steps to the front of the throne, and started wailing his innocence after paying his worship to the king. Your Majesty, your subject persevered for 10 years and industriously studied the civil and military subjects. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my heart of pure loyalty. Alas, your subject has run afoul of scoundrels in his life, and thus they have caused me to suffer a grave injustice. Your subject has nowhere else to request a redress and can only come to your Majesty to present my case. Your Majesty is benevolent and moral, and can surely make a decision on your subject's behalf. Minister Jiang, what matter has caused you such desolation? Tell us of any wrongs you have suffered. Despite Eastern Lu knowing that Jiang Chen was under suspicion for putting on an act, Jiang Chen had been imperceptibly crowded into the same boat as Eastern Lu given the current situation in the capital. Eastern Lu had no choice but to play along for a bit. The facts of the matter are, your subject, Jiang Chen immediately went over the entire issue from beginning to end, and naturally didn't fail to exaggerate things a bit in several crucial areas. All in all, the spearhead was directed at Du Ruhai. He was irreproachable on this matter and reason was on his side. Therefore, he felt absolutely no pressure in making a ruckus. Eastern Lu mused deeply for a while after listening. If it is indeed as you say, Minister Jiang, then you have truly suffered a grave injustice. We know of this matter now, but as with all things, it would be unwise to listen to only one side. We would also like to listen to what the testing site has to say. Your subject is willing to confront the Du Ruhai face to face. Jiang Chen's personality was that one always had to win some points, even if one was being unreasonable, not mentioning that he was entirely within reason this time. Besides, Du Ruhai had truly enraged him this time. Jiang Chen had already determined that he would fight to the last breath with Du Ruhai. At this moment, Du Ruhai also came wailing in. He was wiping away snot with one hand and tears with the other. Add to that the eye-catching five-fingered print on his face, and that he'd also conveniently ripped out his hair bun on the way over to make himself appear bedraggled and disheveled. It gave others an exceedingly desolate feeling when he walked in like this. This Du Ruhai is a sly old fox all right. His acting skills are more than a step higher than the kid Jiang Chen. A few ministers and officials thought privately. One had to admit, Du Ruhai's acting was more consummate and exquisite than Jiang Chen's. Aggrieved eyes, desolate movement, and a body full of disordered hair and clothing. His entire body was an act. Your Majesty, your old subject has suffered injustices. Du Ruhai's head hit the floor, his butt stuck up perkily in the air as tears flowed down like an open faucet. Minister Du, stand up and speak. Eastern Lu could not treat one person well and treat another poorly in front of his assembled subjects. Jiang Chen didn't behave atrociously in the Orem Imperial Hall. He stood to the side coldly, watching Du Ruhai put forth hard effort into his performance. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with cold contempt and he was filled with scorn for mad little clowns like Du Ruhai. Your Majesty, this old subject wishes to sue that this Jiang Chen is completely without law and order. He caused a great disruption at the testing site of the hidden dragon trials, beat the organizer and even dared to tempt Princess Goyu to destroy the rules set down by the ancestors. Your Majesty, this brat had already acted wildly during the rites of heavenly worship, and now insults the writs of the forefathers. The crimes of this Jiang father and son are heinous indeed, and your subject respectfully requests that your Majesty pass a judgment to annihilate the Jiang family clan. Given that he now stood in his current position, Du Ruhai possessed a few political schemes up his sleeves. He naturally knew how to stoke emotions, how to generate public anger, how to add insult to injury, how to frame others, and how to pin a label on others, especially in order to put the finishing touches on the Jiang father and son death sentence. However, in the multitude of his schemes, he had never reckoned that Eastern Lu had long since listed the Jiang father and son as part of the royal camp. His performance here not only didn't stoke any corresponding emotion from Eastern Lu, but rather gave birth to a bit of increased precaution against Du Ruhai. Whereas amongst the crowd of assembled officials, some old men's emotions had become a bit restless thanks to Du Ruhai's machinations. They were all old antiques and had already felt quite put out by the fact that Jiang Chen had luckily escaped being caned to death after his atrocious behavior during the rites. They thought it was a bad omen. And now, Jiang Chen hadn't even properly licked his wounds before causing a great disturbance at the testing site of the hidden dragon trials, and had challenged the writs of the forefathers. In their eyes, this was high treason and a monstrous crime. Your Majesty, the Jiang father and son are too presumptuous, and their behavior cannot be condoned. I too agree, we cannot facilitate the growth of such unhealthy trends. Two old geezers with white beards had quickly jumped out to chime in. Jiang Chen flicked a glance at these two old geezers and then looked at the Duke of Soaring Dragon who was standing deep in thought to the left of the dial. The Duke of Soaring Dragon wore a calm and indifferent expression, as if this business had absolutely nothing to do with him. But in actuality, Jiang Chen could be certain that he must have been controlling everything for the matter to have progressed to this state. Du Ruhai putting on an act and complaining, two old geezers adding fuel to the flame, and a crew of followers playing jackal to the tiger as well. Those present were all heavyweights in the Eastern Kingdom. If there were those that belonged to the Duke of Soaring Dragon's party, then there would definitely be those against him. Your Majesty, this old subject feels that something must be amiss after listening to Jiang Chen and His Excellency. Why not give them a chance for both to offer an explanation, respectively, and clear their own name? If Jiang Chen was in the wrong, then the law of the land will not forgive him. But if someone truly is so bold as to cheat and cause mischief on the hidden dragon trials, is that not also an act of provocation against the writs of the forefathers? This old subject feels that we cannot wrong a good man, and cannot let any villain off the hook. This matter must be handled in a just and open manner in order to give both sides a satisfactory explanation. This person was obviously a firm stickler for the royal family and had stepped forward to give Eastern Lu a hand. Yes, your subject also thinks this way. At the end of the day, it's a one-sided story from both of them. Your subject feels that we should let them finish their words and allow them to defend themselves. This was an official that was friendly with the Jiang family. Eastern Lu was deep in thought for a moment and then nodded. Since this is the case, Minister Du, you start first. Du Ruhai nodded. All right, then please allow this old subject to speak first. This Jiang family had come to me twice before the 3 foundational exams began. The first time was to gift me 600,000 silver. I have been blessed with royal favor and my responsibilities are great. How could I be someone who takes bribes and bends the law? I immediately harshly denied Jiang Feng's preposterous request to cheat and paid the silver to the national treasury after the fact. The Jiang father and son once again invited me to their manor the second time. When their coaxing and pestering tactics failed, this Jiang Chen took to publicly threatening me, saying that I would regret my actions sooner or later. This old subject is a firm and unyielding character. I have a clear conscience throughout the many matters I've handled for your Majesty. Why would I be afraid of the Jiang family threats? Except, who would have thought that this Jiang father and son would be so perverse and rabid as to disturb the testing site and even beat me when he didn't pass? Your Majesty, professionals handle the many portions of the exams, and those subject officials reading the answer scrolls can attest to the fact that the scroll Jiang Chen handed in for grading was sheer bullshit and irrelevant. In this case, how could I have shown favoritism and cheated? Destroyed the objective rules of the hidden dragon trials? Destroyed the writs as laid down by the forefathers? Du Ruhai's tone was gloriously in state and he didn't even pause for breath. Judging from his appearance, it was as if he was as impartial and incorruptible as Justice Bao. One had to give it to him, his eloquence was fantastic. After his round of words, many neutral officials all felt that this Jiang family was probably not innocent. Eastern Lu also felt this matter was quite tough to handle and looked at Jiang Chen. Your Majesty, your subject has come to the Orem Imperial Hall not to engage in a verbal spar with this Du Ruhai. He has been an official for more than a decade and has long since trained his official eloquence to a perfect and flawless realm. He would even be able to say that a stick of straw was a bar of gold. There was indeed a matter involving 600,000 silver, but it definitely wasn't from my father requesting him to cheat and let me through. But rather, this man came to my Jianghan manor to solicit a bribe, hinting that my Jiang family could buy peace of mind with money. If we didn't pay up the 600,000, then he would halt my progress in the foundational exams. He accepted the money but then came once again to my family after receiving pressure from some parties. He indicated that he had received the money but would still halt my progress in the foundational exams. My father could not contain his anger and argued with him a bit. He did indeed say that Du Ruhai has accepted money but not done the corresponding work. If 600,000 could buy peace, then our Jiang family was willing to be that sucker. When it's all said and done, we could just go back to our territory and tighten our belts for a few years of hard living. But, never did we anticipate that this Du Ruhai, charged with royal favor, would accept the threats from a few parties and completely ignore the regulations of the ancestors and blatantly undermine the rules of the hidden dragon trials. He employed sleight of hand and switched out my answer scroll. Those present are all heavyweights with names and reputation in the kingdom. I would to ask how is it possible that I could pass the first 2 exams, but couldn't pass the third that was based off rote memorization? Does this conform with common sense? What? Switched out the answer scroll? This Du Rohai has such presumptions? No one has ever messed around with the hidden dragon trials throughout the ages. Can this Jiang family be making a false complaint? What Jiang Chen says makes sense. The third exam completely relies on rote memorization. Even a 7-8-year-old child could pass given some time. The officials held heated discussions. They suddenly didn't know what was true and what was false. If based on usual reputation, the Duke of Jianghan, Jiang Feng, was indeed a staunch and steadfast man. On the other hand, Du Rohai's reputation was more mediocre. Many in the capital had heard that the man was greedy and had his fingers in and ate out of many pies when he was an official. Eastern Lu rubbed his forehead and looked out at the rows of his subjects. He sorely wished that Princess Goyu could materialize at this moment and help him make a judgment. Except, this Goyu hadn't appeared even now. What was she busy with? Du Rohai was hopping mad. Jiang Chen, you're making unfounded, venomous accusations. Let me tell you something, this is the Aurum Imperial Hall. Your words must be backed up with evidence. If you have none, then I can sue you for the crime of defamation against an important official. Evidence? Jiang Chen gave a cold laugh. I only ask one question. Du Rohai, you say that my answer scroll is complete bullshit and irrelevant. Then let's make a bet in the Aurum Imperial Hall. Summon the subject officials in charge of reading the scrolls. I will answer for them again, right now. We'll see if my answer scroll is as unbearable as you say. Answer again? Du Rohai planted his hands on his waist and laughed. Jiang Chen, who do you think you are? The rules set forth by the ancestors have never been modified. Why should they be changed for you? Du Rohai, you object with all your might because you have a guilty conscience. At this moment, all the subject officials and Jiang Chen's answer scroll had been presented to Eastern Lu. Eastern Lu took a brief look and sighed lightly. Jiang Chen, this answer scroll has your name on it and this handwriting is the same as yours. You will need more evidence to prove your innocence. Jiang Chen was wholly unafraid as he looked lightly upon the four subject officials. Your Majesty, it would be difficult for your subject to find evidence given how the situation is now. However, I happen to remember all the contents of the exams as well as clearly remember my answers. I respectfully request your Majesty to give me an opportunity to rewrite my correct answers. In this way, even if my Jiang family still loses this lawsuit and the dukedom, I, Jiang Chen, will accept and admit my defeat. In that case, bring out the four treasures of the study. Eastern Lu immediately gave his approval. Your Majesty, doesn't this violate the writs of the ancestors? Please consider carefully, Your Majesty, how can the laws of the forefathers be easily changed? Eastern Lu smiled faintly. Those assembled need not unduly worry, we merely wish to view this Jiang Chen's correct answers, but did not say that we would let him pass if his answers were correct. Our actions are done to pursue a judgment on the case, and not to administer the exam. Both sides in the case are our important ministers, and we dare not act carelessly. The four treasures of the study were quickly readied and Jiang Chen stepped forward confidently and naturally. His facial expression was cool and composed as he started writing. The atmosphere of the scene, however, fell into a strange sort of anxiety. 1. Ancient Chinese judge known for his absolute impartiality and fairness. Chapter 37, Drastic Change in the Situation, Conquering the Examiner. Chapter 37, Drastic Change in the Situation, Conquering the Examiner. One had to admit, Jiang Chen's memory was impressive. He had completely filled out multiple scrolls within the span of 2 hours. Jiang Chen stood up, nicely rolled up his answer scrolls, and presented them. Your Majesty, please peruse these and then pass them over to the various subjects' officials. Jiang Chen's tone was at ease and brimmed with confidence. Eastern Lu took the scrolls and glanced a few times over them. He discovered that these answer scrolls were indeed different from the ones before. He thought deeply for a moment and then passed them on to the four subject officials. For ministers, read them well. This is an important matter and you absolutely cannot be numb or careless. Eastern Lu reminded. The four officials in charge of their own respective subjects suddenly felt a mountain of pressure on them. On one side was the ruler of the kingdom, the king's reminder, and on the other was Du Ruhai's gaze that held blatant warning and threats. They were, after all, in the Aurum Imperial Hall, in royal territory. A king's dignified majesty finally overcame the psychological pressure that Du Ruhai brought them. The four people tried quite hard to calm themselves down and started reading. At first, the four's expression were only vaguely surprised as they thought that this answer scroll was indeed completely different from the one previous. But when they read the creative portion in the second half, the expressions of the four subject officials became exceedingly grave. They would occasionally reveal an expression deep in thought and then smile in understanding. They would follow that up with an expression of running into a difficult problem, but then a look of sudden enlightenment would spread across their faces. Many were extremely curious upon seeing the rich play of expressions across the four faces. Was the answer scroll that complicated to make this four read it with such ridiculous expressions? The four finally rolled up the scrolls after a long while, despite wishing to continue. Well? Eastern Lu asked personally. In response to your majesty, if we were to grade these scrolls, we would have surely awarded full points. Absolutely, indeed. And, the creative portion displayed such a depth in theory, unique opinion, and vast experience that even your humble subject feels quite humbled and doesn't quite measure up. Your humble subject greatly agrees. This answer scroll brims over with talent and inspires the feeling of beholding a high mountain. Your humble subject only has one sentence to say. This scroll is the first that your humble subject has seen in his life. It is unprecedented. The evaluations were one higher than the other. Anyone could see that the officials in charge of the four subjects weren't talking off the cuff. The fact that these answer scrolls contained many things that they would need time to digest could be seen from their intoxicated expressions. Judging from their satisfied expressions, it was most likely true that the contents within the scroll were enough to open their eyes, and imparted no small amount of benefit. Eastern Lu looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully and sighed lightly. My ministers, we are a bit confused. How can the two answer scrolls be so drastically different with regards to the same test subjects? One of them brims with talent and has subdued the subject's officials, while the other is full of unreadable rubbish and does not pass. Your Majesty, a night has passed since that exam. The Jianghan household could have easily hired a crew of experts to craft a satisfactory answer scroll through the course of a night. Such a matter would be so easy. It was true that many things changed easily throughout the course of a night. Du Ruhai also started clamoring. Your Majesty, this Jiang family is self-styling themselves as clever and is not worth despising. Your subject would like to say something unwelcome. This Jiang Chen is renowned throughout the capital for being a good-for-nothing as well as ignorant and incompetent. Even the peddlers and the porters would be hard-pressed to believe that he had created answer scrolls that had subdued examiners. The situation was once again disadvantageous towards Jiang Chen. When everyone's gazes had once again focused on Jiang Chen, he gave a hearty laugh and took a proud step forward. It is reasonable for you all to think that I've cheated given it's the same exam topic. Then if it would please the examiners, please propose a few more topics and Jiang Chen is willing to immediately engage the examiners in a bout of learning from each other. Learning from each other. Jiang Chen, do you think this is your Jianghan manner? Your childish play will not be tolerated in this great hall. Once had already been outrageous enough, how could you be permitted to do so again? Indeed, the king had already been magnanimous enough to allow you to answer the questions again. How could your atrocious behavior be permitted again? Eastern Lu laughed heartily and curbed the officials and courtiers itching to take action. In this great hall, we sit and pontificate. It's a wonderful thing that our Eastern Kingdom has a young junior with such courage. This should be commended and not smothered. We will accede to Jiang Chen's wishes. Unfortunately, this places additional strain on the 4 subjects' officials and causes them to expend more effort. The 4 subjects' officials didn't really care, they had already let loose. Since there was an opportunity to express themselves before the king, this wasn't too bad either. Besides, they were truly curious. Had Jiang Chen truly created the 4 answer scrolls? If that was the case, they too wished to test Jiang Chen and see what they might gain. The 4 main subjects of the Articles of Martial Arts, the Articles of Spirit Medicine, the Papers of Power and Influence, and the Papers of Military Strategy. Of those, the Papers of Power and Influence, and the Papers of Military Strategy were actually accompanying topics. There wasn't much content tested, and their proportion wasn't as weighted. Therefore, these 2 subjects were tested first. The 2 examiners each gave 2 topics. Jiang Chen thought briefly and began to respond eloquently. Clear thinking, innovative perspectives, an aspirational viewpoint, an unbound realm. When Jiang Chen had answered all 4 questions, not only did the 2 examiners, but also some of the courtiers and officials, break out in applause. Because Jiang Chen's answers had simply been too splendid. Each answer had not deliberately pursued to do something new and original. But each answer had cut in from a fresh angle and resulted in unexpected responses that also made sense. Listeners were able to reflect on the answers and gain something. Your Majesty. These 2 topics already encompass your humble subject's lifetime of knowledge. No matter what angle we look at it from, young Duke Zheng's response has surpassed your humble subject's level of learning. Your humble subject acquiesces. Your humble subject also acquiesces. Your humble subject believes that with young Duke Zheng's level for the Papers of Military Strategy, there is no way that he was the person of the original scroll. These words created waves when they were spoken. Examiner Hua, what do you mean by that? Examiner Hua of the Papers of Military Strategy spoke faintly. I am an old pedant, but also a scholar with a scholar's integrity. Young Duke Zheng's standards leaves me in admiration. Therefore, I will say an additional word. As the organizer of the Hidden Dragon Trials, Your Excellency Du is broad-minded, tolerant of diversity, and should be able to accommodate a variety of sounds? Du Ruhai's face darkened, but aren't your words a public defamation that someone in the Hidden Dragon Trials cheated? As to whether or not someone cheated, we prevail upon His Majesty to make an honored judgment. This humble subject dare not speak brashly. Upon concluding, Examiner Hua consciously backed up, closed his eyes and automatically entered a playing dead state. This humble subject will now test young Duke Zheng in the Articles of Spirit Medicine. Please deliver your instructions. Jiang Chen cupped his hands. Alright, the first question deals with cultivating spirit ingredients. How is it that the common degree 9th rank spirit ingredient 3 immortal grass often appears as 1 or 2 blades of grass when cultivated, as opposed to 3 blades of grass as it should be, like the 3 immortals in the heavens? Those who understood how to cultivate spirit ingredients all privately cursed this examiners. This question was too tricky, wasn't it? Even the examiner himself probably didn't know why? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The reason is simple. The 3 immortal grass is a spirit ingredient in which 3 blades grow on the same stalk. If there is the slightest deviation during fertilization, causing one blade to become overly strong, it will swallow the other 2 blades. Therefore, in the cultivation of the 3 immortal grass, there can be absolutely no aberrations in the tillage of the soil and application of spirit fertilizer. The slightest aberration will cause the gravest mistakes. What? To think it would be so demanding? The examiner thought carefully and suddenly wapped his head. That's true, why didn't I think of this? I always thought it was the seeds problem. According to the records, the 3 immortal grass is like eagles and hawks in nature, able to eat their own kind. So it turns out it's not that the 3 immortal grass cannot grow 3 blades, but that it was swallowed by its brethren on the stalk. The examiner grinned widely, and a few additional traces of admiration appeared in his look at Jiang Chen. Then I shall test you another question of refining pills. If you can also answer this question, I too shall vouch for you like old Hua has done. Please go ahead. Jiang Chen was neither humble nor overbearing, and did not forget himself in excessive joy because of the other's promise. When I refine the divine returning chi pill, I sometimes use the eggs of the water heart bug, and sometimes the wings of ice cicadas. Why is it that using the eggs of the water heart bug can sometimes result in an upper rank pill, and sometimes the wings of ice cicadas can result in an upper rank pill? I'd like to ask which of these two ingredients are more suited for refining the divine returning chi pill? This question was also one that plagued this examiner for quite a while. In all these years of refining the divine returning chi pill, he ended up with a middle rank 9 times out of 10 and rarely produced an upper rank pill. This had caused him to not gain much, and sometimes even resulted in a loss. Jiang Chen searched through his memories and made his response. Although the eggs of the water heart bug and the wings of the ice cicadas are both ingredients used in refining the divine returning chi pill, but they're actually not the most ideal choice. If you use the spirit dream frozen rainfruit, it will increase the chances of you refining an upper rank pill to 70–80%. But why is that? The examiner asked humbly. It's quite simple. Whether it's the eggs of the water heart bug or the wings of the ice cicadas, they are all beings of flesh and blood. The main ingredients of the divine returning chi pill will be somewhat cancelled out by the vigor of these two beings. When this is the case, you'd be hard-pressed to refine an upper rank pill. Being able to produce one once in a while is simply good luck. The spirit dream frozen rainfruit is a plant and has no vigor. Its characteristics also correspond best with the main ingredients. That is the best choice. The examiner's mouth fell open and he didn't speak for a long while. He finally bowed towards Jiang Chen after quite a bit of time had passed. Now that I have heard this today, I can die without regret. I, old Zhao, also acquiesce. He then came to Eastern Lu. Your Majesty, this youth's knowledge of spirit ingredients is broad and profound, far surpassing this old man's. Your humble subject also feels that young Duke Zhang was not the author of that answer scroll. Examiner Zhao paused, and then added, completely incomparable. One is in the heavens, and the other on the earth. One person's words may not hold much weight. Two people's words could also be a coincidence. But if 3 people speak, then that is no longer a coincidence. The 3 examiners who had tested Jiang Chen had already spoken on his behalf and praised him ceaselessly. This situation had far outstripped everyone's expectation. Changes began to slowly occur in the situation. Chapter 38, The Truth Comes Out, Heads Roll. Chapter 38, The Truth Comes Out, Heads Roll. The 4th examiner was in charge of the articles of martial arts. Jiang Chen was even more at ease in this field. He easily resolved the 3 questions that the examiner asked in succession. These 3 questions all belonged to this examiner's martial arts obstacles. They had restricted him for many years, and he had a feeling of suddenly seeing the light after Jiang Chen's explanations. Your Majesty, your humble subject is a man of martial arts and dares to use my head to vouch for the young Duke Jiang. If even his level is unable to pass the foundational exams, then no one in the younger generation will be able to pass. These words were even more thorough, more absolute. The Duke of Soaring Dragon's face darkened slightly when he heard the 4th examiner's words. Was this a slap in the face? My daughter Long Jushue was born with an Azure Phoenix constitution. Would her potential and experience be inferior to this brat's? Humph. You're a mere examiner. What aspects of life have you seen? How dare you speak so wildly? The Duke of Soaring Dragon was quite infuriated. Du Rohai immediately jumped out. Your Majesty, your humble subject was charged by your Majesty to administer the hidden dragon trials. I have been diligent and hard-working, but was beaten by this presumptuous youth today. I beg your majesty to make a judicious decision and a judgment for your old subject. Your majesty, this Jiang Chen is lawless. Although he has some talent, he has repeatedly committed grave infractions. Your subject feels that we can no longer tolerate this youth. The Duke of Soaring Dragon had finally spoken up. His words represented the attitudes of a select portion. Indeed, many courtiers and officials also jumped out and all sincerely begged Eastern Lu to handle this harshly in accordance with the laws of the land. Ministers, Jiang Chen is a youth brimming with talent. How could he have produced answer scrolls filled with such unreadable nonsense? I, however, will be appointing minister due to quickly investigate the circumstances. Are there those unworthy in the ranks below who have employed some shady methods in private? Eastern Lu gave those aggressive proclamations the cold treatment. His words were the equivalent of publicly protecting Jiang Chen. The Duke of Soaring Dragon was about to open his mouth when light sounds suddenly traveled in from outside the hall. No need to investigate. I have already discovered the truth. At this moment, Princess Goyu, dressed in armor, walked in with a mighty and brave air. The crowd of warriors akin to tigers and wolves that followed behind her were obviously the royal palace guards. These royal palace guards had tied up a few people. Du Ruhai's face changed drastically when he saw the band of tied-up people. These were all his confidants. Had these guys broken under the pressure at this critical moment? There was also a middle-aged woman wearing gold and silver, with the shine of jewels all about her. Her face was shiny, and she wore powder and blush. Wasn't this Du Ruhai's wife? The middle-aged woman started cursing loudly when she saw Du Ruhai. Du Ruhai, didn't you commit a crime and were hauled off to the royal prisons? What are you doing here? Du Ruhai leapt up. Who said I was hauled off to the royal prisons? That's rumor-mongering. You idiot woman, did you say something you shouldn't have? The woman blanked. I told them everything. They said leniency will follow frankness? Princess Goyu laughed coldly once. Royal brother, I have long since heard the rumors of Du Ruhai's corruption and abuse of the law. I have been observing secretly and gathering evidence. Collecting evidence from all avenues has indeed resulted in rewards. This Du Ruhai is absolutely a harmful vermin. This is Du Ruhai's wife's confession and initial testimony. There is detailed evidence for Du Ruhai's cheating in the hidden dragon trials. And this, Ma Datong, is Du Ruhai's confidant. Du Ruhai instructed him to commit the entire act? Ma Datong, now is your chance to redeem yourself with good service in front of His Majesty. This Ma Datong was indeed Du Ruhai's confidant, and since Du Ruhai's wife had confessed, he was only forcing himself down the path of death if he continued to cover things up. He didn't dare look at Du Ruhai either at that moment and genuflected tremblingly. He poured out the entire matter of how he'd swapped answer scrolls and how he'd hoodwinked others like beans being poured from a bamboo pipe. Eastern Lu's face darkened continuously as he listened. Then where are the original answer scrolls? Princess Goyu took them from the hands of a royal palace guard and presented it forward. This Ma Datong was somewhat of a smart man and knew to hold something back. He surreptitiously kept them when Du Ruhai told him to destroy them, and they've acted as a lifesaver. Witnesses and material evidence were all present. Following that, a steward who had mimicked Jiang Chen's handwriting also confessed honestly. All the crimes and evidence pointed to Du Ruhai without a single exception. These people had all been threatened and coerced by Du Ruhai, leaving them no choice but to do so. Next up were continuous counts of accusations. Du Ruhai was completely befuddled by what was occurring in his surroundings, and his blood pressure skyrocketed. His facial expression was wretched as he sat down heavily on the ground. How can this be? How can this be? Suddenly, his eyes glanced at the Duke of Soaring Dragon and it was as if Du Ruhai had found a straw to clutch at. Duke Long, say something on my behalf. I, Du Ruhai, have accomplished things for you before. At this moment, Du Ruhai was like a pile of turd. Whoever sullied themselves with it would be unlucky. Duke Long's brow faintly creased as he privately cursed useless and kicked Du Rohai away with one leg. In this Duke's life, petty villains like you that are greedy and jealous of the virtuous are the most abhorred. The tone of the Duke of Soaring Dragon was filled with disgust, as if disdaining a large fly, one that was to be avoided like the plague. Your Majesty, the thing that your subject Long Xiaofeng cannot abide the most in this life are traitors like these. Your subject sincerely requests that your Majesty pronounce an edict to allow your subject to haul this thief out to behead and display publicly. Eastern Lu smiled faintly, thought momentarily, and then actually nodded his head. We are comforted by Duke Long's loyalty. Approved. Even Jiang Chen was a bit surprised by this development. Princess Goyu likewise harbored some confusion. But her confusion aside, she wasn't about to say something after Eastern Lu had made a decision. Du Rohai was frightened out of his sense when he heard those words. Duke Long, don't kill me. I'm still of use. He also started barking up the wrong tree in his panic. When he saw that the Duke of Soaring Dragon was ignoring him, he actually crawled backwards to Jiang Chen. Young Duke Jiang, I was in the wrong. I'm not human. But I have inside information. I was coerced. Young Duke Jiang, I know that you're currently His Majesty's favorite. Plead on my behalf and I, old Du, will become your dog from now on. I'll bite whomever you tell me to bite. I have inside information to report. Jiang Chen had seen some wretched, petty villains after coming to this world, but he hadn't thought that Du Rohai could take things to another level. Du Rohai, I said that you would regret it when you set a foot wrong. But who would have thought that you would die in Duke Long's hands? What great irony! Jiang Chen laughed heartily and gave the Duke of Soaring Dragon a meaningful look. He had no need to treat anything as taboo in front of the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Even a fool could see Duke Long's shadow behind this matter. As for why Eastern Lu hadn't uncovered it, it must be because he didn't want to blatantly call out Duke Long, yet. That was to say, it wasn't time to show the cards in hand yet. Du Rohai was quickly hauled out and personally beheaded by the Duke of Soaring Dragon. When the Duke of Soaring Dragon dragged the bloody, headless corpse in to discharge his duty, even Jiang Chen was a bit impressed by this person's ruthlessness. Although Du Rohai was one of his dogs, he was a dog that did Duke Long's bidding. He'd beheaded Du Rohai just like he said. He was indeed a fierce and ruthless person. This disturbance quickly evolved into an anti-corruption operation. Eastern Lu was exceedingly wrathful and he gave the order for house raids and execution. The remaining accomplices were all sent to a distant exile. As for the victim Jiang Chen's true answer scrolls, after a round of verification from the 4 examiners, they discovered that the answers were exactly the same, matching the new answer scrolls he'd drawn up that day, with not a single word different. This way, people were quite amazed by Jiang Chen's astonishing memory. The truth had come out. As the main organizer of the Hidden Dragon Trials, Princess Goyu immediately announced that Jiang Chen had passed the 3 foundational exams and were qualified to enter the final exams of the trials. I owe you one. When court had been dismissed, Jiang Chen nodded towards Princess Goyu. Jiang Chen was much obliged to this favor as a lot of trouble would have been necessary otherwise. No need. Princess Goyu's slender arms waved as she spoke with a businesslike manner. I am the organizer of the Hidden Dragon Trials and it is part of my duties to ensure that each dukedom's heir receives fair and just treatment. Jiang Chen smiled involuntarily. Must you be so cocky? Excuse me? Princess Goyu's phoenix eyes moved and she asked with a frown. Women don't look good when they frown. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. And, when I say I owe you one, then I owe you one. Whatever. Princess Goyu flipped her wavy hair and her tone was still non-committal. Is there anything else? If not, I have many other things to take care of. One had to say, women's thoughts were always quite odd. Princess Goyu felt the same towards this Jiang Chen. Her first impression had indeed been poor the first time she met Jiang Chen. She'd felt that this was a frivolous young man. These thoughts became more resolute when he'd hotly lectured her during that first meeting. Following that, Jiang Chen had even more unreservedly bossed around Princess Goyu and dictated orders when it came to revamping Princess Jiruo's quarters. Some bizarre feelings had appeared in Princess Goyu's heart at that moment, because she had yet to meet someone in her life who dared speak to her this way. And this person was at least 6 or 7 years younger than her. Afterwards, when Princess Goyu learned that Eastern Jiruo's illness had actually taken a turn for the better after Jiang Chen's diagnoses and treatment, her viewpoint had unknowingly taken a 180-degree turn in that moment. When Jiang Chen caused the huge disturbance at the Soaring Dragon Manor afterwards, Princess Goyu had to admit that she had misjudged this youth previously. And now in the present time, Princess Goyu knew more clearly than anyone else that Jiang Chen was not as simple as he'd previously portrayed himself to be. That so-called fop and dandy who refused to learn and had no martial skills was absolutely a stealthy guise. But Princess Goyu was also a headstrong person. She hadn't received any concessions from Jiang Chen in their previous interactions, and a woman's modesty prevented her from laying down her dignity and speaking calmly with this youth. However, Jiang Chen had no idea that Princess Goyu's thoughts were thus, and thought this woman was still holding a grudge because he'd yelled at her that day in the palace. Smiling wryly at Princess Goyu's sexy retreating figure, he smiled and increased his voice's volume. Conflicts of true qi result in difficulties of control. You've been stuck in the 10 meridians true qi realm for at least 3 years now, no? Why have you continued to fail to break through? I'd originally wanted to use this opportunity to return this favor, but forget it since you don't want it. Princess Goyu's body that was as proud as a phoenix, vaguely shuddered once with weakness. Her moving lotus-like steps suddenly stopped. Chapter 39, Giving Goyu Pointers, Returning Her Favor. Chapter 39, Giving Goyu Pointers, Returning Her Favor. With Princess Goyu's proud nature, if Jiang Chen had said anything else, she would have flatly not turned back again. But Jiang Chen had happened to hit on currently her most sensitive, followed most closely, and most worrisome matter. Yes, she had halted at 10 meridians true qi for a good 3 years. When she was 18, a Princess Goyu in her prime had shaken off the shackles and broken through 9 meridians true qi with one stroke, ascending to 10 meridians true qi, becoming the kingdom's youngest true qi master. In that moment, Princess Goyu had resolutely affirmed that her life's faith lay in practicing martial Tao. She'd labored all the time during these 3 years and had pretty much completely thrown all the missions that her royal brother Eastern Lu had handed to her over to Du Rohai to control. This was also why Du Rohai could command the wind and rain in the hidden dragon trials. It really was because she had given him too much power. But in these 3 years, no matter how hard she'd tried, ventured out to train, traveled from north to south, she'd been unable to find opportunity needed to break through to 11 meridians true qi. That moment of ascension dragged its feet and had failed to arrive. In these 3 years, she had tried, fought bravely, acted crazily, and even cried silently in the dark of the night when no one else was around. But it was as if locks had been placed onto her path of martial Tao. She had never been able to enter the halls of 11 meridians true qi. She almost suspected that she had overestimated herself. Was 10 meridians true qi the upper limit of her potential? During the time that she had returned to the capital, that was also one of the most downcast, dejected periods of her life. That cold expression on her forehead spread out lightly, and subtle hints of emotion flashed visibly through her limpid eyes. However, this appearance only appeared for a brief flash. Princess Goyu reassumed her cold demeanor afterwards.